Welcome back on In Potatoes. Tonight we're going somewhere that most people only ever glimpse through the crooked lens of old films and the margins of history books. Somewhere far stranger and warmer and more genuinely human than either of those sources quite manages to convey. You're about to step into later medieval England, a world suspended somewhere between the year 1370 and the year 1420, and almost nothing about it is going to be exactly what you were expecting. So before we begin and get cozy, feel free to let me know how your day was and what is on your mind. You never know when someone might be there to help you feel better. Also, if you are new here, dropping a 5-star review helps this content reach people who may need it. Now dim the lights, down a quick swig of cold water, and let's get this show on the road. The first thing you notice is not what you see. It is what you smell. The air arrives before anything else does. It is thick with wood smoke, not the cheerful campfire kind that carries weekend associations and good memories, but the constant, settled kind that has been living inside these buildings and these walls and this landscape for so long that it is no longer really a smell. It is a condition of existence. Underneath the smoke comes the sharpness of freshly turned earth, cold and mineral and clean in its own way, and beneath that something animal, not unpleasant, just present. Horses have been this way, and recently, cattle too. Your eyes adjust to a morning that has more silence in it than you have experienced in a very long time. There is no background hum, no traffic from a distant road, no refrigerator cycling on behind a wall somewhere. The quiet here has actual texture. It is full of wood pigeons, their call low and repetitive and deeply calming, and the slow creak of something wooden somewhere beyond the nearest hedge, and beyond that, nothing at all. You're standing at the edge of a rutted track running between two large open fields. The fields are that particular colour between tawny and amber that late summer produces after the grain has been cut, the stubble standing pale and still in the ungleaned sections, and the sky above is enormous. You genuinely had not expected the sky to be so large, without anything vertical on the horizon except a single stone church tower standing in the middle distance. The sky simply takes over everything above you, and this morning it is a cool silver blue thin cloud moving slowly in from the west. You look down at yourself and feel a small, quiet alarm settle somewhere in your chest. You're wearing whatever you arrived in, which means you're wearing something assembled from synthetic fibres in a colour that exists nowhere in this landscape. Your shoes alone would mark you as a visitor from somewhere impossible. The rubber sole, the machine stitching, the padded collar around the ankle, none of it has any equivalent in this world. A pair of medieval shoes is cut leather, hand-stitched, thin enough to feel the ground beneath them, and deeply unassuming in construction. Yours look, to anyone with the eyes, like something that washed ashore from a place that has not been invented yet. Someone is coming down the track toward you. She's a young woman, perhaps 15 or 16, carrying a wooden bucket in each hand with the practiced ease of someone who has done this particular thing approximately 10,000 times. Her clothing is layered and practical, a cream-coloured linen underdress, a darker woolen surcoat over it, and a simple linen coif tied neatly under her chin. Her feet are in flat leather shoes worn smooth and dark by long use. She sees you and stops walking. She says something. It is English. You know it is English the way you know a melody is a melody even when it is played in a mode you have never encountered before. The rhythm is English. The shape of the sounds is English. But you cannot understand a single word of what she's just said to you. This is the first genuine lesson of your visit, and it is a humbling one. Middle English, the language spoken across England in this period, is not a dialect or a regional accent. It is a genuinely different language, as different from the English you speak as Italian is from Spanish. Scholars today can read the work of Geoffrey Chaucer, who is alive right now and regarded by his contemporaries as an exceptionally refined and careful writer, with some focused study and decent footnotes. hearing it spoken at full conversational speed by someone who has never had occasion to consider that it might be difficult to follow is a completely different experience from reading it at your own pace with the dictionary open on the table beside you. The young woman tries again, slower this time, clearly making an effort on your behalf. You say good morning. You smile in what you hope is a reassuring and non-alarming way. She blinks at you. She points down the road, then at your shoes, then makes a gesture you eventually interpret as meaning that you have come from somewhere unexpected, and perhaps that situation deserves some attention. Then she picks up her buckets, gives you one more careful evaluating look, and continues on her way down the track. You watch her go and feel the very specific loneliness of being surrounded by a world in full confident motion that has no particular interest in pausing for you. The regional dimension makes things even more layered. The dialect spoken in the north of England in this period is close to impenetrable, even to a speaker from London. French remains in use for certain legal and administrative functions, a legacy of the Norman conquest that has not fully faded after 3 centuries. Latin is the language of the church, of serious documents, of any formal communication between educated people from different regions who need precision. English is the living language of daily life, and daily life in this period speaks at least a dozen versions of itself, depending on which county you happen to be standing in. Your clothing will continue to be a problem. Medieval clothing communicates identity with a precision that is hard to overstate. What you wear in this world tells every person you pass who you are, where you come from, what trade or station you occupy, and how you expect to be treated. The quality of the cloth, the colour, the cut, the way a garment closes, the presence or absence of particular accessories, all of it functions as an unspoken biography. Your clothing tells the people of this village nothing coherent. You look, in their terms, like someone who was assembled by a committee working from a vague description of what a person is supposed to resemble. You're going to draw stairs. You're already drawing stairs. The man stacking wood outside the nearest building has stopped stacking and is simply looking at you with the focused attention of someone working very hard to fit you into a category that does not yet exist in their experience. But the morning itself is genuinely extraordinary, and you should allow yourself to notice it. The light in later medieval England is something most modern people have never experienced. It has never been cut by artificial sources. There is no glow from a distant city softening the horizon. The sun coming over the low eastern hills right now is arriving clean and completely uncompromised, and it is turning the stubble in the nearest field into something very close to hammered gold. The shadows are long and precise. The air is cool enough to see your breath, and your breath rises and disperses in the sharp morning light. You choose a direction. You choose the one with the church tower, because in medieval England the church tower is always the correct answer to the question of where you should go. Every road in this world tends toward the church eventually because the church is the centre of everything. You start walking. The scale of the open landscape around you is something that keeps asserting itself. You're accustomed, without knowing it, to a world broken into smaller visual units by buildings and vehicles and signage and the general accumulated clutter of modern life. Here, between the track and the horizon, there is almost nothing interrupting the view. The fields run out to where the land rises slightly and meets the sky, and in that unobstructed space you can see things at a distance that you would normally never notice at all. A hawk working a hedgerow 2 fields over, a man leading a horse along a far path, the particular way the light changes where a cloud shadow crosses the stubble. The world is larger here, or rather it has always been this large, and you're simply seeing it for the first time without a frame around it. The ruts in the track are deep enough to catch your foot if you are not paying close attention, and you learn this about 3 minutes into your walk in a way that is more instructive than graceful. You keep walking. The road beneath your feet is not a road in any engineered sense of the word. It is a pattern that emerged from repetition across a very long period of time, a track worn into the landscape by enough feet and enough wheels across enough seasons that the earth eventually stopped resisting. In dry weather, it is hard-packed and passable without much thought. After rain, which this country produces with the steady, committed frequency of someone who takes their responsibilities seriously, it becomes a slow, brown river of mud that grabs at your shoes with what feels like personal grievance. It is not after rain right now. The track is firm and deeply rutted, with 2 raised ridges running on either side of a central channel worn glass smooth by generations of cartwheels. You walk in the channel between the ruts, watching your feet with a careful attention you would normally reserve for considerably higher stakes activities. On either side, dense low hedges separate the track from the fields. These hedges are not decorative. They're old, some of them very old, layered with hawthorn and blackthorn and elder, and occasional wild roses long past their flowering. They have been managed by the people of this village across many generations, trimmed and laid and encouraged to grow in particular ways according to accumulated knowledge that no single person fully holds. They serve as fencing, windbreak, source of autumn fruit, and habitat for the sparrows and wrens and finches that flicker through them constantly. Nothing in this landscape has been placed here for aesthetic reasons alone. Every plant earns its position. The village comes to you gradually, more of a gathering than an arrival. The first building appears around a gentle bend in the track. It is small and low, its walls made of timber framing packed with a pale mixture of clay and straw that has dried to a warm cream over many seasons. The roof is thatched, dark at the ridge where the oldest growth has settled into itself, lighter at the lower edges where it has been patched more recently. The thatch overhangs the walls by a generous margin, its job being to carry rainwater as far from the base of the walls as possible, and a colony of sparrows has established itself in the lower edge with the breezy self-assurance of very long-term tenants. Most of the buildings you see over the following minutes follow similar logic. They are practical and close to the ground. The wealthier ones have a second story, reached by an internal ladder or steep wooden stair. The humblest are single rooms in which the whole of a family's domestic life unfolds across every hour of every day. Cooking and sleeping and working, all happening within the same walls and the same air. Windows are small, some covered with stretched oiled linen rather than glass, because glass requires money, and money in this village is carefully directed toward what actually matters. You slow down outside a house where the door stands open to the morning, because curiosity is stronger than your better judgment. The interior is darker than you expect. The light from the open door and from the 2 small windows fills a limited circle and then stops. At the centre of the room is the hearth, a stone surround set directly into the earthen floor with a low fire burning inside it. There is no chimney. There is a gap in the thatch above, but the smoke does not hurry toward it. It rises slowly, wanders, settles into the upper portion of the room in a comfortable haze, and finds its own way out eventually. This means the top half of any room in medieval England is perpetually smoky, and the lower half, where the people live and breathe and move, is surprisingly habitable as long as you're not particularly tall. The smell inside is complicated and not what you braced yourself for. Wood smoke, always, but underneath it, dried herbs hanging from the ceiling beams, a faint sweetness of chamomile, and something more assertive that might be sage. The earthiness of the floor itself, the comfortable, well-settled ghost of a recent meal that has left its signature in the air, the way meals do in a room that is cooked in every single day. It is the smell of a place that is lived in heavily and tended with care, which is genuinely different from a place that is neglected, and you feel that difference clearly even though you could not articulate exactly what produces it. The floor is earthen and managed. In better homes it might be stone. In the grandest rooms of great houses it might be patterned tile brought from across the channel. In this village home it has been compacted over years, and in places treated with something that hardened the surface, then swept clean and covered in a light scattering of fresh rushes. The image of medieval interiors as permanent mud holes is one of the most persistent myths about this period, and it does not survive honest examination. People in medieval England held cleanliness as a genuine value and worked to achieve it within the limits of what they had available. The limits were real. The desire was equally real. The gardens surrounding the houses tell their own practical story. Each one is dense with vegetables and herbs growing in close intentional rows. Leeks, onions, garlic, broad beans and peas appear in almost every cottage garden you can see from the track. Herbs for cooking and herbs for medicine grow alongside each other, because in this period the distinction between the two is a thin suggestion rather than a firm line. A plant like pennyroyal might go into a sauce today and treat a stomach ailment tomorrow. Feverfew is both a flavouring and a remedy for pain in the head. The garden is a pantry and a pharmacy simultaneously, managed by someone who knows the difference between every one of these plants and what each one needs in different seasons. Behind several houses you can hear pigs. The family pig is a fundamental economic unit in the village household, converting kitchen scraps and windfall fruit into storable protein over the course of a year. In winter, the pigs sometimes share the covered end of the house with the family, not from any particular fondness on either side, but because warmth is a finite resource, and sharing it between species is a practical decision. The chickens maintain a more flexible relationship with the interior of the house, and appear to renegotiate it daily. The one currently standing in the open doorway of the nearest cottage, gazing inward with an air of absolute confidence, does not appear to be anticipating any objection to its presence. The church tower is close now. You can see the full shape of the building above the roof lines, old stone recently repointed in places, the tower squared and simple and completely without decorative pretension. You're beginning to read the logic of the village layout. The houses cluster near the church. The fields radiate outward from that cluster. The mill sits at the edge of a stream to the south. The common land spreads beyond the mill, and several cows grazing on that common are going about their morning with the philosophical detachment of animals who have resolved the question of their purpose and are simply getting on with it. The smoke from a dozen low fires braids together above the rooftops and drifts slowly east in the cool morning air. The village smells of itself, deep and particular, the smell of a place that has been here for a very long time and intends to remain. You have been walking long enough now that hunger has become a real and pressing concern, which is unfortunate given that you have absolutely no currency that would function in this economy. The monetary system in later medieval England runs on silver coins, with the penny as the basic unit of everyday transaction. The coins are hand-struck, not perfectly uniform, but identifiable by the image of the reigning monarch and accepted across the country with a reliability that represents a genuine achievement of standardization for its era. Whatever you're carrying in your pockets from your own time, cards, folded receipts, coins that bear no face this world would recognize, none of it constitutes anything that would read as money here. Showing a modern banknote to a market trader in 14th century England would produce an expression you probably would not enjoy being the cause of. But the market is moving all around you regardless, and what passes through it also passes through your senses without requiring any transaction on your part. A woman baking at a clay outdoor oven near the edge of the market square is producing something that reaches you from roughly 40 feet away, well before the oven itself becomes visible. It is bread, baking over a wood fire, and this particular smell has not changed in any meaningful way across 600 years. It is one of the genuinely constant things about human life across all the eras people have passed through. We have always baked bread, and it has always smelled like this, warm and slightly sweet and yeasty. And it is doing to you right now exactly what it has done to every person who has ever walked past a bakery in the history of settled civilization. The bread of later medieval England is more varied than most people imagine, and the variety is determined almost entirely by social position. The finest white bread, made from refined wheat flour with the bran carefully separated out, goes to the tables of the wealthy, who regard white bread as an indicator of refinement and a signal of means. The bread eaten in most village households is darker, denser, and considerably more filling, made from a mixture of wheat and rye, or sometimes rye alone, producing a loaf with a slight sourness and a close, satisfying crumb that holds you through a long physical morning. Some households eat maslin bread, made from whatever mixture of grains the particular harvest produced, which has a character entirely its own and changes its personality slightly from year to year in a way that no commercially produced loaf has ever managed. Now is a reasonable moment to address the myth about water, because it comes up persistently and it deserves a direct response. You may have heard that medieval people avoided drinking water because it was universally contaminated and therefore dangerous, and that ale was consumed as the safer alternative at every meal throughout the day. This story is substantially wrong, and understanding why it is wrong tells you something genuinely interesting about how people in this period actually thought. People in medieval England drank ale in large quantities and for real reasons. Brewing killed pathogens that could survive in surface water drawn from compromised wells or streams, and the fermentation process also produced calories that people performing sustained physical labour needed in considerable quantities. The ale of this period is low in alcohol by modern standards, thick with residual grain, and consumed by men and women and children alike throughout the working day, because it is nourishing as much as it is social. But people also drank water, regularly and without particular drama, when the source was reliable. A good well, a clean spring, a fast-running stream far from livestock and habitation. These were all recognised as safe sources by people who understood from generations of shared experience which water made you ill and which did not. The avoidance was not of water as a category, but of water from sources whose quality was doubtful. That is not a uniquely medieval instinct. It is sensible behaviour in any world without municipal treatment systems, which describes most of human history before the 20th century. The ale you could buy here, if you could buy anything at all, would be unfamiliar to anyone accustomed to modern beer. This is ale brewed without hops, which have not yet become standard in English brewing during this period, and it ferments quickly, stays fresh for only a few days, and tastes more like a lightly soured liquid grain porridge than anything you would voluntarily order at a modern bar. It is functional and caloric and represents a daily staple rather than a luxury. The food available at this time of year, late summer tipping toward autumn, represents the peak of the annual provision cycle. The harvest has just come in or is still being completed, and the granaries and root cellars are at their fullest point of the year. The diet of ordinary people is built around bread, pottage, legumes, dairy products, and whatever the season is producing in the kitchen garden. Pottage is the great daily staple of medieval England, a thick, slowly simmered preparation made from oats or barley with leeks and onions and herbs, enriched when possible with a piece of salted pork or a beaten egg, or a lump of hard cheese dissolved into the liquid at the end. It sounds plain. On a cold morning, eaten close to a low fire with good bread to dip, it is the most comforting thing imaginable, and the people who eat it every day understand this fully, without needing anyone to explain it to them. Meat is eaten, but the quantity is determined by social position and season. Village people eat pork most regularly, because pigs are efficient converters of scraps and garden waste, and windfall fruit into stored protein. A pig properly slaughtered in November and salted can provision a household through a substantial portion of winter. Chicken appears often, and eggs are a reliable daily protein source. Fresh beef is a relative luxury at this level of society, because cattle are primarily working animals kept for dairy and draft, and killed only when they have passed the age of useful service. The spices visible at the merchant stall at the far end of the market confirm something that surprises many people when they first encounter it seriously. Pepper, ginger, cinnamon, cloves, and mace are all present, and they got here through a trade network that runs via Italian merchant cities across the Mediterranean and along eastern overland routes that were already ancient when this market was new. The idea that medieval food was uniformly grey, unseasoned, and joyless is one of the more durable misconceptions about this period. Wealthy households cooked with an impressive and expensive range of imported spices that produced flavours genuinely unlike anything in modern cooking. Ordinary cooking relied on garlic, onions, mustard, horseradish, and the full herbs of the cottage garden. Parsley, sage, thyme, hyssop, and many others now less familiar than they once were. The smell drifting from the spice merchants' baskets is extraordinary for an English market town on an October morning. Warm and dark and faintly travelled, the smell of somewhere far away distilled into a small wooden container that somehow ended up here in this muddy square next to a cage of complaining geese. You stand near enough to catch it without appearing to loiter, which you are absolutely doing, and you think about how hunger sharpens every sense it touches. The alehouse at the near end of the main street is already occupied at this mid-morning hour, and the sound coming through the open shutter is the sound of several conversations happening simultaneously at a volume suggesting no one has been asked to keep it down. The alehouse in a medieval market town is a serious institution, not a luxury venue for leisure, but the place where information is exchanged, where deals are continued from the market stalls, where travellers rest and eat a hot meal and find out what they need to know about the roads ahead. The food served inside would be simple: pottage or a roasted piece of something, bread, ale in a clay cup, nothing elaborate. But the room is warm and the company is thick, and if you could speak anything resembling the language, you would probably feel significantly better about your situation within about 10 minutes of sitting down. You look through the shutter at the people inside and they look like people eating lunch and talking too much, which is what people at lunch have always looked like everywhere. The apples on the cart beside you smell cold and sharp and entirely of the season turning. You're still hungry, but at least now you understand something about the world you're hungry inside. The market town is not large by any modern standard, but it is busy in a way that takes a few minutes to properly read. It operates under a royal charter, which means the right to hold a weekly market here was granted by the Crown in exchange for a fee, and that right is taken seriously by everyone whose livelihood depends upon it. Markets are where goods move, where prices adjust in response to competition among multiple sellers, where news travels and changes in the telling, where isolated village life makes brief contact with something that reaches further than the nearest hedgerow. The stalls along the main street are arranged in a pattern that eventually becomes legible. Food and produce run along the east side. Cloth and household goods occupy the west. Livestock fill the yard behind the stone inn, whose upper story overhangs the street on carved wooden brackets. The noise is considerable. Vendors in any era are committed to volume, and the vendors here are no exception. The stall selling onions and leeks is attended by someone describing their qualities in a continuous vocal enthusiasm that would carry across a modern railway station without any difficulty. The geese in their wicker cage have a sustained and articulate objection to their confinement, and they are making it known in a register that cuts through everything else in the square. The blacksmith working at the far end provides rhythmic percussion at irregular intervals, and above all of this, organising the whole soundscape around itself every time it speaks, the church bell rings the hour. The bell is a great bronze sound that arrives in your chest before it fully reaches your ears. It briefly silences everything. The vendors pause, the geese reconsider, even the blacksmith stops his hammer for a moment, and then the world fills back in around the fading ring and continues exactly as before, as though the bell never interrupted anything at all. The church bells are the clock of this world, and understanding them is essential to understanding how time is experienced here. They ring for the canonical hours, the 7 daily prayer times that the church has used to structure the day, and these same intervals organise secular life as well. Prime rings in early morning, tierce in mid-morning, sext at noon, none in mid-afternoon, vespers at evening, compline as darkness settles. You do not need to be particularly devout to live inside this temporal structure, and not everyone in this market is equally moved by the theological dimension of the bells, but everyone is telling time by them and orienting their activities around them in the way that modern people orient their activities around a phone screen. The bells are also considerably harder to ignore. Social hierarchy in medieval England is not a background detail of this world. It is the entire architecture of the social structure, the framework inside which everything else happens. The system in this later period is less rigid than it was 2 centuries earlier, partly because the Black Death arrived in England in 1348 and killed somewhere between a third and a half of the entire population. A catastrophic loss of life at that scale has consequences that ripple through every layer of society, including the economic balance between those who owned land and those who worked it. The labour shortage that followed the plague gave surviving peasants a degree of leverage they had not previously possessed. Wages rose. People moved to find better arrangements. The social order that had appeared permanently fixed became visibly negotiable in ways it had not been before the plague, and that memory is still alive in this generation, shaping how people understand their situation and what they think they might be entitled to. But the hierarchy is very much present in how people dress, where they position themselves, and how they address each other. The sumptuary laws of this period attempt to encode social rank into appearance by legislation. They specify, in varying detail across different enactments, that certain colours and certain furs and certain fabrics are restricted to people above a particular income or rank. Deep crimson and saturated scarlet dyes are expensive and therefore signal wealth in a direct and legible way. Fine wool in those colours is not something a labourer purchases. Furs like ermine and miniver are reserved by law for the nobility in certain garments. These laws are enforced with great inconsistency and violated happily by anyone who can afford the goods and believes they can manage the consequences, which is more or less how sumptuary laws have always worked in every society that has tried them. But the intent is clear. Your appearance should tell everyone around you who you are. You watch the social calibration of the market as you move through it. The merchant with the largest cloth stall, draped with bolts of wool in grades from rough undyed tweed to a fine teal that catches the light differently from anything around it, is dressed well without being showy. Good wool, a decent belt, well-made shoes. He addresses his wealthier customers in a register slightly different from the one he uses with the villagers buying plain linen. The shift is subtle, a small adjustment in posture and the tempo of attention, but it is consistent and entirely deliberate. The parish priest crossing the market square is acknowledged by everyone he passes, not dramatically but consistently. A slight inclination of the head, a pause in conversation. He is not a grand ecclesiastical figure. He is almost certainly the son of a farmer himself, educated enough to perform his duties competently, and serving a community he has probably known his entire life. But the church he represents occupies a position in this society that has no real modern equivalent. It is the keeper of the calendar, the holder of the formal record of births and deaths and marriages, the repository of whatever organised education exists, and the only institution that reaches simultaneously into every layer of life from the poorest cottage to the highest court in the land. A group of men near the livestock pens are having a conversation that has the careful, measured quality of a negotiation with real stakes. A sheep changes hands, or is very close to changing hands. The transaction may involve coin, or it may involve a debt relationship, a promise of future labour, or a direct exchange of goods. The medieval economy at this level runs through a complicated mixture of cash transactions, barter, service obligations, credit relationships, and trust built up over years of mutual acquaintance. It does not yield its logic quickly to an outsider watching from a respectful distance. A woman selling hard cheeses from a cloth spread directly on the ground near the church wall is doing so with a quiet, matter-of-fact competence that is easy to walk past without noticing. Women in medieval England participate in economic life more actively than popular assumption tends to acknowledge. Dairy production is largely women's domain, as is the making and selling of ale, the running of market stalls for household produce, and a range of trades in towns. The formal legal structure of this period does constrain married women in significant ways. The lived economic reality is more varied and more interesting than any formal summary makes it appear. The sun is fully overhead now, and the market is at its morning peak. Somewhere just behind you, two people are in the middle of a cheerful disagreement about the weight of a purchase, and it has the animated, well-worn quality of people who have had this exact exchange before and are going through the comfortable motions of it more as social ritual than as genuine dispute. The whole thing is completely ordinary, in the finest possible sense of that word. The fields surrounding the village operate on a system that has been running here for a very long time, and understanding even the outline of it makes sense of nearly everything else about how this community is organised. The open field system divides the arable land around the village into 2 or 3 large fields, and each household in the village holds strips of land scattered through those fields rather than a single consolidated holding. The strips of different families are interleaved across the fields like the teeth of 2 combs pushed gently together. This looks inefficient to a modern eye trained on consolidated single-owner parcels. It is not inefficient. It is a sophisticated form of shared risk management, distributing each family's holdings across different soil types, different elevations, and different drainage conditions so that a difficult season in one part of the field does not produce total catastrophe for any one household. The community absorbs difficulty in a distributed way, rather than allowing it to destroy individual families. The common land, the shared grazing and wood gathering and resource collection ground, belongs to the village as a whole, and is managed through customs and bylaws that have been accumulating and adjusting for generations. The agricultural year in this world has a rhythm that governs nearly everything about how time is experienced by the people inside it. Ploughing happens in autumn, turning the harvested stubble back into the soil, and again in early spring before sowing. Sowing follows immediately after the spring ploughing, seed scattered by hand in a practiced sweeping arc that covers the field, in a pattern the sower knows intimately from years of repetition. The months between sowing and harvest are filled with weeding, managing animals on the common land, maintaining hedges and ditches, repairing tools, and 100 other smaller tasks that the land and the household generate continuously. The harvest in late summer and early autumn is the axis around which the entire year turns, the moment when everything invested in the growing season is brought finally to account. The harvest is also communal in a way that almost nothing in modern agricultural life manages to be. Everyone participates, because the window of good harvesting weather is often narrow and unpredictable, and a week of solid rain arriving at the wrong moment can ruin a standing field of grain completely. The reapers move through the field in organised lines, cutting the stalks near the ground with sickles that flash in the morning light as they swing. Behind the reapers come the binders, gathering the cut stalks and tying them into sheaves with quick, practised movements. Behind the binders come the gleaners, moving through the stubble row by row, picking up every grain head the reapers left behind. The right to glean is protected by long custom and by the Church's teaching on charitable provision to the poorest, and it represents a meaningful contribution to the winter food supply of those households that depend most on it. You walked through a partially gleaned field this morning, and now you understand what you are reading. The physical reality of this kind of agricultural work is something that takes time to fully absorb. Medieval farming is not romantic in the way that retrospective accounts sometimes make it. It is heavy, repetitive, weather-dependent, and conducted without any of the tools that would make it easier. The plough is pulled by oxen, not horses in most parts of England in this period, because oxen are stronger though slower and can be fed on rougher fodder. The ploughman walks behind his team all day across ground that is never flat and never perfectly consistent. The reaper's sickle is sharp and must be kept sharp, and the motion of cutting grain for a full harvest day is the kind of work that settles into the muscles by evening in a way that is not easily forgotten. What medieval people had that partially compensated for the difficulty of the work was each other. The harvest was collective, and collective work in a community that has known each other across generations has a social texture that makes the hours pass differently. Women's work in this period is not a single category, but a wide range of activities that shift with the season, the composition of the household, and what resources are currently available. The dairy is predominantly women's domain. The milking, the making of butter, the making of cheese, the careful rearing of calves. These are genuinely skilled processes. Good cheese and good butter require knowledge of temperature, timing, and the particular character of your own animals, knowledge that takes years to develop and does not transfer easily between farms. Textile production is also largely women's work. Spinning happens continuously and in the spare moments scattered throughout every waking day, because thread is always needed and the spindle requires no dedicated workspace. It can accompany a walk, a conversation, the quiet folds of an afternoon that would otherwise be unproductive. Weaving requires a loom and committed time, but spinning goes with you everywhere. The preparation of food is women's work in the domestic sphere. The kitchen garden is tended primarily by women. The household poultry are managed by women. The production of ale for household use, and in many cases for sale, is women's work. A fact preserved in the word for the occupation that has been part of English for a very long time. This does not mean that women work exclusively in these spheres, because they do not. Women work in the fields at harvest time alongside men, because harvest requires every available body without exception. Women run market stalls, manage inns, practice trades in towns. Widows frequently continue the businesses of their late husbands, and a widow running a trading enterprise or a skilled craft operation is not unusual enough to attract particular comment. The formal constraints on women's legal and institutional lives in this period are real and significant. The actual economic participation is considerably more active and more varied than those formal constraints might lead you to expect. The spinning deserves a moment of its own because it is so constant and so fundamental to how the household functions. A medieval woman who is not occupied with something specific is spinning. The distaff and spindle are portable tools that need no dedicated space, and that produce something of genuine material value with every moment of focused attention directed toward them. Thread makes cloth. Cloth makes everything the family wears, sleeps under, wraps things in, and sells when there is surplus. The woman you can see from the track right now, sitting outside the nearest house with a spindle turning steadily while she watches the children play in the lane, is not resting. She is working efficiently and productively in a way that produces nothing visible till you understand what the accumulating thread will eventually become. Children in this world contribute to the household economy from an early age, and the way this works is more graduated and considered than the phrase might immediately suggest. A 4-year-old can chase birds from a newly sown field and does so for hours with the focused determination that young children apply to tasks they find genuinely meaningful. A 6-year-old can watch younger children carry water, collect eggs, or keep the household geese from wandering too far onto the common. A 10-year-old can participate in most agricultural tasks at a useful level. The 12-year-old is doing much of what an adult does, scaled to their size and strength. This is participation in a household where everyone's contribution is visible and necessary, and children understand from early on that they are part of something that requires their engagement. Children also play far more than you might expect, and in ways that would be recognisable if not always identical to modern children's play. They run. They climb things they definitely should not be climbing. They invent games with elaborate rules that make complete sense to the participants, and are entirely opaque to anyone watching from outside. They tease each other in the specific, relentless way of children everywhere. They keep pets when they can get away with it. A medieval child who has quietly befriended a particular barn cat and is feeding it scraps from the supper table is doing something structurally identical to what children in your own time do with screens and devices they are technically not supposed to have unsupervised. The small boy who approaches you near the market square is attempting to sell you something. He holds it up, whatever it is, with the absolute confidence of someone who knows the full value of what he is offering and is certain you will recognise it too. You hold up both empty hands with a smile you hope communicates friendly regret without condescension. He considers this information carefully. He tucks the object back under his arm and trots off in search of a more promising customer, without any apparent loss of spirit. You watch him go and feel something settle in your chest that takes a moment to name. It is recognition, uncomplicated and complete. Let us talk about what would happen if you got sick here. This is a worthwhile conversation, and we can approach it without alarm. Medieval medicine operates from a coherent and internally consistent theoretical framework. That framework happens to be wrong about the mechanisms of disease, but it is not random or purely superstitious in the ways it is sometimes characterized. It is derived primarily from ancient Greek medicine, is transmitted and expanded through centuries of Islamic scholarship, and it makes logical sense within the information available to it. The humoral theory holds that the body is governed by 4 substances: blood, yellow bile, black bile, and phlegm, and that health consists of keeping these in appropriate balance. Treatment therefore aims at restoring that balance through diet, rest, bloodletting in certain cases, purging in others, and the application of herbal and mineral compounds understood in terms of their qualities of heat, cold, moisture, and dryness. This framework produces some treatments that are genuinely harmful, particularly the aggressive bloodletting applied to certain conditions, which weakened patients who were already struggling. But it also produces a great deal that is actually effective. The herbal pharmacopoeia of this period includes plants whose active compounds have since been isolated and are still used in modern medicine. Willow bark was prescribed for pain and fever, and its active compound is the basis of aspirin. Poppy preparations were used for pain relief and carried genuine analgesic effect. Garlic was applied to infected wounds as an antimicrobial agent, and its antibacterial properties have been confirmed by modern research. The wound care practiced by experienced medieval surgeons, many of whom developed their skills treating injuries in military contexts and had the significant advantage of observing patient outcomes over time, was often more effective than the theoretical framework that informed it would predict. What medieval medicine lacks is germ theory. Without an understanding that invisible microorganisms are the mechanism behind infection, without the conceptual tool that connects a contaminated water source to the illness that follows from drinking it 3 days later, many of the interventions that could save lives simply do not exist as available ideas. It is not ignorance about plants or anatomy, or the importance of rest and food and warmth. It is the absence of one specific insight that would reorganize everything else around it. The people who hold the most practical medical knowledge in a village are often older women, who have spent decades managing the health of children and neighbours and livestock, accumulating observational knowledge that no formal training could provide. They know which plants to use for which symptoms. They know the difference between a fever that will resolve with rest and fluids, and one that requires more active management. They know how to set a simple fracture, and how to manage a difficult birth, and how to recognise the early signs of conditions that it would be better not to ignore. This knowledge is not written down. It is transmitted through proximity and practice, and the kind of careful attention that comes from genuinely caring about outcomes. Dismissing it as mere folk remedy misses what it actually is, which is a body of tested observational data accumulated over a very long time. For you, arriving in the 14th century with your modern immune history, the first weeks would be genuinely demanding. Your body carries real protection for diseases you were vaccinated against as a child, and that protection would hold. But exposure to the different microbial environment of this time and place would introduce your system to organisms it has no prior training for, and the adjustment would be uncomfortable in ways that few people in your own time have experienced. Time travel fantasies tend to focus on the clothing and the language problem and what the food might be like. The immune response is an underappreciated variable. The sanitation of this period is different from modern practice in ways that matter, but it is also different from the worst-case version that popular imagination has constructed over generations of storytelling. Medieval people understood from experience that proximity to certain kinds of waste was associated with illness and with smell, and they generally preferred to manage both. Town records across England in this period contain repeated ordinances attempting to regulate the disposal of waste, to prevent dumping into shared water supplies, and to keep certain messy industries away from the areas where people lived and ate. Enforcement is inconsistent because enforcement of civic ordinances is inconsistent in every era of human history. But the desire to manage the problem is genuine and consistent across the records. Human waste in the village is handled through designated middens, located away from the well and away from the main living areas. In towns, privies are common and built to manage the problem. In great households, they are incorporated into the architecture itself, shafts in the thickness of the walls designed to carry waste away from the rooms where people lived. The technology is limited. The intention behind it is clear. Darkness, though, is something you have probably not thought about carefully enough, and encountering it here changes your understanding of what dark actually means. When the sun goes down in later medieval England, it goes down completely. There is no glow from a distant city softening the underside of the clouds. There is no street light at the end of the lane. There is no indicator light on a device, or the faint reflected illumination that modern people carry around with them even when they believe themselves to be in the dark. The darkness that settles over this village as the last hearthfire is banked and the last rushlight burns down is a darkness that has weight and physical presence. The stars on a clear night in this period are not the handful of brighter points you can pick out between buildings in a modern town. They are the entire sky, thick and layered and continuous in a way that stops your breath the first time you fully take it in. The Milky Way is a genuine band of white overhead, broad enough to be read as an object rather than an abstraction. People in this world navigate by these stars. They tell time by them. They have names for the patterns and stories attached to those names, and they read the sky the way modern people read a map or a dashboard. Inside the village after dark, firelight is the medium of all domestic life. Candles are not cheap and are used sparingly in ordinary households. Rushlights, made from rush stems dipped in animal fat, provide a weaker but workable light for close tasks and cost a household very little to make. The hearth fire is the primary light source and the primary heat source simultaneously, and the family draws close around it in the evenings, while the world outside contracts to sounds. The owls in the hedgerow, the distant bark of a dog, the settling of the thatch as the temperature drops through the night, the occasional pig making a late evening comment. You do not have a candle, you do not have a fire, you do not have, as it is now becoming somewhat urgent to acknowledge, anywhere to sleep that will not require an explanation you currently cannot provide in any language this community shares. Medieval hospitality to travellers and strangers in need is a real and practiced value, rooted in the Church's teaching on charitable provision and in a culture that genuinely understood how vulnerable a person becomes when they are away from their own home community. But a stranger who cannot speak any version of the local language, cannot name their origin or their purpose, and is dressed in a way that places them outside every recognisable category, is going to encounter the limits of that hospitality fairly quickly. The goodwill is genuine. The confusion is equally genuine, and confusion tends to make sensible people cautious. This is the honest reality underneath the romance of the time travel idea. The history of later medieval England is extraordinary and layered and deeply human, But surviving inside it without the invisible infrastructure of your own time, without usable money, without shared language, without identity that anyone here would recognize, without local connections or the basic social legibility that comes from wearing clothes that communicate something coherent, would require skills and relationships and knowledge that take years to build. You have arrived without any of them, and that gap is real. You find a doorway with a deep overhanging porch and sit down in it to watch the village settle into its evening. The lights extinguish one by one across the rooftops. The smoke thins above the low buildings as the fires are banked. The church tower holds its shape against the sky for a long time after everything else has dissolved into the surrounding dark, a solid absence in the deep blue of the evening, steady and unmoving. You sit in your doorway and listen to what the medieval night actually sounds like. It is something. From the far edge of the market town on a slight rise to the north, you can see the top of a castle keep above the tree line. It is not what you are expecting. It is not a fairy tale. It is a working structure, built in grey stone weathered to the colour of the surrounding landscape, squared and practical and entirely without decorative intent at this scale. The battlements at the top are real battlements, designed by people who understood exactly what they were for and built them accordingly. A flag flies from the highest point, its colours faded by weather, doing its job of announcing authority whether anyone is watching or not. The castles of later medieval England are administrative and residential centres, the headquarters of local noble power, housing not just the lord and his immediate family, but a considerable household of knights, squires, household officers, servants of various grades, and a permanent support staff that keeps the operation running day to day. A great castle contains within its walls everything required for a self-sufficient community. Kitchens, a great hall, private family chambers, accommodation for the household retinue, stables, a chapel, a well, storage for provisions and tools and equipment. The Great Hall deserves particular attention because it is the social centre of any significant household in this period. It is a large room with a high roof and a hearth, often a central hearth in the older buildings, and long tables arranged in a specific hierarchy. The Lord's table is elevated at one end, on a raised platform called the dais. The household members eat at the lower tables in a precise order that reflects their rank. The distance between where you sit and the high table tells everyone else in the room exactly where you stand in the order of things, and this is not an accidental arrangement. It is the social structure made visible and reinforced every single day at the meal, which in a medieval household is also a formal, organised occasion rather than a casual one. The royal court operates on a scale that amplifies all of this to a degree that takes the breath away. The court of Richard II, who reigned through part of the period you're visiting, is an elaborate and self-conscious production. Richard has a genuine aesthetic sensibility and a love of ceremony that his contemporaries find impressive in some moments and alarming in others. His court has poets, musicians and painters. It has a formal system of household offices, each with its own internal hierarchy and protocol and defined physical proximity to the royal presence. It produces fashions in clothing and in language and in gesture that radiate outward from the royal presence the way currents move through still. Water, felt first in the city, then in provincial towns, eventually arriving even in the market where you spent your morning in the form of a merchant who has heard what colours are currently favoured and has stocked his stall accordingly. The gap between the royal court and the village you began your day in is not a distance measurable in miles. It is a social distance of almost incomprehensible depth, and the people of the village experience the king largely as an abstract force. He is real. His taxes arrive and are real. His wars reach down into villages and take sons away from them, and do not always return those sons. His face is on the coins. His authority underpins the legal framework that shapes the conditions of everyone's life. But the king himself is known through stories that travel through inns and markets, and change considerably at every stop along the way. and he is understood in the village primarily through his effects rather than through any direct encounter with him as a person. He is weather in a sense, present, powerful, and not to be argued with. The festivals of the church calendar are the punctuation of the year, and they matter in ways that go far beyond what modern secular calendar markers do, because they are the moments when the year acknowledges itself and allows the community to celebrate the fact of having made it this far. Christmas runs for 12 days, from the 25th of December to Epiphany on the 6th of January, and it is celebrated with a genuine commitment to festivity that the grimmest winter deserves. Feasting, music, storytelling, games, and the traditional Lord of Misrule, a figure elected from within the household to preside over the celebrations with mock authority, while the normal social order is cheerfully and temporarily inverted. All of these fill the 12 days. People stay inside and eat what they preserved through autumn, and drink the ale they brewed in November, and tell each other stories in the firelight. The 12 days of Christmas are a real festival, energetically observed, and they are taken seriously as a time outside ordinary time. May Day, the 1st of May, is a different kind of celebration entirely. Young people go out before dawn to gather greenery and flowers from the fields and hedgerows, bringing them back to decorate the village and its buildings. The maypole goes up. There is dancing, communal and energetic, and not requiring skill so much as willingness. The whole thing is a celebration of the season changing, of winter being genuinely over, and it operates from a deep shared relief that is entirely understandable to anyone who has spent a Northern European winter inside a low building relying on stored food and banked fires and the company of the same people every day for months. Midsummer brings bonfires at hilltops and common ground, lit to mark the longest day and to send light into the brief summer night. Communities gather around them. The festivals at either end of summer, midsummer in June, and the harvest Thanksgiving in September, bracket the critical period of growing and harvesting that determines whether the community eats well or badly through the entire coming winter. These are not casual observances. Plough Monday, the first Monday after Epiphany, marks the return to agricultural work after the Christmas celebration, and it is observed with a kind of resigned festivity that only people who have been eating and resting for 12 days and are now looking at a cold muddy field can properly appreciate. The ploughs are brought out and decorated, there is a procession through the village, and then there is actual ploughing, because the year has started whether you're emotionally ready for it or not. You have found a low spot on the churchyard wall, sitting in the last light of the afternoon, and from here you can see a good portion of the village laid out in the cooling air below you. You went inside the church earlier, and it surprised you considerably. The interior is painted. The walls are covered from floor to ceiling in images of biblical scenes and the lives of saints, rendered in pigments that are still vivid after a century or more of accumulated candle smoke and morning light. Ochre red and warm brown, and a deep blue made from minerals that had to travel a long distance to end up on this particular wall in this particular English village. The roof is higher than the exterior of the building suggested, and the light from the east window, which is the best glass in the village, moves slowly across the painted walls as the sun moves outside. It is not a grand building by the standards of the cathedral city 2 days' ride to the east, but it is the best thing the village has made, assembled carefully over generations and given the most skilled work and the most costly materials that the community could manage. It smells of cold stone and old beeswax and the particular stillness of a room where a great deal of human attention has gathered over a very long time. Even with the market sounds coming faintly through the thick walls, the interior of the church is a different quality of air from anywhere else you have been today. You stood in it for several minutes without moving and felt something you were not entirely expecting, something close to genuine peace. The year you are visiting, somewhere in the final decades of the 14th century, is not a simple one by any measurement. The memory of the Black Death sits within the living recall of the oldest people in this village, and its aftermath shapes the current arrangement of everything around you, who farms which strips, what wages a labourer can demand, what the lord of the manor can and cannot get away with expecting. The Peasants' Revolt of 1381, when working people across England rose against the poll tax and the legal restrictions that the ruling class attempted to reimpose after the Plague-era shift in power, happened within the last decade, and its memory is active in how people talk about their situation and what they understand themselves to be entitled to. The Church is navigating its own turbulence. The long conflict with France continues in the way that long conflicts do, expensive and inconclusive and grinding. And yet this village is functioning. The grain came in, the market traded, the bread was baked and the ale was brewed, and the geese objected vigorously to their cages, and the sparrows held their positions in the thatch without any apparent intention of vacating them. The woman sold her cheeses. The small boy attempted to sell you something. The priest crossed the market square and was acknowledged by everyone he passed. The bells rang every hour and the village organised its time around them without complaint or apparent resentment. The people here are navigating a world that is genuinely difficult in specific and real ways, and they are doing it with a competence and a continuity that does not require your admiration to be real. They are not waiting to be rescued from their period. They are living inside it, building festivals and maintaining gardens and adjusting their sails to the particular weather of their era, the way every generation does. The light is leaving the sky. The October afternoon is tipping into evening with the abruptness that comes when the year is well into its second half. The sky above the church tower moves through pink and then grey, and then a deep, soft blue that is nearly purple at the edges. The bells ring vespers. That sound fills the valley and your chest simultaneously, a great bronze voice reminding the village of itself. The market is long closed. The last cart left an hour ago. The village is gathering inward, the way communities in cold climates have always gathered as nightfall approaches, pulling the warmth and the firelight close and giving the dark hours to the owls and the stars. You sit on the churchyard wall and let the evening settle around you. You think about what this single day has given you. The language barrier, complete and humbling and strangely beautiful in its completeness. The reminder that English itself has a history and that history has depth you cannot fully see from where you stand. The bread you could smell, but not buy. The faces of the people you passed, entirely human, entirely legible in the ways that matter most, and entirely belonging to a world of specific knowledge and shared connection that you arrived without. The painted church, the bells marking every hour, the stars beginning now, brighter than anything you know from home. You think about what the myths got wrong and what the history actually holds. The filth was overstated and the colour was everywhere, in the painted walls, in the dyed cloth on the merchant stall, in the kitchen gardens. The medicine was coherent even where its mechanisms were incorrect. The food was varied and often genuinely good. The social structure was constraining in real ways, and people were fully alive inside it regardless. The way people are always fully alive inside whatever circumstances they find themselves born into, making meaning and festivity and connection and art within the available materials, which is the thing that has never changed about us across any of the centuries we've passed through. The detail that stays with you most is not the grand one. It is not the castle on the hill, or the painted church, or the bells ringing across the valley. It is the small boy who tried to sell you something, tucked the unsold object back under his arm with complete equanimity, and moved on. That movement, that small unfazed pivot toward whatever comes next, is the deepest continuity. Every generation does it. Every era requires it. The people of this medieval village have been doing it in this particular spot for longer than anyone living can say, and they will go on doing it long after you've gone. The last light fades from the top of the church tower. Somewhere in one of those low-thatched houses, A fire has been banked for the night and a rushlight is burning low on the table. A family is settling into sleep under wool blankets that smell of warmth, the particular warmth that belongs to this village and this night. The bats come out over the churchyard wall, flickering and purposeful. The stars continue arriving. Sleep well. Imagine a world with no printed words, no city maps, no clocks marking the hour. You would still be bored sometimes. That is perhaps the most human detail in all of recorded history. Long before chess existed, people were making boards, carving pieces, and spending their evenings moving small objects across flat surfaces in games of skill and strategy. The oldest board game ever found is more than 5,000 years old. Archaeologists pulled it from a burial site in southeastern Iran, a simple grid scratched into stone. Around the same period, the ancient Egyptians were playing a game called senet, a word that translates roughly to passing. The boards were long and narrow, with 30 squares arranged in 3 rows of 10. The pieces moved according to the throw of flat sticks, and the game carried deep spiritual meaning. Egyptians believed senet modelled the journey of the soul through the afterlife, which sounds quite dramatic for what was essentially a family pastime on a Tuesday evening. If you had been a child in ancient Egypt, you might have played senet every evening by oil lamp, not knowing you were participating in something already 5,000 years old and considered traditional by your grandparents. The royal game of came from Mesopotamia, the region between the Tigris and the Euphrates rivers, roughly where present-day Iraq sits. Boards from this game date back approximately 4,700 years. The pieces were small and conical, beautifully decorated with inlaid shell and lapis lazuli. The board itself was shaped like 2 connected rectangles, and 7 of its 20 squares bore a rosette pattern that carried special rules during play. A British archaeologist named Leonard Woolley excavated these boards during the 1920s and was so charmed by the discovery that he helped decode the original rules by reading a Babylonian clay tablet written centuries after the game was already in common use. That detail deserves a moment of quiet appreciation before moving on. Someone in ancient Babylon felt it necessary to write down the rules of a board game, presumably because people were arguing about them. Some things do not change across 4,000 years. There were also games played across ancient China, games with pieces that represented armies, territorial claims, and resource management. The Chinese game of Liubo, documented over 2,000 years ago, used dice and a board and carried symbolic weight in aristocratic circles. Go, the abstract strategy game that still commands devoted players today, is at least 2,500 years old by most scholarly estimates. The Chinese text known as the Zhuojuan, written around 450 years before the Common Era, references it as a pursuit requiring serious mental effort and discipline. All of these ancient games share something worth noticing. They are not random, they reward thought, they require patience. They mirror in miniature the experience of navigating a complicated world with incomplete information and unreliable allies. In every culture that produced a significant board game, that game eventually became tied to questions of power, virtue, wisdom, and leadership. Rulers played them, philosophers analysed them, moralists worried about them. This is not a coincidence. Human minds seem to find comfort in the idea that the chaos of real life can be reduced to a set of clear rules, a defined space, and a finite number of possible outcomes. You sit across from your opponent, or even across from yourself, and you try to think ahead. You consider consequences. You weigh risk. In the physical act of pushing a carved wooden piece across a board, you're doing something that feels, in a small and deeply satisfying way, like being in control. The ancient world was full of things people could not control. Floods, droughts, disease, invasion, the unpredictable moods of rulers, the sudden failure of harvests. But on a board at least, you knew the rules going in. By the time the 1st century of the Common Era arrived, board games had settled deep into aristocratic life across Eurasia. Roman soldiers carried game boards on military campaigns, etching the grids directly into stone floors at barracks and checkpoints. Boards have been found carved into the steps of the Colosseum in Rome, which suggests the guards found something useful to do between shifts. A Roman game called Ludus Latrunculorum, meaning the game of little soldiers, involved moving pieces across a grid in ways that some historians believe anticipated certain elements of the chess tradition, though the exact rules remain debated. The Romans also played a game called Merrills, a different kind of grid-based strategy game that survived into the medieval European tradition under various names. Game boards carved into the paving stones of the Roman Forum, the centre of public life in the capital of an empire, tell you something about how embedded play was in the texture of ordinary daily existence. Chinese court officials played strategy games as both entertainment and mental conditioning. Persian nobles had their own elegant pastimes for cool evenings in tiled gardens. The physical relationship between a human hand and a game piece is worth pausing on for a moment. When you pick up a chess piece and move it, you're doing something with your hands, your eyes, and your reasoning all at once. The piece has weight. It makes a sound when it touches the board. The action is tactile and immediate in a way that purely mental calculation is not. Historians of cognition have noted that this physical dimension of board games may be part of why they persist across so many cultures. The board externalizes thought. It makes the invisible visible. You can look at the position and see, laid out in space, what you have been thinking. That quality distinguishes board games from most other forms of intellectual exercise. And in the great subcontinent of India, something new was beginning to take shape. It was not yet chess. It was something older and stranger and more complicated, something that would take centuries to become the game you recognise today. But it carried the essential ingredient that all its ancestors lacked. It had pieces that moved differently from each other. Every prior game had used uniform pieces governed by identical movement rules. Even complex games like Go, which offers enormous strategic depth, use only identical tokens placed one by one onto a grid. The coming Indian invention would place distinct characters onto the board, each with its own purpose and its own range of movement. That single design choice would alter the direction of games history entirely. You can think of it this way. Earlier games were like an army where every soldier carries the same weapon and fights the same way. The new game was like an army where one soldier carries a spear and advances one step at a time. Another rides a horse and leaps over obstacles. Another drives an elephant that crashes diagonally across open ground. And one figure sits at the centre of everything, slow and deliberate, unable to run and unable to hide. That central figure would eventually become the king. Before we get there, it is worth spending a moment with the physical world in which this invention was born. India during the 4th and 5th centuries of the Common Era was experiencing one of its most extraordinary periods of cultural and intellectual flowering. The Gupta Empire had established relative stability across much of the subcontinent. Mathematics was advancing at a remarkable pace. Scholars of this period laid the foundations of the decimal number system and developed the concept of zero as a number in its own right. Sanskrit literature was at its height. Astronomers were making careful observations of the sky and documenting their findings with extraordinary precision. In short, people were thinking seriously and playfully at the same time. The two tendencies are not as separate as they might appear. The game that would become chess grew from this fertile, curious, literate environment. It did not emerge from a single flash of inspiration. No one person invented it. It accumulated the way most durable things do through layers of small refinements made by people whose names were never recorded and who were probably just trying to improve a game they already loved. The earliest written references to something resembling chess appear in Sanskrit texts. The word that keeps surfacing is chaturanga. The meaning of that word, pulled apart into its component syllables, is 4 divisions. And what were those 4 divisions? They were the 4 branches of the ancient Indian military organisation: the infantry, the cavalry, the war elephants and the chariots. Each branch would become a distinct type of piece on the board, each moving according to the nature of what it represented. There it is. The entire logic of chess, compressed into 2 Sanskrit words. 4 divisions, the board is set, the pieces are placed, and somewhere along the old trade routes heading northwest, through the passes of the Hindu Kush and across the great Iranian plateau, the idea is beginning to travel. The name Chaturanga appears most clearly in a Sanskrit text called the Harsha Charita, written around the 7th century of the Common Era by a poet named Banabhatta. The text is a biography of a king named Harsha, and chess is mentioned in passing, the way you might reference a card game in a novel set in an Edwardian country house. It is simply there, assumed to be familiar, requiring no explanation for the reader. That offhand quality is historically useful, because it suggests the game had already been part of life long enough to need no introduction. By the time anyone was writing it down as a cultural reference, it had already settled into the furniture of educated daily life. The rules of early Chaturanga are not entirely certain. Scholarly reconstruction has been careful and cautious, drawing from several Indian texts as well as later Persian and Arabic sources that describe what they inherited. But the general picture is consistent enough to sketch with reasonable confidence. The board was 8 squares by 8 squares, the same grid chess still uses today. 4 players could participate, each controlling a small army placed in one corner of the board. Alternatively, 2 players could command opposite forces without the 4-way arrangement. The pieces represented the 4 divisions of the military, and each type of piece moved according to the nature of what it depicted. The infantry piece moved 1 square forward and captured 1 square diagonally. It was the smallest, slowest piece on the board, and it occupied the 2nd row in front of each army. Sound familiar? This is the pawn. Almost unchanged across 15 centuries of recorded play, the infantry soldier shuffling forward 1 careful step at a time, expendable in number but occasionally decisive in position, survived every cultural transformation the game would undergo. The cavalry piece moved in an irregular leap, advancing 2 squares in one direction and then 1 square at a right angle, like a route through a crowded city where the direct path is blocked. This movement is hard to describe and instantly recognisable the moment you see it demonstrated. This is the knight, one of the most beloved and counterintuitive pieces in all of chess history. The fact that it jumps over pieces rather than sliding past them, that it cannot be blocked, gives it a character unlike anything else on the board. Experienced players call it unpredictable. Beginners call it confusing. Children almost universally call it their favourite. The elephant piece moved diagonally, 2 squares at a time, skipping over whatever sat in between. In later versions of the game, this diagonal movement would be simplified considerably, but the bishop in modern chess is this piece's direct descendant, still moving only on the diagonal, still slipping through the gaps that other pieces leave open. The chariot moved in straight lines, any number of squares, horizontally or vertically, sweeping across open board like a cart on a cleared road. This is the rook. The modern name has nothing to do with towers or fortifications, despite the castle-shaped piece that most contemporary chess sets use. The word rook travelled through Persian and Arabic, and eventually into European languages, and lost the original meaning of chariot entirely somewhere along the way. But the movement pattern survived perfectly intact. Some ideas maintain their essential character across translations even when everything else changes around them. At the centre of each army sat 2 royal figures. One was the Raja, the king. The Raja moved 1 square in any direction, slowly and carefully, exactly as the king does in modern chess. The Raja could not be captured. To corner the Raja with no escape was to win the game. The king in chess has always been the piece you must protect above all others, not because the king is powerful, but precisely because the king is not. The other royal figure was the counsellor, called the mantri. This piece moved 1 square diagonally, that is all, 1 square diagonally, in any of 4 directions. This modest, limited piece would eventually undergo the most dramatic transformation of any figure in chess history, becoming the most powerful piece on the board. But that story belongs to a later chapter, and for now the Mantri sits quietly at the Raja's side, taking its one careful step while the more dramatic pieces claim attention. The philosophical texture of Chaturanga is worth dwelling on for a few minutes, because it reveals something meaningful about how ancient Indian thinkers understood power and governance. The game was not, at its core, about destruction. It was about the management of competing forces and the careful allocation of limited resources. The king was central, but fragile on his own. Victory came not through raw power, but through coordination, anticipation, and the patient use of everything available. This design carries a kind of political wisdom that is not accidental. The king cannot win alone. Every piece serves a distinct purpose. The lowliest infantry soldier, placed correctly at the right moment, can sometimes determine the outcome of the entire game. Indian scholars of the period were deeply concerned with questions of statecraft, and the text known as the Arthashastra, associated with a thinker called Kautilya, laid out elaborate frameworks for how kingdoms should be governed, defended, and maintained. Chaturanga and political philosophy were drawing from the same well of ideas. The pieces themselves were almost certainly beautiful objects in courtly settings. Ivory was a prized material in Gupta-era India, and skilled craftspeople worked it into intricate shapes for wealthy patrons. Game pieces carved from ivory, teak, sandalwood and polished stone have been found in archaeological contexts across the Indian subcontinent, and while not all of these can be definitively identified as Chaturanga pieces, they point to a culture in which objects used for play were made with care and treated as things worth preserving. The act of playing was not considered trivial. The board on which one played was not considered disposable. Even in its earliest recorded form, chess occupied a space in human material culture that was taken seriously. There is also something quietly extraordinary about the scale of the game. The board is small enough to hold in your lap. The pieces are small enough to close your fingers around. But the game played on that modest surface was intended to represent the largest possible stakes. The fate of a kingdom, the movement of armies, the survival of a ruler and everything under their protection. The Gupta period also produced the poet Kalidasa, whose plays and poems remain among the most celebrated works in the Sanskrit literary tradition. It produced the mathematician Aryabhata, who calculated a close approximation of pi and proposed a rotating Earth centuries before European science reached similar conclusions. These were minds operating at a frequency that the rest of the world would take a long time to match, and Chaturanga emerged from the same cultural soil. There is a legend, told in several versions and attached to the origins of chess in various cultures, about a wise person who presents the game to a powerful king. In one version, a minister devises the game to demonstrate that no ruler can succeed without skilled advisors. The king is charmed and offers any reward the minister names. The minister asks for something that sounds modest. 1 grain of rice for the first square of the board, 2 for the second, 4 for the third, and so on, doubling with each square until all 64 have been counted. The king laughs at what seems like a trivially small request. His treasury master does not laugh, because when you reach the 64th square, the total number of grains required is larger than the entire rice production of the known world, multiplied many times over. This story cannot be pinned definitively to any single origin, but it keeps attaching itself to chess across cultures, because something about the game and this mathematical fable feel deeply related. Both are about the deceptive depth hidden inside a surface that looks simple. A board with 64 squares, a handful of carved pieces, and below the surface more possibility than any human lifetime could exhaust. The game travelled along trade routes, the way all the best ideas do. Merchants and diplomats moving northwest through the mountain passes carried it into Persia. There it would encounter a civilization with its own traditions of elegant abstraction, its own love of language and formal gardens, and the precise management of complex systems. The Persians would give the game its first dramatic transformation. They would also give it 2 words that still live inside chess today, words so thoroughly embedded that most players never notice they are speaking the Persian language of the 6th century every single time they play. The Sassanid Empire stretched across what is now Iran, Iraq, parts of Central Asia, and portions of the Arabian Peninsula. At its height, during the 5th and 6th centuries of the Common Era, it was one of the two dominant powers in the known world, the other being the Byzantine Empire to its west. Sassanid Persia had a sophisticated court culture, a love of intellectual competition, a tradition of elaborate enclosed garden design, and a deep appreciation for games of skill. When Chaturanga arrived from India, the Persians received it with considerable enthusiasm. The game they developed from the Indian original was called Chatrang, which eventually became Shatranj. The word is a direct phonetic adaptation of Chaturanga, the syllables softened and slightly rearranged by Persian pronunciation patterns. This kind of transformation happened constantly along the old trade routes, ideas passing through languages the way cloth picks up different dyes as it changes hands across markets. The Persians made several important adjustments to the game. The 4-player variant, which required complex coordination or outright rivalry among all 4 corners, was simplified into a 2-player form. This change gave the game greater focus and made it far more accessible to casual and serious players alike. 2 players, 2 armies, 1 board, 1 outcome. The logic became cleaner and the drama more concentrated. The piece names were translated into Persian equivalents. The Raja became the Shah. You already know that word. It means king. The councillor or minister became the Fazin, a word indicating a wise and powerful advisor. The elephant became the pill. The chariot became the rukh. The cavalry remained cavalry, now called the asp, meaning horse. The infantry became the piard, meaning foot soldier. The core movement rules remained very close to their Indian originals. What changed most significantly was the game's relationship to language and ceremony. The Persians introduced the practice of announcing check. When your pieces threatened the opponent's Shah, you were expected to call out a formal warning. The word used was simply Shah, announcing to your opponent that their king was in danger. The opponent was then obligated to address this threat before making any other move. When the king had no escape from this threat, no matter what the defending player tried, the game was over. The announcement of this final and inescapable position became Shah Mat, meaning the king is helpless, or sometimes translated as the king is dead. Shah Mat. Checkmate. Those 2 Persian words have been in continuous use for roughly 1400 years. Every time you say checkmate, you are speaking the court language of the Sassanid Empire. That deserves a moment before we continue. A Persian text from the early 7th century called the Wizishni Chatrang, which translates roughly as the explanation of chess, tells the story of how the game arrived in Persia from India. In the telling, an Indian king sends the board and pieces to the Sassanid court as a formal challenge, asking the Persian scholars to deduce the rules through observation and reasoning alone, without any instruction. The Persian courtiers succeed after careful study, which the text presents as evidence of Persian intellectual superiority. The Indian king is reportedly impressed. Tribute is exchanged. Everyone is diplomatically satisfied. This story is almost certainly more legend than documented history, but it reveals how the Persians thought about chess. It was not merely a game, it was a test of cultivated intelligence. Persian noblemen who could not play the game well were considered somewhat lacking in the mental refinement expected of their class. The 6th century Sassanid King Khosrow I, known by the honorific Anushirvan, which translates as immortal soul, was particularly associated with chess in later literary sources. His reign is remembered as a period of administrative reform and cultural flourishing, and chess featured prominently in the court atmosphere he cultivated. Stories about Khosrow and chess appear in numerous later Persian and Arabic texts, attaching his name to the game the way legendary figures become associated with the golden periods of cultural achievement. The game also carried moral weight in Persian culture. A chess manual reconstructed from later Arabic sources, which preserved much of the earlier Persian content, discusses how different styles of play reflect different qualities of character. An aggressive and careless player reveals one kind of temperament. A patient and methodical player reveals another. The board became a mirror in which one could observe one's own habits of thought. This is a function chess would continue to serve in every culture it entered. Persian poetry from the centuries following the Sassanid period absorbed chess as a natural metaphor for the human condition in ways that feel unexpectedly modern. The great 11th century poet Omar Khayyam, writing in Persian about fate and time and the smallness of human ambition, used the chessboard as a recurring image. In his vision, human beings are pieces moved across the board of existence by a hand they cannot see, making their appointed moves without fully understanding the game being played around them. Whether this constitutes a pessimistic reading of chess or a pessimistic reading of life is a question Khayyam left pleasantly open. The image is powerful precisely because it works in both directions. Chess was already embedded deeply enough in Persian literary culture that a poet could use it as shorthand for the entire mystery of human existence and expect his readers to understand immediately. Chess pieces from the Sassanid period, found through careful archaeological excavation across the Iranian plateau and neighbouring regions, were small and simple in form. They were made from materials like ivory, bone, and hardwood. Crucially, the pieces were not figurative representations of horsemen or elephants. They were abstract geometric shapes, a small column for the king, a bifurcated form at the top for what would become the bishop, a gentle curve suggesting a horse's head for the cavalry piece. This abstract visual style would prove extremely important for the game's next cultural transition. The Sassanid Empire fell to the Arab armies in the middle of the 7th century, with the final collapse coming around 651 of the Common Era. This was one of the most significant geopolitical transformations in the history of the ancient world, reshaping territory from the Arabian Peninsula to the borders of Central Asia within a single generation. The Persian court culture did not disappear, however. It was absorbed into the expanding Islamic civilization with considerable respect and deliberate care. Persian scholars became central figures in the intellectual life of the new Abbasid Caliphate. Persian literary and philosophical traditions survived and shaped the developing culture of the Islamic world in ways that scholars are still tracing today. Chess survived with them, and the abstract Sassanid pieces would help it make the crossing into a new cultural world with remarkable ease. The game crossed into Arabic culture with a name derived directly from Shatranj, and it would find in the Islamic world its most prolific early period of dedicated scholarly attention. Formal chess literature, something that had not existed in India or Persia in any organised way, was about to emerge for the first time. Baghdad was built in a circle. This fact tends to stop people for a moment, because cities are not generally built in circles. The Abbasid Caliph al-Mansur, who founded the city in 762 of the Common Era, had it designed as a perfect round form with 4 gates pointing toward the cardinal directions. The city was called Madinat al-Salam, City of Peace, and at its centre sat the Caliph's palace and the great mosque, arranged concentrically like the rings of a slow-growing tree. By the early 9th century, Baghdad had become the largest city in the world outside of China, with a population estimated in the hundreds of thousands. The House of Wisdom, a translation centre and library established by the Abbasid caliphs, was systematically collecting texts from Greek, Persian, Sanskrit, and other traditions and rendering them into Arabic. This extraordinary intellectual project made Baghdad a centre of mathematics, astronomy, medicine, philosophy, and the art of argument. It also made Baghdad a city of chess players. The Abbasid caliphs were deeply fond of the game. Al-Rashid, whose reign provided the setting for many of the stories eventually gathered into the Arabian Nights, was said to play regularly in the company of courtiers and scholars. His son Al-Amin was reportedly so absorbed by chess that advisors sometimes struggled to draw his attention toward urgent state matters, which is the kind of biographical detail that makes a historical figure suddenly feel very recognisable. But what made the Islamic engagement with chess historically extraordinary was not merely the playing of the game, it was the writing about it. Arabic chess literature from the 8th through the 10th centuries represents the first systematic body of chess scholarship in the world. Nothing comparable had existed in India or Persia. Arab scholars developed opening theory, analysed endgames with mathematical rigour, classified strong players by skill level, and debated fine points of rules and proper conduct. The chess writers of this period were called the chess masters, and they held something close to celebrity status in educated circles across the Islamic world. The most celebrated of these masters was Al-Adli, who wrote the first dedicated chess manual in the Arabic language around 840 of the Common Era. The work covered openings, tactical problems, endgame theory, and the relative strength of contemporary players. A generation later, a master named Al-Razi reportedly surpassed Al-Adli in direct competition, causing considerable excitement in chess circles and prompting Al-Adli to revise and extend his theoretical framework. This dynamic, the reigning authority challenged by a stronger successor, is one that will reappear at every major turning point in chess history. The field advances through displacement. These writers also developed a particular kind of chess puzzle called the Mansuba, a composed position designed to present a specific challenge with a surprising or beautiful solution. Collections of Mansubat were a popular literary form, shared among enthusiasts the way puzzle books travel among readers today. The pleasure of a well-made Mansuba was the pleasure of discovering that the obvious approach fails completely, and that the correct answer requires seeing the board in an entirely different way. This sensation, the sudden shift of perception that good chess problems produce, is something players across every culture and era have described in very similar terms. The geographic spread of chess through the Islamic world during this period covered an enormous range. The game travelled west across North Africa and into Spain, which came under Moorish political control from 711 of the Common Era onward and remained so for several centuries. It moved east through Central Asia toward the borders of Tang Dynasty China. It moved north through the Caucasus and into the cultural orbit of Byzantine Constantinople. By the 10th century, chess was being played in the Viking trading networks of Scandinavia, having travelled a path from India through Persia, through the Arab world, and then north through Russia. The most extraordinary surviving record of medieval European chess, in a specifically Islamic-influenced context, is a manuscript produced in Spain in 1283, commissioned by King Alfonso X of Castile, who was known by the honorific Alfonso the Wise. This manuscript, called the Libro de los Juegos, or Book of Games, is a lavishly illustrated compendium covering chess, dice games, and other pastimes of the period. The chess sections are detailed, covering opening theory, endgame problems, and variant forms of the game, including a version played on a larger board with additional pieces. The illustrations show Christian, Jewish, and Muslim players seated together at chess tables, a small and quietly significant record of cross-cultural exchange in a period and place where all three traditions overlapped. The manuscript survived intact and now rests in the library of the monastery of San Lorenzo de El Escorial, outside Madrid, where it can still be read and studied. One of the most vivid pieces of archaeological evidence for this spread is a set of chess pieces found in the 19th century on the Isle of Lewis, a remote island off the coast of Scotland. The Lewis chessmen, carved from walrus ivory sometime in the 12th century, were almost certainly made in Norway or Iceland for a Western European market. They show crowned kings seated on thrones, queens pressing one hand thoughtfully to their cheek, robed bishops raising a hand in blessing, mounted knights in chain mail, and castle-shaped rooks. These are fully European, fully figurative pieces, a world away from the abstract geometric forms of the Islamic tradition. The gap between an abstract Sassanid ivory column and a carved Norse queen with a worried expression represents one of the most dramatic visual transformations in the history of any game, and it happened over the course of roughly 2 centuries. Chess was learning to dress itself in whatever its new audiences found familiar. The transformation of piece names in European languages is a small comedy of mishearing and creative reinterpretation. The Farzin, the Persian wise male counselor, passed through several Arabic and then European linguistic mutations, and eventually emerged in many Western languages as the Queen, a complete reimagining of the piece's identity, from a male military advisor to a crowned female royal figure. This transformation would eventually lead to one of the most significant rule changes in the entire history of the game. The pill, the elephant, became the bishop in English, the foe or jester in French, the Läufer or runner in German. Different cultures looked at the same abstract piece and saw entirely different figures. The rook, the chariot, became the rook in English and the tour or tower in French. Most European languages looked at the piece and saw a fortification rather than a vehicle, which is why modern chess sets use a castle shape, even though the piece's movement has nothing to do with towers. Through all of these surface transformations, the essential structure remained intact. The board was still 8 by 8. The infantry still advanced one careful step at a time. The cavalry still leaped in its irresistible sideways arc. The king was still slow and central and protected above all else. The game still ended with Shah Mat, still ended with a helpless king, and a Persian announcement echoing across 14 centuries. The core was intact, only the clothing had changed. Chess arrived in Christian Europe through several simultaneous routes. The Moorish scholars and aristocrats of Spain brought it north and west across the Pyrenees. Viking traders who had encountered the game through their eastern routes along the great Russian rivers carried it home to Scandinavia. The Crusades, beginning in 1095 and continuing for roughly 2 centuries, created a constant movement of people between Western Europe and the Levant, and chess travelled readily in both directions along those routes. By the 11th century, chess was well established across most of Europe. It appeared in monastery libraries listed among permitted books. It showed up in royal inventories alongside other valued objects. It appeared in legal documents that attempted to regulate its use, and in the correspondence of churchmen who were thoroughly divided on whether it was an innocent skill game or a suspect distraction from prayer and productive labour. Some early church writers disapproved of chess firmly. A few church councils banned clergy from playing it at all. Others argued that chess was fundamentally different from dice games, since it was a game of pure skill with no element of chance, and therefore could not be associated with gambling or moral ruin. A game of skill, these defenders reasoned, exercised the mind, and a game that exercised the mind could hardly be sinful. This debate about chess and virtue ran through European culture for several centuries, and produced one of the most unusual literary genres of the medieval period, the chess morality book. The most influential of these was a Latin work written around 1265 by an Italian Dominican friar named Jacobus de Sessilis. The title in full is nearly impossible to say in a single breath, translating roughly as the Book of the Customs of Men and the Duties of Nobles as explained through the game of chess. De Sessilis used the pieces of the chess set as a framework for discussing the social order of medieval society and the moral obligations of each rank within it. The king represented royal authority and its attendant responsibilities. The queen embodied courtly virtue. The bishops represented the clergy and their obligation to pursue wisdom rather than worldly advantage. The knights represented military valour tempered by discipline and restraint. The pawns, crucially, represented the various trades and occupations of common people. De Sessilis gave each pawn a specific profession and a specific set of moral lessons attached to that profession. A baker pawn, a blacksmith pawn, a merchant pawn, a physician pawn. Each figure in the game corresponded to a figure in the social world, and each carried a moral weight that the reader was expected to take home. This book became one of the most widely copied texts of the entire medieval period. When the printing press arrived in Europe in the 1450s, it was among the first books to be typeset and reproduced in quantity. William Caxton, the first printer to operate a press in England, produced an English translation in 1474, making it one of the earliest printed books in the English language. Chess was considered sufficiently significant in European cultural life that its moral interpretation warranted early adoption of the most advanced communication technology of the age. That is a remarkable measure of the game's standing in educated society. While the clergy were writing treatises, however, the players were quietly rewriting the rules. The most consequential rule change in chess history occurred in Europe sometime in the late 15th century, most likely in Spain or possibly in Italy. Sources from this period are not perfectly consistent on the precise origin, but by 1495 the new rules had been formalised and were appearing in printed chess manuals. The game, as most modern players know it, was from this point essentially complete. The change that mattered most was what happened to the queen. In Shatranj, the fazine moved one square diagonally in any direction. This made it a modest piece, useful but not commanding. In the new European game, the queen was given the combined movement powers of two other pieces simultaneously. She could move any number of squares in any direction along a straight line or a diagonal. In a single rule change, the most limited major piece on the board became the most powerful figure in the game. The reason for this transformation is a matter of continuing scholarly discussion. Some historians connect it to the political atmosphere of late 15th century Europe, a period when several significant female rulers were exercising real and highly visible power. Queen Isabella of Castile, who unified Spain with Ferdinand of Aragon and completed the Reconquista in 1492, was among the most influential monarchs in Europe during precisely this period. The chess queen's sudden expansion of power has sometimes been linked, at least in a broadly cultural sense, to this moment of female authority made visible. Others argue the change was more straightforwardly practical, that players simply wanted the game to unfold at a faster pace, and giving the queen greater range of movement accomplished this efficiently. Both interpretations may contain genuine truth. They are certainly not mutually exclusive. The bishop also changed at this time, gaining the ability to move diagonally any number of squares rather than the fixed 2 squares of Shatranj. The pawn received the option to advance 2 squares on its first move, which accelerated the opening phase of the game considerably. The en passant capture rule appeared to address the tactical imbalance created by this new 2-square pawn advance. Castling, the unusual combined move of king and rook that tucks the king toward the corner while bringing the rook to a more central position, was formally established. These changes were not the work of any single designer or organising committee. They gathered over decades of play, proposed by players, adopted by communities, and finally standardised when printers began producing rulebooks in quantity. The printing press, more than any single chess genius, gave the modern game its fixed and universal form. This point about printing is worth sitting with for a moment. Before the press arrived, chess rules varied considerably from region to region. A player from one city might sit down with a player from another city and discover that their queens moved differently, or that their pawns had different capturing rules. The game existed in a state of gentle local variation, adapting itself wherever it settled. Once printers began producing rulebooks in quantity, the same written rules circulated widely, and local variations were gradually absorbed into a single agreed standard. The printing press did not merely record chess rules, it manufactured consensus about what those rules were. This is one of the more understated effects of the printing revolution, the way it quietly eliminated the regional variation that had characterised almost every cultural practice before it arrived. This new, faster version was sometimes called Chess of the Queen, and in Italian was occasionally referred to as Scacchi alla rabbiosa, meaning wild or furious chess, because the unleashed queen changed the character of the game entirely. Opening play now began with an urgent scramble for control of the centre. Attacks developed in fewer moves. The game punished early mistakes far more severely than the old Shatranj form had. The Lewis chessmen, carved in the 12th century and discovered in 1831 buried in a Scottish seaside bank, give us a haunting and strangely vivid record of how Europeans imagine the chess court. The kings sit on thrones looking solemn and slightly anxious. The queens also sit with one hand pressed to their cheek in an expression that has been variously interpreted as contemplative, concerned, or frankly exasperated by the whole situation. The bishops are shown in ecclesiastical robes raising a hand in formal blessing. The knights are mounted on small sturdy horses. The rooks, in an unusual detail, are shown as biting their shields in apparent battle fury, which suggests the carver either had excellent dramatic instincts or a very good sense of humour, or both. These small figures, discovered on a remote beach after surviving 800 years underground, carry the entire medieval European chess world in their carved expressions. They look like people trying very hard to take things seriously while suspecting the whole enterprise might be slightly absurd, which is, when you think about it, a reasonable response to chess. The game was now modern, the rules were set, the queen was free. And somewhere in the gathering social energy of the early modern world, a new kind of venue for chess was about to emerge, one that would change who played the game and how the game was talked about. Coffee arrived in Europe in the 17th century and changed almost everything. The coffee house, which appeared first in the Ottoman world and then spread rapidly through Venice, London, Paris, Amsterdam and Vienna, was not simply a place to drink a hot beverage. It was a social institution, a place where men of different economic stations could sit at the same table for hours, fueled by a substance that kept them alert and, many contemporaries observed, quite willing to argue. Early English coffee houses were sometimes called penny universities, because for the price of a penny you could sit among merchants, lawyers, clergymen and writers, and participate in whatever conversation was currently underway. And a significant portion of the time what was underway was chess. The Café de la Régence in Paris became the most celebrated chess venue in the world during the 18th century, a distinction it held for more than 100 years. Located near the Palais Royal in the heart of the city, it attracted some of the most remarkable minds of the French Enlightenment. The philosopher Voltaire is recorded as having played there. Jean-Jacques Rousseau played there and wrote about it with evident affection. Benjamin Franklin, in Paris as a diplomatic representative of the new American Republic, played there and was reportedly a regular presence during his years in the city. Franklin was a capable player, though accounts suggest he was not quite at the level of the strongest Paris masters. He wrote a brief essay on the moral lessons of chess, describing the game as an exercise in foresight, circumspection, and caution, which sounds very much like the same medieval morality tradition translated into 18th century American practical philosophy. Some ideas about chess simply refuse to go out of fashion. The strongest player at the regions during its golden period, and possibly the strongest player in the world for much of the mid-18th century, was a French musician named François-André Philidor. Philidor was born in 1726, the son of a court musician, and became accomplished in both of his chosen pursuits simultaneously. His operas were performed across Europe. His chess left contemporaries with insufficient words to describe it adequately. His chess manual, published in 1749 under the title Analyse du jeu des échecs, was the most influential chess instruction text produced up to that point in history. It was reprinted dozens of times across multiple languages and remained authoritative for decades after publication. Philidor's most quoted observation about chess is that the pawns are the soul of the game. His emphasis on pawn structure, on the long-term strategic value of those slow infantry pieces, represented a genuine shift in how chess was understood theoretically. Earlier writers had focused primarily on tactics, on immediate threats and sudden combinations, on the quick attack and the devastating checkmate. Philidor insisted that the real art of chess lay in creating favourable long-term positions, managing pawn formations and thinking many moves ahead about the shape of endgames that had not yet arrived. This philosophical shift in chess thinking mirrored the rational, systematic tendencies of the Enlightenment more broadly. Chess was not merely a fight, it was a sustained argument, conducted in the language of position and patience, that could only be won by the player who understood the board's long-term logic better than their opponent. Philidor also performed something that drew enormous crowds to coffeehouses and public venues in London and Paris. He would play multiple chess games simultaneously while blindfolded, conducting up to 3 games at once without seeing any of the boards, holding every position entirely within mental visualization. This performance contributed substantially to the coffeehouse mythology of chess as a demonstration of extraordinary mental capacity. The blindfold simultaneous exhibition became a standard display of exceptional chess memory that serious players would continue to perform for the next 2 centuries. There is a quietly ironic note in Philidor's biography. His operatic work was commercially successful during his lifetime, but faded almost entirely from performance after his death. His chess theory, which he may well have considered a side interest relative to his musical career, remained influential and studied long afterward. He died in 1795 in London, having left Paris to escape the political violence of the French Revolution, and is buried in St James's Church in Piccadilly. The chess books of the 18th and 19th centuries multiplied steadily. Every major European city had chess literature in print. Opening systems were named and catalogued. The Spanish game, the King's Gambit, the French defence, the Italian opening, the Sicilian defence. These names attached to playing styles that had been observed and analysed in games from particular regions and traditions, and they gave the game a shared technical vocabulary that allowed players across different countries to discuss specific positions without requiring a physical board. The first formal international chess tournament was organised in London in 1851, arranged as a cultural event alongside the Great Exhibition. It was won by a German mathematician named Adolf Anderssen, who defeated all comers with a style that prioritised brilliant combinations and spectacular attacking play. One of his games from that tournament, known today as the Immortal Game, is still studied and admired for the audacity of its piece sacrifices. Material was given away freely, apparently recklessly, in the pursuit of a mating attack that required seeing 10 and 15 moves ahead. The Immortal Game has been analysed by chess players for more than 170 years, and continues to appear in instruction books as an example of creative daring at its most convincing. American chess produced its own exceptional figure just a few years afterward. Paul Morphy of New Orleans travelled to Europe in 1858 and systematically defeated every strong player he met. Morphy's style combined Philidor's positional understanding with a tactical energy that left opponents disorganised before they understood the danger. He was celebrated in Paris and London as the finest player in the world. He returned to America, retired from competitive play at the age of 21, and spent the remainder of his life in New Orleans, deeply uncomfortable with the attention his chess had generated. The pattern of the chess prodigy, the spectacularly gifted young person who masters the game almost before mastering ordinary life, was becoming a recognisable and recurring figure in chess history. By the end of the 19th century, the modern chess world had fully formed. Chess clubs existed in every major city. An active international correspondence community exchanged games and analysis through the postal system, players conducting games over months through carefully worded letters. Dedicated chess journals and newspaper columns cultivated an audience of readers who followed tournament results with the same attention that sporting events receive today. One of the practical problems that formal tournament chess encountered in the 19th century was the question of time. In early championship matches, players were allowed to think for as long as they wished on each move. Some players took this to extremes that tested the patience of everyone in the room, including their opponents. A match between 2 English players in 1851 saw one player sit motionless for over 2 hours before making a single move. By the 1880s, chess clocks, mechanical devices that allocated a fixed amount of thinking time to each player and imposed a forfeit for running out, had been introduced into formal competition. The chess clock changed the character of competitive play significantly. Under time pressure, decision-making became more instinctive and less purely analytical. The player who could find good moves quickly, as well as deeply, now had an additional advantage. This time dimension of chess opened a new area of discussion among theorists and players. The tension between depth of analysis and speed of recognition, a tension that professional chess has never fully resolved. The World Chess Championship was formally established in 1886 when Wilhelm Steinitz of Austria defeated Johannes Zukertort of Germany in a match played across several cities. Steinitz became the first official world chess champion and also the most articulate theorist of modern positional chess, articulating principles about king safety, weak squares, piece activity, and long-term pawn structure that formed the theoretical backbone of serious chess education for the following generation. The 19th century also produced the first chess automaton to capture wide public imagination, a mechanical figure dressed in Turkish robes, seated at a chess table known as the Turk. The Turk toured Europe and America for decades, defeating Napoleon Bonaparte and Benjamin Franklin among many others. It was not a true automaton, a human chess master concealed inside the large cabinet. Beneath the figure guided every move. The deception was eventually exposed, but the Turk demonstrated something true about how the public imagined the future of chess. The idea of a machine that could play the game as well as a human being, or better, had entered the cultural imagination and would not leave it. That idea would return, in a very different and very consequential form, roughly a century later. The 20th century gave chess some of its most dramatic stories, and a few of its strangest ones. José Raúl Capablanca of Cuba became world champion in 1921 and played with such apparent naturalness and ease that commentators struggled to explain how he calculated so accurately, without seeming to think very hard. Capablanca had a gift for simplification, for reducing complicated positions to their clearest essential elements that felt almost unfair to the people sitting across from him. He was also well-dressed, charming in public, and comfortable with fame, qualities the chess world found both delightful and vaguely suspicious. Alexander Alekhine, the Russian player who defeated Capablanca in 1927, was his temperamental opposite in nearly every regard. Alekhine was intense, deeply absorbed in preparation, sometimes difficult in person, and famous for the wild creativity of his attacking combinations. He held the world title, with one brief interruption, until his death in 1946, having spent his later career in wartime Europe under circumstances that historians continue to examine with a mixture of sympathy and discomfort. Then came the Soviet era of chess dominance. From 1948, when Mikhail Botvinnik of the Soviet Union claimed the World Championship title, until the 1990s, Soviet players dominated competitive chess with a consistency that required institutional explanation. The Soviet state invested in chess as a demonstration of intellectual superiority. Chess schools were established. Promising players were identified young and trained systematically, and the results were remarkable. Botvinnik, Smyslov, Tal, Petrosian, Spassky. The championship passed among Soviet grandmasters with only one significant interruption. That interruption was Bobby Fischer. Robert James Fischer of Brooklyn learned chess at the age of 6, became the youngest United States chess champion in history at 14, and spent the following decade arguing vigorously with nearly everyone around him, while producing chess of a quality that left even his opponents unable to deny its brilliance. Fischer's 1972 World Championship match against Boris Spassky, held in Reykjavik, Iceland, was reported as front-page news across the United States and much of the world. This was, depending on how you approach it, either a chess match or a Cold War confrontation, by other means, or a one-man psychological experiment, or all three at once. Fischer won. He then declined to defend his title in 1975 under conditions he found unacceptable, was stripped of the championship and retreated into a complicated and troubled private life that chess fans have been writing about with sadness and fascination ever since. His chess remains among the most studied and admired in the game's recorded history. His life outside chess is a different kind of story. Anatoly Karpov and then Garry Kasparov dominated the following decades. Kasparov, who became world champion in 1985 at the age of 22, combined Fischer's competitive intensity with a natural physical energy and a genuine appetite for public confrontation that made him one of the most visible figures in any competitive sport or game during his championship years. And then Kasparov played a computer. The IBM supercomputer known as Deep Blue first played Kasparov in 1996, losing the match overall but winning one game during the series. Winning one game against the world champion was considered in itself a notable achievement at the time. The rematch in 1997, a 6-game match held in New York City, ended with Deep Blue winning the series by 3.5 points to 2.5. Kasparov disputed specific moves and accused IBM of misconduct. IBM declined a third match and dismantled Deep Blue shortly afterward, which struck many observers as convenient timing. Regardless of the controversy surrounding that specific match, the long-term outcome was clear. Computer chess programs improved at a rate that human chess improvement could not approach. By the early 2000s, programs running on ordinary personal computers were playing at a level that no human could consistently challenge. The era of human supremacy over machines in chess, measured by game results, was over. What did this mean for chess? Surprisingly little, in terms of human interest and participation. The widespread assumption that computer superiority would reduce people's enthusiasm for chess proved almost completely wrong. What happened instead was that computer analysis became a tool that players used to improve their own understanding. Grandmasters began using chess software to analyse their games in new depth and extend their opening preparation further than had been possible before. Younger players who grew up with computer analysis internalised theoretical knowledge at an earlier age than any previous generation. The average quality of chess at the professional level improved substantially in the computer era, not in spite of the machines, but through a kind of ongoing collaboration with them. Chess composition, the art of creating endgame studies and tactical problems, was transformed by computers as well. Composers could now verify the uniqueness of a solution, confirm that no unintended alternatives existed, and push the boundaries of what positions were theoretically possible. The Mansuba tradition that Arabic scholars had developed in 9th century Baghdad found a new and more precise form in the age of computational verification. For amateur players, the effect of computer analysis was perhaps the most quietly transformative change in the game's popular history. A club-level player in 1970 could spend an entire lifetime playing chess, and never encounter a deep theoretical discussion of the openings they preferred, simply because the relevant books were hard to find and expensive to buy. A club-level player today can call up a computer analysis of any position in seconds, see dozens of possible continuations ranked by estimated advantage, and watch recorded games of grandmasters explaining their thinking in live video. The gap between the knowledge available to a professional and the knowledge available to a motivated amateur has narrowed in a way that would have seemed extraordinary to players of previous centuries. This does not make amateur players into professionals, but it does mean that the joy of understanding chess at some depth, of seeing the reasons behind good moves rather than simply mimicking them, is now more accessible than at any previous point in the game's history. The internet changed chess access in a way that no previous development in the game's long history had managed. For most of chess history, playing required being physically present with your opponent. The postal chess tradition, which had existed since the 19th century, allowed games to unfold over weeks or months through exchanged letters, but this was necessarily slow and restricted to dedicated enthusiasts. Online chess changed the equation entirely. By the early 2000s, websites providing free access to opponents of matching skill within seconds at any hour had accumulated millions of registered players. The sheer volume of games played online exceeded, by an extraordinary margin, the total number of chess games played through all of the previous centuries of recorded history combined. The 1920s period of the 2020s produced an unexpected surge in chess participation. With large portions of the world's population spending extended time at home, many people discovered or rediscovered chess, and online platforms reported substantial increases in new player registrations within a short period. A television drama about a fictional female chess prodigy, released in late 2020, amplified this surge further, documenting what happened when a story about chess was told compellingly enough to reach an audience that had never thought of itself as interested in chess at all. A medieval Dominican friar who used chess pieces to teach social morality would have found this entirely predictable. A game that can be dramatised as a story about human ambition, isolation, discipline, and transcendence is a game that will always find new audiences when the right story is told. The current world chess champion, Magnus Carlsen of Norway, has held the classical world title since 2013, making his reign one of the longest in the championship's history. Carlsen is known for exceptional endgame technique, for his ability to find winning possibilities in positions that other strong players would accept as drawn, and for an approach to the game that combines computer-era opening preparation with an intuitive flexibility that purely mechanical analysis cannot fully replicate. He has also been an enthusiastic promoter of faster time control variants of chess, rapid and blitz formats in which games last minutes rather than hours, bringing the game to audiences that find classical chess too slow to follow as spectators. The question of why chess has survived, when so many other ancient pastimes have faded into historical footnotes and museum display cases, is worth settling into for a few quiet minutes at the end of this long journey. Part of the answer is the design itself. The inventors of Chaturanga, who gave each piece a distinct movement pattern, created something that generates essentially unlimited variety from a finite set of rules. The number of possible chess games, calculated by considering all the branching possibilities from every position, exceeds the number of atoms in the observable universe by a considerable margin. This is not a colourful exaggeration, it is an actual calculation. You will never play a game of chess that has been played before, not exactly. Every game is genuinely new. Part of the answer is the way chess reflects something recognisable about human experience. It is not a game of pure chance, but neither does it guarantee that the better prepared player always wins. A single mistake at a critical moment, a single overlooked threat or missed opportunity can change everything. Chess rewards depth and patience, but it also requires the management of imperfect information, limited time, and the unsettling reality that your opponent may have seen something you have not seen yet. That is, of course, the experience of most decisions in most lives. Part of the answer is the portability and simplicity of the game's physical requirements. A board and 32 pieces need no electricity, no internet connection, no subscription, no batteries. They can be made from any material strong enough to hold a shape. They have been made from sandalwood and ivory and stone and plastic and clay and, famously, from bread, by prisoners of war who had nothing else available and who still wanted to play. The game travels easily. The rules can be learned in an afternoon, though their depth cannot be exhausted in a lifetime. And part of the answer may be the oldest one. The same impulse that placed a Senate board in an Egyptian tomb so the deceased would have something to do on the other side. The same curiosity that prompted someone in ancient Mesopotamia to carve a game board into a flat stone. The same satisfaction that Gupta-era Indian scholars found in a set of carved pieces moving according to their different natures across a grid of 64 squares. Human beings find something deeply satisfying in the act of moving a small object across a defined space according to understood rules, in the presence of another thinking mind. The desire to play is very old. The desire to think ahead, to outmaneuver, to be surprised by the depth of what a simple surface contains, is older still. There is one more thing worth carrying away from this long journey through the history of chess, something that connects the Indian court of the Gupta era to the online platform on a modern phone screen. Every person who has ever sat down at a chessboard has entered the same essential situation. The same 64 squares, the same 32 pieces divided into two forces, the same rules governing what each piece may and may not do. Within that fixed and bounded space, something genuinely human unfolds. Plans are formed, mistakes are made. Sometimes a move of unexpected beauty appears, and the player who found it feels something that is hard to name but immediately recognizable. It is not quite pride and not quite surprise. It is the sensation of having understood something that was hidden, of having found a path through a system that seemed closed. That sensation has been available to every player, at every skill level, across every century in which the game has existed. The Grandmaster playing for a world title, and the child playing for the first time on a Tuesday evening after school are feeling different versions of the same thing. The board contains both of them equally. Chess is simply one of the most enduring answers that desire has ever produced. It is worth noting too that chess has outlasted every empire that ever embraced it. The Gupta Empire is gone. The Sassanid Empire is gone. The Abbasid Caliphate is gone. The medieval Catholic kingdoms that produced the Lewis chessmen are gone. The Enlightenment coffee houses are gone. The Soviet chess machine that trained grandmasters as a matter of state policy is gone. Chess is still here. Not because any institution sustained it, but because people kept choosing to play it, in every generation, under every kind of circumstances, in every part of the world, when news of the game eventually arrived. That kind of durability belongs to very few human inventions. The things that last are rarely the ones that were protected. They are the ones that were loved. You have travelled tonight from the temples of the Gupta Empire to the coffee houses of Enlightenment Paris, from the abstract ivory pieces of Islamic artisans to the crowned figures of the Lewis chessmen, from the smoke-filled match rooms of 19th century tournaments to the glowing interfaces of online play available at any hour. You have heard checkmate spoken in the Persian language of the 6th century. You have watched pawns become bishops, become queens, each piece transformed by every culture it passed through, while its essential movement remained unchanged beneath the new names. The king is still slow. The knight still leaps in its sideways arc. The queen still sweeps across the board with the authority given to her 500 years ago by someone whose name we do not know and whose game we still play. The board is quiet now. The pieces are resting on their squares, and if you close your eyes fully, the pale wood and the dark wood dissolve softly into the long still dark of a peaceful night. Sleep well, my tired wanderers. The board will still be there in the morning. If the history of chess has kept you good company tonight, the most sensible next move is to subscribe so the next story finds you before you have to go looking for it. Close your eyes and place yourself at the edge of something enormous. Not a cliff exactly, though the ground does drop away at your feet. Below you, a reach of dark water runs so far inland that the far end dissolves into grey mist. The walls on either side of that water are made of rock and forest and more rock above the forest, and above all of that a pale ridge of open sky. You're standing on the western coast of Norway, and the year is somewhere around 500 CE. The land does not look the way a map suggests. Maps flatten things. Standing here, you feel the weight of the terrain the way you feel the pressure of a heavy coat settling across your shoulders. The waterway below you is not merely a scenic inlet. It is a road. It is a food source. It is a boundary line between neighbouring groups of families, and on certain evenings, when someone calls across it from the far shore, the echo arrives from a direction that sounds like a different century. Behind you, the forest is dense and full of things that move when they believe you're not watching. Birch trees have crept up slopes that older species could not hold. Pine covers the ridges in dark, layered masses that block the wind on the western approach and hold snow on their upper branches until well into spring. In the valleys where soil has settled into the low pockets of the landscape, the ground is softer and the light a little warmer, and that is where people have built their lives with considerable intention. Norway in this period is not a single country in any political sense. There is no ruling figure over all of it, no shared name for the whole territory, no unified identity that binds a family in the southwest to a household 3 waterways to the north. What exists instead is a patchwork of local territories, each defined by its drainage basin, its farmable land, and the family or cluster of families with enough accumulated strength to hold it, and enough accumulated generosity to keep it. The western coastline is cut into thousands of pieces. Long inlets reach 40 and 60, and in some cases 80 miles inland. Islands cluster so thickly near the shore that sailing through them requires knowledge passed between generations rather than any physical chart. The Sonnefjord, which later geographers would study as one of the deepest natural waterways in the world, has been a corridor of human movement for thousands of years before this period even begins. People follow the water because the mountains do not allow much else. Crossing the spine of the country on foot is a serious undertaking in any season. and in winter it simply is not done unless absolute necessity provides the motivation and a certain stubbornness provides the fuel. So communities develop along coasts, along valley floors, and in the river corridors that reach inland from the sea. Historians of Scandinavia sometimes call this stretch of time the migration period, or the early Merovingian period, depending on which end of the timeline interests them most. The Roman world has been fracturing to the south for some time, and the pressure from that long collapse has sent people moving across Europe in patterns that even those doing the moving do not entirely understand. Trade goods shift direction. Certain amber routes slow and others accelerate. Silver trickles northward in modest quantities, along paths that no single traveller knows end to end. The farming communities of the Norwegian interior and coast are not sealed off from all of that distant churning. They simply experience it at a different pace, filtered through salt air and the particular acoustic quality of a valley that has never developed much enthusiasm for urgency. The landscape itself is actively shaping the people who live within it, the way a hand shapes clay without always knowing what it is making. Pollen records extracted by researchers from lake sediments in places like Rogaland and Vestland show that by around 500 CE, forests in many coastal areas had been pushed back considerably from earlier periods. Fields had opened where dense woodland once stood. Sheep and cattle had grazed certain hillsides long enough that the soil composition had changed in measurable ways. This was not wilderness scattered with a few brave households. This was a worked land, worn at its edges, familiar in its paths, shaped by hands that had been at this particular project for a very long time. The growing season is short. This is not a minor inconvenience. It is the central organising fact of agricultural existence in Norway for everyone in this period, from the smallest household working a thin strip of valley floor to the most prosperous family with sufficient land to support a dozen workers through the winter. You plant when the ground allows it and you harvest before the weather makes its own decision for you, and the gap between those two events is not particularly generous. What grows here grows with attitude. Barley is the main cereal crop across most of the country, partly because it tolerates cold better than wheat, and partly because generations of practical trial have confirmed that barley is what works here. Rye does well in some regions. Oats show up on settlement sites in the southeast. Root vegetables, leafy plants and legumes round out what the soil offers, and what the soil offers is usually sufficient as long as the summer does not decide to be shorter than expected, which it sometimes does. And nobody is particularly surprised, though that does not make it any less frustrating to stand at the edge of a field in early August, watching the sky do something it has absolutely no business doing at this time of year. The rivers carry salmon in numbers that would be difficult to imagine standing beside most modern waterways. Cod and herring move along the coast in masses thick enough, in the right conditions, to haul in by hand. The sea is not a luxury in this world. It is a pantry with variable hours and a permanent policy of rewarding skill and punishing overconfidence. You're not standing in a primitive world. You're standing in a world that knows itself very well and has been knowing itself for a considerable length of time before your arrival. The farms scattered through the valleys are not rough encampments, thrown up by people who have not yet gotten around to building something better. They are permanent settlements, many of them occupied for generation after generation so long that the ground around them carries a slightly different colour from the surrounding soil, enriched by centuries of refuse and ash, and the slow chemistry of continuous human habitation. Some of these farms sit on the same ground as even older occupation layers beneath them, the way a palimpsest works in manuscript, earlier lives written over but not entirely erased. Archaeologists excavating Norwegian farm sites sometimes find evidence of house foundations below house foundations, each generation rebuilding on the raised and softened ground that the previous generation's occupation left behind. The site itself becomes a kind of archive, though one that requires considerable effort and expertise to read. These are communities built on memory. The child who grows up here learns the name of every stream, the depth of every ford, the specific mood of the bay at low tide in November, and the exact distance to the nearest family who can be trusted when something goes seriously wrong. This knowledge is not written anywhere. It lives in the body and the ear and the capacity to read a sky that is already changing its mind before you have finished looking at it. And the sky here changes often, and with a range of feeling that makes it seem, on certain mornings, like the most opinionated presence in the visible world. The contrasts between different parts of Norway in this period are worth sitting with for a moment. The people of the inner fjord valleys live a life substantially different from the communities on the outer coastal islands, who in turn live differently from the farming households of the eastern lowlands. The inner valley farmer has more protected land, deeper soil in the valley floors, and somewhat less dependence on fishing. The outer island community has immediate access to the richest fishing grounds, but less shelter from the weather and considerably less farmable land. The eastern communities, nearer to the routes connecting Scandinavia with the continent, encounter trade goods and cultural influences at a slightly different angle than the people standing at the western edge of the world looking out at open water. These differences do not produce isolation, they produce trade. The inner valley has surplus grain that the island community needs in poor fishing years. The island community has dried fish and coastal knowledge that the inland farmer cannot replicate. The eastern household sometimes holds objects, bronze fittings or glass beads, that arrived from distant workshop traditions, and that the western family will exchange significant amounts of practical goods to acquire. The patchwork of local differences is, in this sense, the engine that keeps people in contact with one another, moving between communities with something to offer and something to need. The communities are also deeply aware of the seasonal clock in a way that urban experience has largely dimmed for later centuries. The longest day of summer and the longest night of winter are not abstract astronomical facts here. They are the turning points around which the year's practical decisions are organised. When to start planting, when to drive the cattle uphill, when to begin the autumn slaughter of animals that cannot be fed through winter, when to stop travelling before the conditions make it more than usually inadvisable. The calendar lives in the body, reinforced every year by the landscape's own insistence on being taken seriously. The first thing you notice about the longhouse is its smell. Not unpleasantly, but unavoidably. The moment you step inside, the air takes on a different character entirely. It carries the smoke of a hearth that has not been fully extinguished in years, along with the warm, dense presence of cattle at the far end of the building, dried herbs hanging in bundles from the roof beams, something fermented in a clay vessel near the eastern wall, and the general atmosphere of a space that houses both humans and animals without making an especially strong distinction between the two. The longhouse is the dominant architectural form across all of Scandinavia in this period, and in Norway it takes on specific proportions that archaeologists have been documenting from excavation sites across the country. At Forsandmoen in Rogaland, the remains of dozens of buildings from this era have given researchers an unusually detailed picture of what these structures actually looked like, and how they functioned across different social levels. They are long. The name is accurate. A modest family home might run 15 to 20 metres from end to end. A more substantial one, belonging to a family with land and livestock and social obligations to maintain, might reach 40 metres or beyond. The walls bow outwards slightly at the sides, which gives the building a subtly organic quality, as if it had expanded slowly outward over years of use rather than being built to a fixed measurement from the start. The frame is timber, usually split logs or shaped posts driven into the ground with additional interior rows of posts supporting the ridge. The walls are filled in with wattle and daub in some regions, turf in others, and that choice reflects what is immediately at hand rather than any strong aesthetic preference. Turf is a remarkable insulator in a climate that treats warmth as a serious resource worth protecting. The roof is the building's great achievement. It must shed rain, carry snow without failing, allow smoke to escape, and survive wind arriving off the North Atlantic with what can only be described as accumulated grievances. A well-constructed roof on a sound frame does all of this for decades, without requesting any particular acknowledgement of its effort. The construction of a new longhouse, or the substantial rebuilding of an existing one, is a community event rather than a household project. The timber work alone requires the felling, transport and shaping of a quantity of wood that a single family cannot move or process in reasonable time without assistance. The raising of the roof frame, the setting of the main structural posts in their correct positions, the fitting of the interlocking timbers that give the building its characteristic slightly bowed wall profile. All of this is work that goes better with many hands, and the community that comes together to raise a building for one of its households does so with an understanding that the obligation runs in both directions. You come to help raise someone's hall, and when the time comes that your hall needs raising, they will be there with their tools and their strongbacks, and their practical opinions about whether you have positioned that post correctly. The food and ale provided to the workers during a building project is substantial, and this generosity is both a practical necessity and a social calculation. The household that hosts a building event well builds a reputation that will matter later. The household that shows up to help at other people's projects but offers poor food when the work comes to them will notice, over subsequent years, that people seem to be especially busy on the days when their own hall requires assistance. The central hearth runs along the length of the main living area. It is not a fireplace set into a wall, but a long, open fire built on a stone or clay base directly on the floor, with smoke rising to find its way out through gaps in the roof or a deliberately created opening at the ridge. The light from this fire is the primary illumination during the long, dark months, and the fire itself is the hub around which all indoor life organises with comfortable reliability. You would sleep near it, cook near it, work near it, tell stories near it, and conduct whatever social business needed conducting while sitting beside it. The sound of a fire maintained at cooking temperature and the sound of a fire maintained for warmth are different, and everyone in the household knows the difference without thinking about it. At one end of the interior, separated from the human living space by a low partition, or simply by the understood geography of the floor plan, the cattle spend the winter months. This is an entirely sensible arrangement rather than a sign of hardship. The animals generate body heat that helps warm the building from their end, and enclosing them through the cold season means they survive without outdoor grazing, in conditions that would rapidly reduce their usefulness to everyone involved. The smell, as mentioned, is distinctive. You adapt faster than you expect to. Along the inner walls, raised platforms serve as sleeping areas, seating, and general work surfaces depending on the time of day and the current priority. Woolen textiles cover them, and more wool hangs from the rafters or drapes over storage frames. Spinning and weaving happen here consistently, not as a hobby but as a full production system for everything the household wears and much of what it uses. The loom weights found on Norwegian sites from this period suggest that textile work was a serious, ongoing operation, occupying significant portions of the working day throughout most of the year. The household's possessions are not numerous, but they are chosen with care. Iron tools hang on the walls or sit in wooden storage boxes. Bone combs, carved wooden dishes, clay and soapstone vessels, leather bags and iron-bound chests, the occasional bronze brooch with careful geometric inlay, a knife that someone has clearly maintained with considerable personal investment for a very long time. Nothing here is decorative in a purely useless way. Every object earns its position. Outside, the farmstead extends in a practical cluster of additional structures. A separate building for grain storage sits on raised posts to keep vermin out of the harvest. A small architectural argument for the importance of keeping food dry. A separate outbuilding handles the craft work that produces too much smoke or noise for the main hall. Fenced enclosures hold livestock through seasons when keeping them near the buildings matters, and farther out the fields run to the edge of whatever the terrain permits. In summer, herders take cattle and sheep up to the higher ground, to the mountain pastures called seta, where the grass is fresh and the lower fields can recover. This movement of animals up in warm months and down before the first hard frost is not unique to this part of the world, but it fits the Norwegian landscape with a particular precision that makes it feel designed for exactly this purpose. The paths up to the summer pastures are old, very old. Some of them have been walked by people and their animals for so long that the rock itself shows the accumulated evidence of that passage. The food produced by all of this effort is stored with serious intention. Dried fish, smoked meat, fermented dairy products, preserved grain, and dried legumes are the winter reserves that stand between a household and a very uncomfortable few months. Ale made from grain and flavoured with various foraged additions is a functional part of the diet, partly because fermentation makes grain calories more accessible, and partly because clean water in the immediate vicinity of a working farm is not always as clean as the stream a quarter-mile away. The household that manages all of this well is not simply surviving, it is operating at the edge of genuine capability, and the people inside it know the difference. The children of the household are not observers of this system. They are participants from an early age, which is the only way any of this is actually sustainable. By the time a child here is 7 or 8 years old, they are already carrying meaningful responsibilities, watching younger animals in the field, gathering wood for the hearth in sufficient quantities to last through a cold night, learning the names and properties of the plants that grow within walking distance of the farm, because that knowledge is not supplementary information, but a practical survival resource. A child who reaches 12 or 13 in this world has already accumulated years of working agricultural experience, and is, by the standards of the period, well into the process of becoming a competent adult. Winter evenings in the Longhouse have a particular quality that it would be worth dwelling on. When the outdoor work is reduced by cold and darkness, the indoor work intensifies in different directions. This is when textile production reaches its peak pace. Spinning wool by firelight, with a spindle weighted by a clay or stone whirl, is something hands can do while listening or talking or simply thinking, and the thread produced feeds the loom, and the loom produces the cloth that keeps everyone warm and serves as a primary trade good when the summer travel season opens again. Food in winter leans heavily on the stores accumulated in the months before. Fermented fish, a category of preserved food that requires commitment to appreciate, but that stores well and provides substantial protein through the dark months. Hard-dried bread made from grain when fresh baking is not practical. Cheese and preserved dairy. The occasional meal of fresh slaughtered meat when an animal's continued survival through winter becomes less practical than the calories it represents. These are not meagre provisions by the standards of the period or the latitude. They are the result of careful management of resources through the seasons, and the household that enters winter with full stores has earned that security through the quality of its work in the months that came before it. Not far from the farm, on a slope where the ground turns soft and the water table sits just below the surface, there is a place where the land has been quietly producing something of considerable value for a very long time: bog iron. Reddish-brown lumps of iron oxide that accumulate in wet, acidic soils over centuries as groundwater leaches iron from surrounding rock and deposits it in layers that, with effort and specific knowledge, can be turned into metal. The bog does not advertise this. You have to know where to look, and you have to know what you're looking at when you find it. The smelting of bog iron is one of the defining technologies of pre-Viking Scandinavia, and in Norway it achieved a scale and sophistication during the period between roughly 400 and 800 CE that researchers studying sites in Telemark, Innlandet and the Trondheim region have found genuinely significant. This was not small-scale metalworking happening incidentally in somebody's spare time. In certain areas, iron production was the primary economic activity of entire communities, a fact that reshapes the common image of these centuries as primarily agricultural. Imagine the furnace. It is a roughly cylindrical structure built of clay and stone, standing perhaps a metre in height, with a carefully proportioned interior chamber designed to sustain the temperatures needed to separate iron from the surrounding slag. It requires a continuous air supply, usually delivered by bellows worked by someone whose arms will be thoroughly reminded of this experience for several days afterward. It requires charcoal made from carefully selected and prepared wood, and it requires someone who genuinely knows what they're doing, because the difference between producing usable iron bloom and producing an expensive pile of overheated disappointment is a narrow one that does not reward inattention. The iron produced from bog smelting is not the uniform, predictable material of later metallurgical traditions. It is variable in its carbon content and requires additional work, reheating and hammering and careful folding, to produce metal that will hold a cutting edge or take a consistent shape across its length. This working process is where the blacksmith's particular knowledge lives, knowing the correct temperature by the colour of the glowing metal, knowing how many passes the hammer needs on a particular piece, knowing when to stop working a blade before the repeated heating makes it brittle rather than tough. This knowledge does not transfer through description. It passes between hands, through years of standing near someone who already knows it. The range of iron objects produced in pre-Viking Norwegian communities is broader than the image of simple farming tools usually suggests. Agricultural implements make up a significant portion of production. Sickles, plough tips, and the range of cutting tools needed for harvest and food preparation appear consistently across excavation assemblages from sites throughout the country. Woodworking tools follow close behind in quantity: axes of multiple weights and purposes, chisels, splitting wedges, and the various fittings needed for timber construction. Personal items including buckles, pins, clasps, and the small mounting hardware that holds leather and textile together in the ways daily life requires round out the picture considerably. Weapons are present in the archaeological record but not dominant in this specific period. Spear points appear in meaningful numbers. Swords are uncommon and typically associated with burials, indicating unusual social standing. The communities of pre-Viking Norway are fully capable of organised violence when the situation calls for it, and they are not naive about that possibility, but the daily output of a working iron-producing settlement is mostly things that help people build, farm, process, and move through the world rather than things designed to harm it. The soapstone quarries of Western Norway represent another industry that the word modest simply does not fit. Soapstone, a soft metamorphic rock that carves with relative ease and holds heat with impressive efficiency, was quarried from sites along the Norwegian coast and traded across wide areas. Soapstone vessels from Norwegian sources have been identified at archaeological sites throughout the North Atlantic, the British Isles, and across Scandinavia, which means that long before the Viking Age someone had organised the extraction, shaping and distribution of this material into a functioning supply network with geographic reach. Bowls and cooking vessels made from soapstone have a practical advantage over ceramic in this climate. They do not crack when exposed to rapid temperature changes, which makes them excellent for direct fire cooking. They are heavy to move, which makes the archaeological evidence of their wide distribution even more interesting as a logistical puzzle. Someone was making decisions about value and movement that required thinking well beyond the limits of any single valley or bay. The craftspeople who worked metal, stone, bone and antler in pre-Viking Norway occupied a social position worth pausing on. They were not simply service providers. Producing high-quality iron, fine bronze jewellery with intricate surface decoration, or carved bone combs with the kind of precise geometric patterns found on objects from migration period graves across Norway required an investment of training time that implied a corresponding recognition from the community absorbing that training. The smith, in particular, carried associations that extended beyond the practical. The metalwork of this era shows strong connections to wider Scandinavian and Germanic art traditions. Animal forms appear on brooches and belt fittings, interlaced creatures that curve around themselves in patterns that seem to take genuine pleasure in being technically impossible. The craftspeople producing these objects were in a kind of extended conversation, across both distance and time, with others working in related traditions, and that conversation produced objects of real visual power that have survived 15 centuries in remarkable condition. None of this emerges by chance. It emerges because communities invest in the development of skilled people, and because the communities around them consider that investment worth sustaining across generations. Bone and antler working deserves specific mention alongside the metalworking traditions because it fills in details of daily life that iron alone cannot. Elk antler shed in autumn is collected and worked into combs, needles, toggles, and the kinds of small functional objects that appear in large quantities on habitation sites from this period. Antler has a quality of workability that makes it particularly suited to fine carving, and the geometric ornament applied to combs from Norwegian sites in the Migration and Merovingian periods shows a precision and consistency that implies both skilled hands and the kind of leisure time for refined production that a household with well-managed food stores can afford. A beautifully made comb is not a luxury in this world. It is a statement about the household that produced it, given or traded to someone who will carry it and use it and be reminded each morning of the skill of the maker. The material world of these communities also includes a sustained relationship with imported goods that arrive through trade. Quern stones for grinding grain, some of them made from specific volcanic rock found only in certain areas of the Rhine region, appear at Norwegian sites in sufficient numbers to indicate regular, organised trade rather than occasional lucky acquisition. These objects were heavy, expensive to transport, and clearly considered worth the effort, which tells us something about how seriously the quality of grain processing was taken, and how willing people were to invest in the right tool rather than a convenient substitute. What all of this material production represents, taken together, is a world that was considerably more connected, more technically sophisticated, and more economically complex than the period's general invisibility in popular accounts would suggest. The pre-Viking centuries in Norway are not a waiting room for history. They are history, running at its own pace and producing a material culture that shaped everything that came after it. The iron production landscape of interior Norway in this period has a seasonal rhythm worth understanding. The smelting sites found in upland areas, including the remarkable concentrations of slag heaps that researchers have identified in the Telemark and Oppland mountains, were not permanently occupied industrial settlements. They were seasonal operations, active when the weather allowed, and the agricultural calendar permitted the commitment of labour away from the farms. The movement of workers up to the smelting sites in late summer, the intensive production run through autumn when charcoal was ready, and iron ore had been collected through the preceding months, and the return to the valley farms before the mountain passes became impassable. This seasonal pattern of upland industry mirrors the transhumance pattern of cattle and sheep, just with different goals and a considerably hotter working environment. The scale of these upland operations, as researchers have reconstructed it from slag volume analysis and site distribution studies, implies a level of surplus production that exceeded the needs of the immediate producing community. Iron was being made in quantities that only make sense if distribution beyond the local area was always part of the plan. Someone was organising the movement of that iron through exchange and sale down toward the coastal communities and the trading networks that eventually carried it further. The logistical intelligence required to coordinate seasonal labour, charcoal production, ore gathering, smelting and distribution is not a simple thing, and the people managing it were solving supply chain problems that their silence in the written record has prevented later centuries from properly crediting them with. The boat is not a new invention. By the time we arrive in this period, Scandinavian boat building has been developing long enough that the vessels of 500 or 600 CE are already the product of many generations of accumulated refinement. The Hjortspring craft, found in a Danish bog and dated to around 400 BCE, already demonstrates a remarkably sophisticated hull design nearly 1,000 years before the Viking Age begins. The Nydam vessel, discovered in southern Denmark and dated to around 320 CE, shows the overlapping plank construction that will define Scandinavian boat building for centuries to come. The line connecting those early craft to what comes later is long, continuous and never actually broken. In Norway during our period, the boats in use along the coast and through the long inlets are working craft built for specific purposes with specific water in mind. Fishing vessels range from small, simple craft operated by one or two people close to shore up to larger open boats capable of extended coastal runs and heavier cargo loads. The boundary between a fishing boat and a transport vessel is not always sharp. The same hull that takes you out to the cod grounds in the morning can carry soapstone bowls down the waterway to a neighbouring settlement that afternoon. The Kvalsund boat, found on the west coast of Norway and dated to approximately 600 to 700 CE, offers one of the most detailed surviving examples of Norwegian boat building from just before the Viking Age. Its frame and planks survived in sufficient condition that researchers were able to assess not only the construction methods, but the specific understanding of water behaviour that its builders must have carried. The hull is designed to flex in waves rather than resist them. The keel provides real directional stability in open conditions. The whole vessel reflects accumulated knowledge about how water moves and what carefully shaped timber can be reasonably asked to do. Standing on a beach in western Norway watching one of these craft being launched is watching long-practiced engineering in action, though the people doing it would not describe it in those terms. They would say they were going out. The oars cut the water in a rhythm that requires no counting once the hands have learned it. The long inlet receives the boat into its corridor, and the slight swell under the hull is something you feel before you see. The colour of the water shifts from grey-green near the shore to a deeper, less certain blue out in the channel. Cormorants sit on the rocks at the waterline and observe the proceedings with the particular expression of birds who have decided they could do this better but have not yet gotten around to making their case. Trade moves along these routes with the reliability of a tide, if somewhat more subject to negotiation. The coastal passage running the full length of Norway, the northern way that may have eventually contributed to the country's name, is an arterial channel connecting communities that the mountains would otherwise leave in difficult, infrequent contact with one another. The passage demands skill. Navigating around and between the thousands of islands and rocky outcrops of the coastal fringe, reading wind and current simultaneously, knowing where fresh water can be found, and where the bottom comes up without warning, none of this is written anywhere. It lives in the navigators. Amber moves southward from Baltic sources along trading networks that are old enough to have worn their own grooves into history. Furs, hides and dried fish move in multiple directions depending on the season and the current demand. Whetstones from quarries in Edsborg and Telemark appear at sites across Scandinavia during this period, suggesting that someone had established a distribution arrangement for sharpening stones that covered a remarkably wide area. The humble whetstone is, in its quiet way, a piece of evidence that long-distance exchange was not exceptional, but ordinary. Bronze and silver arrive from the south, sometimes as finished objects and sometimes as raw material to be worked locally by the craftspeople we met in the previous chapter. The occasional fragment of a glass bead from workshop traditions far to the southeast indicates that goods passing through many hands over great distances did eventually arrive at Norwegian settlements, even if the person who ended up with the bead had no clear picture of where it had originally been shaped. The knowledge required to navigate this coast safely passes between generations the way ironworking does. It lives in the body. Holding a mental map of a coastline in conditions of fog or fading light precise enough to keep a hull from finding a submerged rock, judging the shift in wind speed from the way the water surface changes its texture before the wind itself fully arrives. Reading the particular quality of cloud building over a headland 2 hours before that cloud delivers its intentions. This is navigation without instruments, and it is more dependable than it sounds because the people practicing it have been doing so since before their grandparents were born, and so have their grandparents. The relationship between boat people and land people in pre-Viking Norway is less a division than a continuum. Most farming families near the coast are also fishing families in appropriate seasons. Many of the men and women who handle craft regularly also clear fields, tend livestock, and process food. The separation that a later eye might impose between the farmer and the sailor does not quite hold here. The same hands that drive a plough in spring haul a net in summer and scrape a hull in autumn. What the waterways provide, beyond food and trade goods, is a particular quality of awareness. To travel by boat along this coast is to encounter other people, different communities, different approaches to the same recurring problems, goods and ideas and techniques that are not quite what is used at home. The coastal travel network of pre-Viking Norway functions, in a meaningful sense, as an information network. It keeps communities that the terrain would otherwise isolate in slow, consistent contact with the wider Scandinavian world, and that contact has long-term consequences that accumulate quietly before anyone notices them. The actual mechanics of fishing in this period are worth pausing on because they are not simple. Hook and line fishing from small craft accounts for some of the catch, but only some. Net fishing requires the construction, maintenance, and deployment of nets made from hand-twisted plant fibre or fine hide cordage, weighted with carefully shaped stone sinkers and held at the surface by wooden floats. The construction of a good net is itself a skilled occupation taking considerable time, and the net represents a substantial investment that must be protected from tearing, from loss in strong currents, and from the kind of accidental entanglement with rocky underwater terrain that can cost hours of repair work for a few minutes of inattention. Fish traps constructed from woven willow and set in tidal channels or river mouths provide a more passive harvest that can be checked rather than actively managed, and the sighting of these traps, knowing which channel concentrates fish at the turn of the tide, and where the eddies form that make a particular weir productive, is a form of localised knowledge that a new arrival on any stretch of coast would require years to develop. The tides themselves are part of the working environment in a way that most inland people in any period find slightly difficult to fully internalise. Everything coastal in this world happens on a tidal schedule, whether or not anyone explicitly plans it that way. Fishing spots accessible at low water are unreachable at high. Channels navigable at high tide dry to a muddy inconvenience at low. The launching and landing of small craft depends on the state of the shore at the moment of departure, and the anticipated state of the destination at the time of arrival. The tide is not an obstacle to be worked around. It is a partner to be worked with, and a partner that keeps its own schedule regardless of what you had in mind. There is no throne. This is perhaps the most important single thing to understand about how authority worked in Norway during this period. Power is real here, widely understood, actively contested, and maintained through a set of mechanisms that do not include anything resembling a state. The person with recognised authority in a given territory holds it through a combination of ancestry, generosity, physical reputation, and the ongoing willingness of the people around them to keep acknowledging it. The local chief, whom we might encounter in Norwegian historical tradition, under terms like hers or drott, depending on the period and region, is not an administrator in any bureaucratic sense. He is a host, a protector, a point of convergence for the loyalty of households tied by kinship, proximity, and mutual interest that goes back far enough to feel like something more than convenience. The feast is the primary social technology of this world, not a casual gathering, but a structurally significant event that performs the community's power relationships in visible, edible, drinkable form. The chief who holds a feast does so at real cost. providing food and ale for an assembly of followers and neighbours that may run to dozens of people across several days. The followers who attend do so understanding that the feast is not a free meal. Attendance is recognition. Eating a chief's food is a kind of vote cast in a language considerably older than any counting system. In exchange for that vote, the chief provides things of substance. Legal standing in a world where disputes between households can escalate with serious consequences, and having a recognised figure willing to adjudicate carries genuine worth. Physical security in the form of an armed following that can respond when one of the community's households faces a threat from outside it. Access to trade connections and the occasional passing on of prestige goods to followers whose visible loyalty has made the relationship worth publicly marking. The gift-giving economy of this period operates with a seriousness that most modern exchange systems have entirely abandoned. A sword given by a chief to a trusted warrior is not simply a weapon. It is a public declaration of relationship, a material promise of continuing obligation, and an object that will be referenced by everyone who witnessed the giving for years afterward. The person receiving such a gift is now in a relationship of reciprocal duty that will shape their decisions in ways they may not always enjoy. To betray the giver of a sword is not simply disloyalty. It is a violation of something the community treats as structurally important to its own cohesion. This is why the quality of objects matters far beyond their practical usefulness. The decorated brooch, the inlaid belt fitting, the carefully worked knife with the carved handle. These are not merely attractive, they are social documents. They announce their owners' relationships and standing to everyone who sees them wearing the objects, in a language everyone present can read without assistance. The Great Hall associated with a chief's farmstead in this period is an expanded version of the longhouse form, constructed to accommodate the social functions that mark the residence as something beyond an ordinary household. Archaeological evidence from Borg in the Lofoten Islands, which represents one of the largest known longhouse complexes in Scandinavia, and dates to approximately 500 to 900 CE, produced a collection of imported glass vessels, small pressed gold figures known as gullgubber showing paired human forms, and a range of fine metalwork indicating that the residents had access to goods, circulating at the highest levels of contemporary Scandinavian exchange. Someone at Borg was connected. Someone at Borg was, within their world, consequential. The relationships between local chiefs are managed through the same logics of gift and feast, and careful reputation maintenance that govern everything else in this social world. Alliances are constructed through marriages arranged with the same strategic attention as any formal negotiation. Disputes are addressed through assemblies called things, where free men of the community gather to hear grievances, make collective decisions and set the expectations that will govern community life until the next assembly. The thing is not a modern democracy. The voices of powerful men carry further than those of ordinary farmers, and the voices of ordinary farmers carry considerably further than those of enslaved people, who are present in this society in numbers that the period does not appear to have questioned with any sustained moral energy. But the thing does represent something real. It represents the principle that community decisions require a public process, that disputes between free people cannot simply be resolved by whoever happens to have the most followers willing to make things uncomfortable, that the chief who ignores this process entirely will eventually discover that the word respected no longer applies to him in the way he has been assuming. Women in these communities hold formal status that later mythologizing sometimes exaggerates, and that purely economic analysis can undervalue. The mistress of a substantial household manages a real enterprise of genuine complexity. She controls the textile production that is one of the household's primary outputs for trade and internal use alike. She oversees the food stores that will determine whether the household reaches spring in reasonable health or reaches it in reduced circumstances. She manages the labour of dependents and makes the decisions that keep everything functional when her husband is away, which a productive man of this period frequently is. The communities that hold this whole system together are not naive about its tensions. They have developed, across generations of living in close contact with each other's worst impulses and best capabilities, a set of practices and shared narratives and values that describe how conflicts should be approached, what a person owes their kin, what a host owes a guest, and what consequences follow when these understandings are ignored. Much of this will eventually be recorded in later Norse legal texts and the saga literature. In our period it exists as living memory, and the quiet collective weight of people who know very precisely what the community expects of them. The Thing assembly as a practical event is worth describing in some detail, because its logistics alone reveal a good deal about how this society organises itself. The assembly gathering requires that people travel from scattered farmsteads and settlements to a central location, which in Norway is often at the head of a fjord, near a significant landmark or at a historically recognised meeting point. The journey to a thing might take a family most of a day on foot, or several hours by water, and the assembly itself may last multiple days, during which food and lodging arrangements must be managed for everyone present. This is not a trivial undertaking, and the fact that people do it regularly reflects the importance the community places on having a shared process for managing its affairs. At the Thing, disputes are not adjudicated by the chief alone. They are heard by the assembled free men, who collectively hold the memory of previous decisions and the weight of community opinion. Someone who has a known reputation for fairness and a long memory for precedent has a particular value here. The Thing is, among other things, a place where reputations are made and maintained, which means it is a place worth attending and worth behaving well at. The women who attend things are present in a role that varies by the specific nature of the occasion, but the mistress of a substantial household is not an absent party to the decisions that shape her community. She has interests, alliances, and family connections that the assembly's decisions will affect directly, and the household's position in the community's social network is managed by her skills as much as by her husband's, through a parallel system of relationships maintained through visits, gift exchanges between households, assistance during childbirth and illness, and the long, slow currency of being known as someone whose word can be relied upon. The burial mound sits at the edge of the farm's best field. It has been there longer than anyone alive can remember with full certainty. The family that farms here knows the names of some of the people buried beneath it, or believes it does, because names and stories attach themselves to mounds across time whether or not the attachment is historically precise. What the family knows without any doubt is that the mound is theirs, that it marks this land as continuously occupied by their line, and that its visible presence makes an argument for belonging that no spoken claim could make as clearly. Burial mounds of the pre-Viking period in Norway are distributed across the landscape in patterns that reflect land use and social organisation rather than anything random. They cluster near farms, near harbour approaches, near the kinds of resource-rich areas that communities contested and defended over generations. Their visibility is deliberate. You build a mound where it can be seen, where it establishes continued presence, where it says to anyone approaching by water or overland track that someone has been here a very long time and intends to continue. The burial practices of the migration and Merovingian periods include both cremation and inhumation, sometimes at the same site across overlapping time periods, which suggests that the communities involved were not rigidly orthodox about the specific form the practice should take. What remains consistent across both approaches is the provision of goods. The dead go equipped. Agricultural tools, weapons, personal ornaments, vessels for food and drink, in some cases the remains of animals, and in some cases evidence of human attendance interred alongside the primary individual. The specifics vary considerably by region, period, and the apparent social standing of the person being buried. What does not vary is the underlying assumption that the person going into the ground will continue to exist in some form that requires both company and equipment. The religious world of pre-Viking Norway is not easy to reconstruct with confidence, partly because the people living in it did not write systematic accounts of their beliefs, and partly because what we know of Norse religion comes mostly from texts recorded centuries later, in Iceland, by writers working from memory and tradition, and their own specific interpretive frameworks. Those sources are real, and they are valuable. They are also filtered through a very long passage of time and a significant change of faith. What the archaeological record offers is a world of multiple overlapping sacred concerns. The land itself carries agency in this framework. Springs, particular trees, specific rock formations, and the animals that inhabit certain territories hold something that requires attention and respect rather than simple use. The practice of depositing valuable objects in lakes, bogs, and rivers, which appears consistently across Scandinavia throughout this period and for thousands of years before it, indicates an ongoing relationship between living communities and the powers associated with watery places. Things are placed in the water not because they are unwanted, but because they are valuable enough to give away completely and permanently. The figures that will later be recorded as Odin, Thor, Freyr, Frigg, and the rest of the Norse family of divine powers are present in this period in ways that the surviving evidence makes difficult to specify precisely, but that the weight of cultural continuity makes hard to entirely dismiss. Small pressed gold figures, found at high-status sites from this period, and known to researchers as gullgubba, show paired human forms in postures that may relate to ritual ceremonies associated with fertility or divine marriage, as described in later sources. Their exact meaning in the context of 500 CE remains genuinely debated among scholars, which is part of what makes them interesting. The practitioners who specialised in accessing the non-ordinary dimensions of this world occupied a distinct social position. The practice known as Seder, described in later Old Norse writing as a form of trance-based knowing involving prophecy and the careful influence of fate, was associated primarily with female specialists, though not exclusively so. The Oseberg ship burial, which dates to the early 9th century and sits just outside our period's edge, contained objects consistently interpreted as the equipment of such a practitioner, including a carved staff of the kind described in later accounts of ritual performance. Similar staffs turn up in other graves too, and the careful provision of specific objects in the burials of women of apparent high standing suggests that the specialist ritual role was one the community valued enough to send its practitioner fully equipped into whatever followed the visible world. Fate in this cosmological framework is not understood as a predetermined script that will unfold regardless of what anyone does. It is more like a weaving in progress, a pattern being made that has weight and direction, but that skilled attention can influence at the margins. The Norns, the female figures associated with fate weaving in later Norse tradition, embody this understanding in a form that suggests long roots. The world is being continuously made. The responsibility of the living is to pay close enough attention to participate in its making, rather than simply being made by it without realizing that is what is happening. The dead in this framework do not simply depart. They remain accessible at the mound, at the grave, at the places where they were powerful in life. Offerings made to ancestors are not superstition in this world. They are maintenance of a relationship that still has practical implications for those continuing to live on the land the ancestor knew. The family that honours its dead properly keeps open a connection to a source of guidance and protection that exists alongside the challenges of the visible daylit world. How much of this is deeply felt conviction, and how much is social practice performed without strong private certainty, is impossible to assess from the outside. Probably both, in varying and shifting combinations, exactly as in any tradition at any point in human experience. The relevant observation is that the sacred and the practical are not separated here by any clear boundary. The harvest ceremony and the harvest are the same event approached from two angles. The boat launching blessing and the departure are the same departure. The world here is thick with layered significance, and moving through it well requires an attentiveness that reaches beyond the purely physical into whatever sits alongside it just out of direct view. The sacred geography of a community's landscape is not abstract. Specific places carry specific meanings that are transmitted through family memory and reinforced through repeated practice over generations. The spring at the edge of the upper field, where offerings were left before planting. The particular rock formation at the head of the valley, where the community gathered at certain seasonal turning points. The beach where boats were always launched with specific words or actions that varied between families and yet served the same purpose across all of them. These are not myths at a comfortable literary distance. They are the actual places where the people in this story went, regularly, as part of the practical management of a life that acknowledged the world's larger dimensions, while still needing to get the oats in before rain arrived. The annual cycle of communal ritual follows the agricultural calendar closely, which should not be surprising in a world where the agricultural calendar is the calendar. The timing of blot, the ritual feasts associated with divine acknowledgement and communal blessing, corresponds to the rhythms of planting and harvest, and the shift from light to dark and back again. The specific theology of these events is difficult to reconstruct with confidence, but the material remains of the feasting, the animal bones deposited in specific ways, the objects placed at particular sites, indicate a sustained and organised practice rather than occasional improvised gestures. The relationship between the living and the dead in this framework is one of the most practically important aspects of the worldview. The ancestors buried in the mounds at the edge of the farm are not simply people who have finished. They remain present in a form that requires maintenance. Seasonal visits to the mound, the placement of small offerings, the speaking of names and recitation of known deeds. All of this is housekeeping of a kind, keeping the relationships alive that keep the land known and the community continuous with its own past. Nothing in history changes all at once. The Viking Age does not arrive in Scandinavia the way a weatherfront arrives, visible at the horizon and then suddenly overhead. It accumulates. It builds from conditions that have been developing for a long time, along paths that no individual person designed or intended, through a series of gradual adjustments that would have been genuinely difficult to perceive from inside the century in which they were happening. You're somewhere in the middle to late 700 CE now, and the Norway around you is recognisably the same world you have been walking through in this story. The longhouses are occupied. The bog-iron furnaces are running on hillsides from Telemark northward. The coastal craft are moving. The burial mounds are being added to on headlands from Rogaland to the Trondheim's fjord. The Thing assemblies are meeting. The gift exchanges are continuing. But something is different from 2 centuries earlier. Several somethings, actually, and they are beginning to interact with one another in ways that produce outcomes nobody was specifically planning for. Population has been growing across Scandinavia for an extended period, following the instability of the migration period and the agricultural disruptions associated with the mid-600s, when volcanic events appear to have temporarily reduced growing conditions across much of the Northern Hemisphere. The recovery from that difficult stretch, combined with improvements in agricultural tools made possible by the expanded availability of iron and the generational refinement of farming techniques, has resulted in more people competing for the farmable land available in a country where suitable land is not evenly spread and cannot simply be extended into the mountains by wanting it badly enough. The younger children of farming families face a choice that their grandparents may not have faced with the same urgency. The land that exists is already held. The accessible valleys where new farms might be established have been occupied for generations. The path toward acquiring resources through trade, extended craft production, service to a powerful household, or some combination of all three begins to look increasingly attractive to people with the skills to pursue it, and insufficient land to anchor them permanently in place. The boats are improving. This is not coincidental. The intensive use of coastal waters for trade and fishing over multiple generations has created a boat-building tradition that is continuously refining its understanding of hull shape, material selection, and the management of vessels in conditions that range from protected fjord water to open North Sea swells. Sail technology, which appears in Scandinavian boat archaeology with increasing confidence through the later 700s, probably entered use gradually and at different rates by region, rather than in a single transformative moment. The sail does not simply speed up travel that was already happening, it changes what travel is possible at all. A vessel that can work with wind rather than relying entirely on oars can range farther with fewer crew, carry more cargo in proportion to its weight, and operate on schedules determined by seasonal wind patterns, rather than the endurance limits of human muscle. The political landscape to the south is also shifting in ways that create new pressures and new openings simultaneously. The Frankish kingdom under the Carolingian line has been expanding northward with both military and religious force, pushing against the Saxon territories that border the Danish lands. The disruption of established trade routes, the appearance of new sources of silver flowing from Carolingian minting activity, and the general reorganisation of a Europe reforming itself around new powers all create conditions in which the coastal raiding that Scandinavian communities had certainly practiced in limited forms before becomes a more systematically attractive and more carefully organised activity. The monasteries and trading settlements of Britain and Ireland present a specific combination of features that would have made them notable to people thinking in terms of risk and return. They are positioned on coasts or accessible by river. They concentrate portable wealth, precious metal in various forms, worked materials with high trade value, and the human captives who could be moved and sold across existing networks. They are often inadequately defended for the kind of fast, shallow water assault that a well-organised group of men in a purpose-built fast vessel can mount and conclude before any meaningful response is organised. And they are staffed primarily by people whose training has been theological rather than martial. The raid on Lindisfarne in 793 CE, which most historians use as the conventional opening of the Viking Age, is not a beginning in any meaningful sense. It is a moment when conditions that had been accumulating for a considerable time finally produced an event visible and shocking enough to be recorded by people with the means and motivation to write it down. The monks of Lindisfarne left a written record of what happened to them. The many smaller coastal encounters and opportunistic raids that preceded that event left, for the most part, only silence and the occasional ambiguous layer in an excavation trench. The longship, the vessel most associated with the following centuries, did not emerge from nothing. It emerged from the accumulated expertise of the boat-building traditions that have been part of this story throughout, pushed further by the specific demands of a kind of use that required exceptional speed, a hull shallow enough to beach on any coast, and the structural robustness to survive open sea crossings that earlier craft would not have attempted routinely. It is the product of the same hands, the same family workshops, the same inheritance of practical knowledge as the Kvalsund vessel sitting on that western shore 2 centuries earlier. The people who eventually sailed those later craft carried iron, made in the same bog-smelting tradition that had been heating Norwegian hillsides for generations. They wore brooches decorated in art styles, descending directly from the migration period animal ornament we traced in the jewellers' workshops of this story. They were bound together by social structures of leader and follower, gift and obligation, feast and loyalty that had been forming and reforming across Norwegian valleys and shorelines for hundreds of years before any of their names became famous enough to be written down somewhere. They took with them, to every coast they reached, the accumulated depth of a world that had been quietly building itself, making itself capable at everything it needed to be capable at, for a very long time before history noticed it was doing so. What is worth sitting with, in the last moments of this story, is the experience of living through a gradual transformation without being able to see where it is going. The farmer in the Hardangerfjord Valley in 740 CE is not aware of being in a transitional period. She's aware that her third son has gone north to find work with a chieftain who is building a new hall and needs skilled woodworkers. She is aware that the whetstone merchant who comes up the fjord in late summer this year has some new silver objects from a southern source she has not seen before. She's aware that the young men of the settlement next bay over have been talking about a summer trading voyage further north than anyone from here has gone before. These observations do not assemble themselves, for her, into a picture of an age on the verge of transformation. They are simply things happening in an ordinary year, one more set of details in the continuous process of a life that is mostly taken up with the work that needs doing before the season changes. History is always like this from the inside. The people who build the conditions for change do not usually experience themselves as doing so. They experience themselves as solving the problems in front of them, adjusting to circumstances that were not what they expected, making the most sensible decisions available with the information they actually have. The Viking Age that historians will later name and date and discuss began in the minds and hands and accumulated skills of people who would not have recognised the category. They were simply doing what the generations before them had always done, slightly better, with slightly more material and slightly more challenging conditions. And then one summer the boats went further and did not come back for a very long time, and the world that had been building toward that departure was already history. The fields are dark now as you walk back along the valley floor. The hall ahead has light in it, amber through the gaps in the wall, and the faint sound of voices inside that carry the unmistakable quality of people who are comfortable with their current company. The fire will be right. Someone will have kept it at the correct temperature through the late afternoon, and the warmth of the place will settle around you the moment you lift the door covering and step in from the cooling night. Somewhere out in the waterway a craft is moving. You cannot see it, but you know it is there because this is a coast where boats are always moving, even in darkness, even in the long and ordinary drift of a night that no one will remember, and that holds in its quiet and unheld passing the whole patient weight of a world still very much in the process of becoming what it will one day be. Sleep well, my sleepy fjord dreamers. Norway was patient, and so are you. If this helped you drift off to somewhere quieter tonight, a thumbs up when you surface tells the algorithm that slow, deep stories about old patient worlds are worth recommending to other people who could use them. That is all. Rest now. Okay, picture this. You arrive first at a meadow. Not a grand meadow, not the kind that shows up in gilded paintings or cathedral windows, but an ordinary stretch of river valley grass in northeastern France that smells of cold soil in the morning and warm thatch in the evening when the cooking fires begin. The River Meuse moves quietly past the edges of a small village called Domremy, and on most days the loudest sound here is the slow, steady movement of sheep across a field before sundown. This is where Johanna was born sometime around the year 1412. She would eventually be known across centuries as Joan of Arc, though that surname d'Arc was simply her father's family name in the regional style of Lorraine. She never used it in any formal way. She called herself Jehanne la Pucelle, meaning Joan the Maiden, and was quite particular about the distinction, a habit of precision that would later serve her in settings where few things served her at all. Her father, Jacques d'Arc, was a farmer with enough land and enough local standing to hold minor administrative duties in the village. He was not wealthy in any way that left clear traces, but he was not invisible either. He knew the church hierarchy, understood the regional lord, and had a working knowledge of the social ledger that small village life depends on. Her mother, Isabel Romy, was a woman of deep and practical faith, the kind that did not separate prayer from daily work because she understood them as the same impulse expressed through different tasks. Joan was the youngest daughter among 5 children. Her childhood took the shape of agricultural life in its unrefined form: early mornings, physical labour, the careful accounting of what the land gave in one season and the weather removed in another. She learned to sew, to spin wool, to manage the domestic work of a farmhouse with this kind of steady competence that looks unremarkable until you realise how much of it runs on precision and patience. She later told the court that examined her entire life that she believed she could sew as well as any woman in Rouen, given what Rouen would one day come to mean to her. This is one of the strange coincidences embedded in her story. She could not read. She could not write. These were ordinary gaps for a farming girl in 15th century rural France, and carried no particular shame in her community. What she had instead was the gathered intelligence of someone who learns the world through direct observation rather than text, the way a sheep moves when cold rain is coming, the temperature of the river on different days of the week, the slight shift in a neighbour's expression that means the news travelling through the village that morning is not the kind anyone hoped to hear. The village itself had a particular texture that shaped her in ways she probably could not have articulated. The church of St. Remy stood near the centre, its stone walls familiar from earliest childhood, its bell marking the hours in a rhythm she had absorbed before she could count. The houses of Domremy clustered along the river, in the way that farming communities always have, close enough for mutual support, spread enough for the animals and the garden plots that sustained each household. There were perhaps 200 people living there during Joan's childhood, enough to form a genuine community with its own internal politics, its own stories about which families had disputes going back to before anyone living could remember the origin. She knew all of them. She knew their names and their animals and the particular sound of their footsteps on the packed dirt path that ran through the centre of the village. This kind of knowing, accumulated quietly over years, is the foundation of the observational intelligence she would carry into much larger and more consequential rooms. Autumn in the Meuse Valley had a particular quality. The light came in at a low angle and turned the river silver for about an hour each morning. The fields were harvested in stages, each crop pulled in before the cold arrived, and the smell of turned soil and wood smoke settled over the village like a second layer of atmosphere. Winter arrived abruptly and stayed a long time, and the community drew inward in the way that communities do when the roads become difficult, and the neighbouring village 3 miles away might as well be 30. People gathered, told stories, debated the news that arrived with travellers, argued about local matters that would have seemed small from any distance, but were not small when you lived inside them. Joan absorbed all of it. She absorbed the way winter arguments sounded different from summer ones, more careful, more contained, because there was nowhere to walk off afterward. She absorbed the way her mother organised the household to make a difficult season feel managed rather than merely endured. She absorbed the rhythm of the church year as a structure within which the chaos of weather and war and illness could be held, not resolved, but held. Domremy occupied a politically uncomfortable position. The village sat right on the boundary between territory loyal to the French crown and lands held by the Burgundian faction, which had allied itself formally with England. Loyalty in that part of the country was often a matter of geography rather than deeply examined conviction, and the consequences were not abstract. They arrived in the form of soldiers passing through without explanation, livestock that disappeared overnight, and the particular quality of silence a community maintains when it is trying not to attract attention from the wrong direction. The 100 Years' War, a name assigned later by historians who had the luxury of knowing when it would end, had been grinding through France since 1337. It had begun as a dispute over the French throne and played out across generations as a slow dismantling of everything France had assumed was permanent about itself. By the time Joan was growing up in Domremy, the conflict had outlasted her grandparents. There was no clear sign it would not outlast her as well. The defining disaster of her early childhood arrived in October 1415 at the Battle of Agincourt. The English King Henry V had achieved there what military historians still find slightly puzzling to fully explain. His army was exhausted, undersupplied, and considerably outnumbered by a French force drawn largely from the country's nobility. What followed was a catastrophic French defeat in a single afternoon, caused by muddy ground, the English use of longbowmen, and the kind of overconfidence that tends to be invisible to its practitioners right up until the moment it is not. The defeat opened the door to the Treaty of Troyes in 1420, a document that amounted to France formally agreeing to its own disappearance. Under its terms, the French king Charles VI, who was suffering from severe episodes of mental illness and may not have fully understood what he was signing, disinherited his own son and named the English king as heir to the French throne. The Dauphin child was left wandering the southern regions with a fractured court, uncertain finances, and enemies who referred to him as the King of Bourges. It was a pointed joke about how little territory he convincingly controlled, and the joke had a sharp edge. He had not been crowned at Reims. In the symbolic language of medieval French kingship, this mattered deeply. Reims was where French kings received consecration, where ceremony confirmed what birth alone could not fully establish. Without that ceremony, his authority remained permanently contestable, and his enemies contested it often and with considerable energy. Joan did not process any of this in political terms. She absorbed it the way children in difficult places always do, through what adults try not to say in front of them but fail to hide entirely. Her father's expression when travellers arrived with news, the slight extra weight in her mother's evening prayers, the awareness, felt rather than argued, that something in the world was badly out of place, and had been for a very long time. She attended Mass at the Church of St. Remy, a modest stone building where prayers had been accumulating in the walls for generations the way cold accumulates in stone floors. She developed, even before adolescence, a reputation for religious seriousness that exceeded what her neighbours considered standard. Her friends attended Mass because it was required. Joan attended and then remained after the others had gone. Her friends said their prayers before sleep. Joan, by her own later account, said hers repeatedly, and with a quality of attention that the rest of her day could not match. This was not the narrow, contracted piety of someone running from something. She played. She ran through the fields on feast days, knew every animal in her father's care by individual temperament, and had firm opinions about which saints' feast days made the best occasions for being outside with friends. At the edge of the woods near Domremy stood a large oak tree that the villagers called the Ladies' Tree, or sometimes the Fairies' Tree, where children danced on certain feast days and hung garland from the lower branches. Joan went there too. She confirmed this detail later under sustained and unfriendly questioning by people hoping it would incriminate her, adding firmly that she had never personally had anything to do with any fairies, and found the repeated suggestion entirely unnecessary. Her village was raided at least once during her childhood. Cattle were taken. The family sheltered in a larger nearby town until the situation stabilised enough to return. Joan remembered this not as a story she told at gatherings, but as a physical impression. The absence of familiar things, the interruption of the orderly world, a farming family builds through small decisions accumulated over years. The cattle came back eventually, but the kind of certainty that goes with them when they are taken does not always return at the same pace. By her early teens, she was known in Domremy as a serious and capable girl with an unusual quality of focused attention, a generosity towards neighbours in need, and a willingness to sit quietly with her own thoughts when other children her age were doing anything but. She prayed more than her peers. She stayed in church longer. She noticed things that other people walked past without slowing. She was not yet a visionary, or if she was, she had not yet found the language for what was beginning inside her. That was about to change in the garden. It was a summer afternoon, sometime around the year 1425, and Joan was approximately 13 years old. She was in her father's garden, which by her later account was where she'd been on several unremarkable days before this one. She did not describe herself as being in an elevated state. She was not fasting, not in the middle of prayer, not engaged in any of the dramatic preparations that religious experience tends to get assigned in retrospect. She was simply standing there, in the ordinary warmth of a Lorraine afternoon, when everything changed. What she heard or felt or perceived, she described in her later trial testimony with a careful precision that suggests she spent years looking for the right words before she was forced to use them in public. She said there was a voice. She said a great light came with it, arriving from the direction of the church. She said she was frightened the first time, and then less frightened, and then not frightened at all. She said the voice told her to be good, and to attend church often, and that guidance would come. The voice identified itself over subsequent visits as St. Michael, the archangel who occupied a particular place in the popular religious imagination of medieval France, as the protector of the kingdom and the guardian of French royal destiny. The connection was not arbitrary. St. Michael's pilgrimage site at Mont Saint-Michel had become, over the preceding century, a symbol of French resistance to English claims, a place that had never fallen to English forces and whose significance was widely understood. For Joan, growing up in a borderland village where the English presence was not an abstraction, the identity of this particular voice carried specific weight. Later voices brought the presences of St. Catherine of Alexandria and St. Margaret of Antioch, both widely venerated across France, both associated in the popular tradition with the kind of courage that holds firm under extreme pressure, and with the specific strength required to maintain a position when powerful people are demanding you abandon it. The combination was, in retrospect, an accurate forecast of exactly what she would need. Joan kept all of this to herself. She told nobody. She went about her daily life, tended the animals, helped her mother with the house, attended mass, and let the voices settle into the rhythm of her days without making them a matter of public discussion. This lasted for several years. The gap between her first experience and the moment she began acting on what she was hearing is one of the more quietly remarkable details in her entire story. It is the detail of someone who listened for a long time before deciding to move, which is not usually how visionaries are depicted in popular imagination, but which was, in Joan's case, demonstrably true. Those years were not passive years. She was watching. The news from across France continued to be bad. English forces extended their holdings. Towns that had been French for generations changed hands. The Dauphin's court in the south remained in the comfortable holding pattern of institutions that have accepted reduced expectations. The voices continued, and Joan continued to carry them in silence, like something too valuable and too strange to share before the time was right. What does it feel like to spend years listening to something nobody else can hear, and to be absolutely certain of what it is asking? Joan never described her inner life in terms that would satisfy a modern reader looking for psychological complexity. She described the voices as bringing comfort. She described the light that came with them as something she looked forward to. She did not describe doubt about their nature, though she acknowledged when asked directly that she prayed that what she was hearing was genuinely good and not a deception. The question of how she maintained that certainty across years of ordinary farm life in a border village during a war is one the trial records cannot fully answer. The voices grew more specific over time, more urgent. They told her, gradually and with increasing precision, what she was supposed to do. She was to drive the English out of France. She was to bring the Dauphin Charles to Reims to be properly crowned. She was to restore France to itself. These were not modest instructions. Joan listened. She did not dismiss what she heard, but she also did not immediately announce it to the nearest available authority figure. She sat with it for years, testing it in her own mind, watching the world around her, observing the continuing progress of the war and the continuing absence of any French king who could actually unite the country against it. It is worth pausing here to consider who she was when the voices first arrived. She was not a knight. She was not the daughter of a knight. She was not a trained soldier, a trained administrator, or a trained theologian. She had no weapons, no institutional backing, no formal education of any kind. She was a farming girl from a village that most people in Paris had never heard of, in a country that had been trying and failing for decades to solve the exact problem the voices were assigning to her. And yet the voices kept arriving, summer afternoons and winter mornings, in the field and near the church. She described them consistently as coming with light and with a quality of authority that she found impossible to dismiss, not because she was naive about the possibility of deception, but because each appearance carried the same specific clarity, the same recognizable quality, and moved in the same direction. The medieval world was full of visionary claims, and the church had established careful processes for evaluating them. Both genuine spiritual experience and sincere but misdirected enthusiasm existed in the records, and separating them required attention. What made Joan's situation unusual was not the claim of divine guidance itself, which was not unprecedented among women mystics of her century, but the specific, practical, military nature of what she was being asked to do. Other visionaries of her era were asked to pray, to fast, to care for the sick, to write down their experiences for the benefit of later readers. Joan was being asked to lead armies. The voices continued through her adolescence, growing more specific and more urgent as the military situation in France deteriorated. By 1428, when Joan was about 16, the city of Orléans had come under English siege. Orléans was a crucial city on the Loire, the point where the English advance toward the Dauphin's remaining territory could be most effectively stopped or most effectively continued. If Orléans fell, the road south was open. If Orléans held, so did the possibility of a French recovery. The voices told Joan that Orléans needed her. She began for the first time to speak about what she had been hearing. Her father did not take it well. According to accounts gathered in the rehabilitation trial conducted decades after her death, he told her brothers that if she tried to leave home with a group of soldiers, they should drown her rather than allow it. This is either a measure of how seriously he took what she was proposing, or a reflection of the range of parental responses available in 15th century rural France. It was not, by any generous reading, an encouraging start to what would become one of the most consequential careers of the century. Joan's conviction in what she was hearing was not diminished by the difficulty of getting anyone to help her act on it. She found in a distant cousin named Durand-Lassoire someone willing to take her to the nearby town of Vaucouleurs, where a royal garrison was stationed under the command of a captain named Robert de Baudricourt. De Baudricourt was a practical man with a soldier's instinct for what was and was not a workable proposition. When Joan arrived at his door and informed him that she needed an escort to take her to the Dauphin, because she had been sent to save France, his response was to tell her relative to take her home and give her a good slap. She came back the following year. Persistence is not always a virtue, but in Joan's case it had a specific and difficult-to-dismiss quality. She returned to Vaucouleurs in January of 1429, asked again, and remained in the town waiting for an answer. People in Vaucouleurs began to notice her. They talked with her. A few of them, cautiously and slightly to their own surprise, started to believe she might be what she claimed to be. What changed de Baudricourt's mind is not entirely clear from the surviving records. Part of it may have been the news arriving around this time of another French military disaster near the town of Rouvray, a battle that came to be called the Battle of the Herrings, in the somewhat undignified way that many medieval engagements received their names. The French had attempted to intercept an English supply convoy carrying provisions that included salt fish for Lent, and had been routed in the attempt. When France was losing battles against fish deliveries, perhaps a girl from a river village was not the worst option remaining. De Baudricourt gave her an escort. He sent her to Chinon with a small group of soldiers and a safe conduct letter. Before she left, he gave her a sword. Joan cut her hair short, dressed in men's clothing for the journey as the voices had instructed, and began the 11-day ride to Chinon through country that was partly controlled by people who would have found her presence extremely inconvenient. She arrived in the late February of 1429. She was 17 years old. The journey to Chinon was roughly 350 miles through a landscape that could not honestly be called safe. Joan and her escort travelled mostly at night to avoid Burgundian patrols, crossing rivers at obscure fords and moving through the kind of countryside where travellers are registered and remembered without anyone intending to cause harm. They slept in what cover they could find. They moved through the cold of a French February with the urgency of people who understood what capture would mean. She arrived intact, which was not guaranteed when they departed. Chinon was the current seat of the Dauphin's uncertain court. It sat above the Vienne River on a rocky ridge in the Loire Valley, its castle large enough to house the full apparatus of a court in exile. Advisors, clergy, petitioners, and knights with better ambitions than prospects. The Dauphin Charles was not, by most contemporary accounts, an inspiring figure. He was cautious, suspicious, and quietly aware that people who arrived claiming divine messages for him tended to fall into one of two categories, neither of which had ended particularly well for previous examples. Word of Joan's arrival preceded her. The story was unusual enough that it travelled faster than she did, and the court debated whether to receive her at all. A theological examination was conducted to determine whether she was orthodox, which she passed. A physical examination was conducted to confirm she was indeed a maiden, which seems a strange requirement in retrospect, but was apparently considered relevant to the question of whether her divine commission was genuine. She passed that examination as well, with the kind of composed dignity that suggested she had decided to find the whole process tedious, rather than humiliating. The famous scene of Joan identifying the Dauphin among his courtiers has become one of the most repeated moments of her story, documented in multiple accounts, including the rehabilitation trial testimony gathered decades after her death. Charles had dressed himself as an ordinary nobleman and placed another man in the ceremonial position to see whether Joan would be deceived. She was not. She walked through the crowded hall, bypassed the decoy entirely, and found Charles in the crowd. Whether this happened with precisely the dramatic clarity that later accounts describe is something historians approach with appropriate caution. What is established is that Joan met the Dauphin, that the meeting was memorable enough to be recounted in detail by multiple witnesses years afterward, and that whatever she said to him in the private audience that followed produced a visible change in his manner. Contemporary accounts note that Charles emerged from their private conversation looking noticeably different than when he went in, lighter in some quality that had been visible in him for years. What she told him remained undisclosed in any surviving document. She referred afterward to having shared a secret with him that only God could have known, which is the kind of statement nearly impossible to evaluate across 6 centuries, and which was probably not easy to evaluate at the time either. What it produced was a willingness on Charles's part to continue listening. The court was not uniformly persuaded. His advisers were a varied group, some with genuine concern for France, and some with sharper concern for their own positions within an arrangement that was at least stable in ways that victory and recovery might unsettle. Several of them were deeply sceptical and would remain so regardless of anything Joan said or demonstrated, because the cost of being wrong about her in the direction of belief was considerably higher, from a political perspective, than the cost of being wrong in the direction of dismissal. She was sent to Poitiers to be examined again, this time by a panel of theologians and church officials assembled specifically to assess whether her divine commission was credible. The examination lasted approximately 3 weeks and covered her theology, her morals, her account of her visions, and various other aspects of her claim in considerable detail. The surviving Poitiers conclusions are incomplete, but what remains suggests she answered every question without hesitation, and with a directness that the examiners apparently found difficult to set aside. One theologian reportedly observed that she gave answers too wise for a girl of her age and condition. This sounds like a compliment and may have been intended as one. The panel found no heresy and no deception. They recommended that the Dauphin trust her, at least with the specific task she was claiming to be sent for. She was given armour. She was given a small household to manage the practical demands of a military campaign. She was given soldiers, and she was given, at her specific request, a banner that she described in detail to the craftsman who made it. White, covered with lilies, bearing the names of Jesus and Mary, exactly as the voices had described it to her. She carried this banner throughout her campaigns and was more protective of it than of any weapon assigned to her. There is also the matter of the sword. Joan told those around her that a search should be conducted at the church of St. Catherine de Fierbois, where she said a sword was buried behind the altar. The search was conducted. A sword was found. The church confirmed its presence. This detail was reported widely at the time and has attracted interpretations ranging from miraculous discovery to the more straightforward possibility that she had heard of the sword from someone who had visited the church. Joan offered no explanation beyond stating that the voices had told her it was there. Whatever its origin, she had it. She had armour, a banner, soldiers, and a commission from the only man in France with both the right to issue such a commission and a powerful personal reason to hope it would succeed. The Dauphin's court had not entirely believed her. It had more precisely decided that the situation in Orléans was desperate enough that a 17-year-old farmer's daughter with an unusual relationship to divine guidance was worth trying. This is a fine distinction, but it is an honest one. Joan set out for Orléans in late April of 1429. She was not given formal command of the army. She was given something closer to an advisory and symbolic role, somewhere between a mascot and a mascot who might actually know what she was doing. The distance between those two positions would become very clear very quickly. The people of Orléans came out to see her arrive by torchlight on the night of April 29th. Contemporary accounts describe the crowd pressing close to her horse, reaching out to touch her armour. She was a 17-year-old girl from a village nobody had heard of, and she had come to save a city that had been under siege for 7 months with supplies running low and no clear reason to expect improvement. They came out in the dark to see her because they needed to see someone who was certain. She was that, at least. Orléans in April of 1429 was a city that had been under English siege since October of the previous year. 7 months of a siege is a particular kind of exhaustion. It is not the sharp exhaustion of a single battle, but the accumulated weight of a city that has been anxious for so long that anxiety has stopped feeling like an event and started feeling like the normal condition of being alive. Supplies had been stretched, morale had been managed carefully, sorties against the English fortifications had been made and had produced inconclusive results. The city was not yet fallen, but the trajectory was not pointing upward. The English besieging force had constructed a network of fortified towers and earthworks around the city called Bastille, from which they controlled movement in and out of Orléans while avoiding a direct assault on its walls. The approach was methodical and, from an English strategic standpoint, entirely sensible. Starve the city into submission. No dramatic heroics required. Just patience and supply lines, and the slow arithmetic of who runs out of food first. Joan spent her first days in Orléans in a manner that tends to get skipped over in the more dramatic retellings of her story. She prayed. She studied the fortifications carefully. She spoke at length with the French military commanders about strategy. And she sent letters to the English commanders calling on them to withdraw and warning them, in specific and unambiguous terms of what was coming if they did not. The letters survive in partial form in the historical record, and they are not diplomatic documents. They are written in the voice of someone who has already decided how events are going to proceed and is extending the courtesy of advance notice. The English commanders who received these letters were, by contemporary accounts, not amused. One reportedly sent back a response that was not suitable for a general audience. Joan received it without visible distress. She also toured the city. She rode through the streets, and the people of Orleans came out to see her pass, pressing close, trying to catch a glimpse of this girl from Lorraine, who had arrived with a banner and a reputation that had travelled faster than she had. They had been under siege for 7 months. They had been frightened for 7 months. What Joan gave them in those first days was not a battle plan. It was something harder to articulate and considerably more necessary. The visible evidence that someone outside their situation believed, without qualification, that the situation was going to change. This kind of confidence has a physical quality to it. You can feel it in a room or in a street. It moves from person to person, not through argument, but through proximity. Joan had it in abundance, and the people of Orleans responded to it in the way that people who have been afraid for a very long time respond to the sudden presence of someone who is not afraid at all. The French commander at Orleans was Jean de Dunois, sometimes called the Bastard of Orleans, an illegitimate son of the Orleans royal line who had been defending the city, and who approached Joan's arrival with the measured scepticism of an experienced professional encountering something outside his previous experience. He later became one of her most consistent supporters, and his testimony at the rehabilitation trial, decades after her death, provided some of the most detailed first-hand accounts of what she was actually like in the field. He described someone who argued forcefully for her tactical instincts, who was almost always right when she did, and who accepted the limits of her formal authority while working persistently against them. The first major engagement came on May 4th. French forces attacked the English fortification of Saint-Lô on the eastern side of the city and captured it. Joan's precise role in this action is described differently in different accounts, but what is consistent across all of them is that she was present, visible, and that her presence produced a measurable effect on the behaviour of the troops around her. She carried her banner throughout the fighting rather than a weapon. This was a deliberate choice, not a practical limitation. She later confirmed that she preferred her banner to a sword because she did not wish to kill anyone, a statement that sounds strikingly incongruous in a military setting, but that was consistent with her documented behaviour across every engagement of her campaign. She was there for France, the voices had told her. She was not there for the fighting itself, and she kept that distinction clear in her own conduct, even when the fighting was happening directly around her. On May 6th, French forces attacked and captured the fortification called Les Augustins. Joan was wounded during this engagement, struck in the foot by a piece of iron. She continued fighting after the injury. The critical fortification of Les Tourelles, the English-held gatehouse controlling the bridge over the Loire, fell on May 7th after a sustained assault that lasted through most of the day. During this assault, Joan was struck by an arrow in the shoulder, a wound deep enough to require extraction, which was accomplished without any form of anaesthetic by means that must have been excruciating. Contemporary accounts of this wound and her response to it are among the most consistent details in the entire historical record, because multiple witnesses who did not know each other's testimony described the same sequence. Joan wept briefly when the arrow was drawn out. She confirmed this detail herself later, without apology or embellishment. She then prayed. She then asked how much longer the assault would take. She then returned to the fighting. The English abandoned Les Tourelles and retreated across the bridge that had held against French attempts for 7 months. On May 8th, the English commanders assembled their remaining forces and offered battle in an open field outside the city walls. The French came out to meet them. The two armies faced each other across the field for approximately an hour in the flat light of a May morning. Then the English withdrew, leaving their siege equipment where it stood. The siege of Orléans was over. It had lasted more than 200 days and ended in 9. What happened at Orléans in those 9 days in May produced an immediate and significant shift in the way the war was perceived on both sides. The French had been, by any honest accounting of recent events, losing. Orléans changed the tactical situation, but it also changed something harder to measure and considerably more important. Cities that had been quietly calculating the terms of negotiated surrender reconsidered their arithmetic. Soldiers who had been fighting with competence but without conviction found something in what had happened that gave them a different quality of resolve. Joan's specific contribution to the outcome is genuinely difficult to isolate from the broader military effort. She did not design the tactics. She had no formal command authority. What she had was presence, and presence in the particular form she carried it. Visible, fearless, unhurried, and apparently unconcerned with self-preservation, proved to be a kind of strategic asset for which military terminology does not have a clean category, but whose effects were unmistakable in the behaviour of the forces around her. In the weeks following Orléans, Joan pushed for rapid follow-up action, arguing that the English were disorganised from the defeat and that sustained pressure on remaining English-held positions along the Loire would consolidate the advantage before it dissipated. This position was not shared by all the commanders around her, several of whom preferred a more deliberate pace. The historical record of these internal discussions tends to show Joan consistently right about the timing, and the commanders consistently more cautious. The towns of Jargeau, Mons-sur-Loire, Beaugency and Patay followed in rapid succession over the next several weeks. Town by town, fortification by fortification, the Loire Valley was cleared. At the Battle of Patay in June, the English field army that had been the backbone of their Loire campaign was effectively destroyed as a fighting force. The English commander John Fastolf escaped, but his military reputation did not survive the day. The Loire Valley was open. The road to Reims was no longer a theoretical possibility. Joan went to the Dauphin and told him it was time to go north and be crowned. He agreed, after the appropriate amount of deliberation, which with Charles tended to be considerable. The march to Reims began in late June of 1429, and it was not, by any objective assessment, a straightforward military proposition. Reims sat at the heart of territory, either directly held by English and Burgundian forces or thoroughly sympathetic to them. The road from the Loire Valley to Reims covered roughly 200 miles of country that should, by every military logic available, have been extremely hazardous for a French royal procession to traverse. It was not in the end very hazardous at all. This is one of the more remarkable practical details of Joan's entire career, and it tends to be overshadowed by the more dramatic events at Orléans and Rouen. The march to Reims succeeded largely without major battle. Town after town along the route either surrendered before the army arrived or sent word of their willingness to do so once it appeared on the horizon. Auxerre negotiated. Troyes held out for a few days and then opened its gates. The symbolism of Troyes in particular was not lost on anyone who remembered recent French history. It was in Troyes that the disastrous Treaty of 1420 had been signed, the document that had disinherited the Dauphin and handed France to the English crown. The city that had hosted the signing now admitted the man it had been used to exclude. History, when it chooses to be direct, can be very direct. Joan rode with the army throughout the march. She had been given a more clearly military role after Orleans, her practical judgment having demonstrated itself clearly enough that even the most sceptical commanders were quietly adjusting their positions. Contemporary accounts describe her riding at the front of the column, her white banner catching light above the heads of the soldiers behind her, a figure distinctive enough in full armour that recognition required no announcement. The army arrived before Reims on July 16th, 1429. The city was in Burgundian hands and had been for years. The capitulation that followed the army's appearance came quickly and without significant violence, which given the length of the preceding occupation was surprising to most of those present. The accounts suggest that the sight of a French royal army, with Joan at its visible centre, produced a calculation in the city's leadership about the direction of the future, and that calculation came down decisively against further resistance. The coronation of Charles VII took place on July 17th, 1429 in the Cathedral of Notre-Dame de Reims. This was the same cathedral where French kings had been crowned since the 9th century. The same building, the same city, the same consecrated function that had been interrupted by the occupation. Through all of those years, the cathedral's clergy had continued their work, maintaining the building, observing the liturgical calendar, keeping the candles changed and the incense burning. They had been waiting, in the slow and patient way that old religious institutions wait for the ceremony to resume. To appreciate what the coronation meant, it helps to understand what it was understood to accomplish in the world of 1429. A French king who was not crowned at Reims was, in a sense that felt genuinely incomplete to people at the time, not fully a king. The ceremony was not merely symbolic in the way that modern ceremonies sometimes feel symbolic. It was understood as a transformation, a conferring of sacred status through the anointing oil that gave the king's authority a quality no military victory could produce, and no political arrangement could duplicate. The Dauphin had been legitimate by blood for years. He became legitimate in the fullest medieval sense only in Reims, only in that cathedral, only with that oil, and Joan had put him there. Medieval coronation ceremonies were extended and elaborate productions combining Christian ritual with dynastic theatre, in proportions difficult for modern observers to properly calibrate. There were prayers, anointings with consecrated oil, drawn from the ancient ampulla kept at Reims for exactly this purpose, specific vestments and specific objects and specific words that had to be said in the correct order for the ceremony to carry the weight the medieval world assigned to ceremonies. The Archbishop of Reims presided. The French nobility who had made the journey were assembled in the nave. The people of Reims packed the streets outside and pressed toward the cathedral doors, and the sound that filled the city on that July morning was the sound of a country recognizing something that had been absent for a very long time. Joan stood throughout the ceremony near the altar holding her banner. Her later explanation for why her banner was present at the coronation, rather than the banners of the commanders who had fought alongside her in the field, was characteristically direct. She said it had borne the burden and deserved the honour. This explanation was accepted by everyone who heard it, possibly because it was difficult to argue with, and possibly because by this point people had largely stopped trying. When the crown was placed on Charles's head and the ceremony completed, Joan knelt before him. The accounts of those who witnessed the moment describe her weeping, not with grief or exhaustion, but with the particular quality of relief that arrives when something enormous has been completed that you were not entirely certain you would live to see through to the end. Charles VII was King of France in the full ceremonial sense. He had the crown, the city, the cathedral, the oil, and the witnesses. The English claim to his throne, grounded partly in his disinheritance and partly in the absence of exactly the ceremony, had been answered as clearly as the medieval world knew how to answer anything. For Joan personally, the coronation at Reims completed the specific mission the voices had given her. She had pushed the English back from the Loire. She had brought the Dauphin to Reims. These were the two tasks described to her with precision. What came after was less clearly mapped. She continued to serve with the French military in the months following the coronation, participating in attempts to push toward Paris and in operations along the northern margins of the recovered territory. These campaigns were less uniformly successful. The assault on Paris in September 1429 failed after a full day of fighting. Joan was wounded again, this time by a crossbow bolt in the thigh. The retreat from Paris was ordered against her stated recommendation, and those present later noted that she was not quiet about her opposition to the decision. The political context of the court was shifting in ways that were not straightforwardly favourable to her. Charles, having obtained his coronation, had other interests to balance now, including a truce negotiation with Burgundy that required diplomatic restraint incompatible with continued aggressive campaigning. Joan's greatest value to the king had been concentrated in the specific period between her arrival at Chinon and the moment the crown settled onto Charles's head at Reims. What came after was politically more complicated. She continued campaigning. She remained certain of what she was doing and why. Even as the military context became less clearly in her favour, and the political support around her became less reliably present. She wrote letters during this period, several of which survive, addressed to cities and commanders and factions. All of them carry the same quality of directness that had characterized her from the beginning. She was not, by any evidence, someone who adjusted her certainty to match the temperature of the room. This quality had been her most powerful asset at Orléans, when the room was full of frightened soldiers who needed someone unshakable. It would be considerably more complicated when the room was a courtroom in Rouen. On May 23rd of 1430, Joan was captured outside the city of Compiègne. She had been leading a sortie against Burgundian forces threatening the city. During the retreat back toward the city gates, she was pulled from her horse by a Burgundian archer. She did not get up as a free person for the better part of a year. She did not get up again at all after the trial that followed. Her capture has been the subject of historical discussion ever since. The city gates were closed, by one account, before she and her rearguard had fully retreated inside. Whether this was a deliberate abandonment, a miscommunication, or the result of military confusion in a rapidly deteriorating tactical situation has not been definitively resolved. What is clear is that the gates were closed, Joan was outside them, and the Burgundians took her. She was held initially by the Burgundian count who captured her, John of Luxembourg, and then transferred to the English for 10,000 livres. This was an enormous sum, the kind paid for kings. The English were aware of what they were paying for. She was taken to Rouen, the administrative centre of the English occupation of northern France, and held in a military prison there. The conditions violated the standard protocols for handling female prisoners who were supposed to be held in ecclesiastical custody under female supervision. Joan was guarded by male soldiers, chained on certain days, and held in conditions that the rehabilitation trial would document in considerable detail. The practical difficulty of her imprisonment was not incidental, it was part of the process. The trial was organised under the authority of Pierre Cauchon, the Bishop of Beauvais, whose diocese included Compiègne and who had been displaced from his position by French military advances. He was a man with both the motivation and the ecclesiastical standing to run the proceedings. The charge was heresy, specifically involving her wearing of men's clothing, which canon law had specific positions on, and the nature of her claimed divine guidance, which the tribunal was determined to characterise as demonic in origin rather than divine. The trial began in January 1431. It continued through multiple sessions over several months. Joan was questioned without any representative acting in her defence, under conditions that violated multiple provisions of canon law in ways the rehabilitation trial would later catalogue at length. She was examined by men who had spent careers preparing to analyse exactly the kinds of claims she was making, and she answered them without preparation materials, without legal assistance, and without anyone in the room whose interest was in her survival. The trial records are the most extensive documentary source for Joan's own words that survive from her lifetime. They are also documents produced by people who intended to use them to kill her. Reading them clearly requires holding both facts together at the same time, without allowing either one to cancel the other. She was questioned about the voices, what they said, how they appeared, what they asked of her. She was asked whether she knew if she was in God's grace, which was a technically sophisticated theological trap. If she said yes, she was claiming certainty about her own spiritual state that the Church regarded as presumptuous. If she said no, she was admitting doubt about her divine mission. She answered that if she was not in God's grace, she hoped God would put her there, and if she was, she hoped he would keep her there. The court moved past this answer without lingering. She was questioned about her clothing, about the precise circumstances of her military role, about the details of her childhood in Domremy, including the oak tree in the forest, which the court clearly hoped to connect to something heretical. She answered the questions about the tree with the same composed firmness she brought to everything else, confirming what was true and declining to confirm what was not, even when confirming it might have made the questioners less persistent. She was questioned about whether she had ever seen her saints in physical form, about the specific appearance of St. Michael. about whether St. Catherine had hair and whether it was long. She was asked about whether the voices had told her she would be captured. She was asked about her banner and what exactly she believed it accomplished. She was questioned about money, about whether she had received payment, about whether she had promised gifts or taken gifts. The questioning went on for months. The sessions were held in her prison chamber and in the courtroom. She answered alone, without counsel, surrounded by trained ecclesiastical lawyers whose job was to find in her answers something that could be formally condemned. The surviving transcript of these sessions is a document unlike most things from the 15th century. You can read it as a legal proceeding, which it was. You can read it as a record of one of the more sustained acts of institutional bullying in the historical record. Both readings are accurate. What is also true, and harder to explain, is that across hundreds of questions and hundreds of answers, she never lost her basic orientation. She never gave them what they most needed, which was a clear and provable lie, or a clear and provable heresy, or a collapse under pressure into the kind of incoherence that would have made the condemnation feel less like a decision that had been made before she arrived in the room. She maintained throughout the early sessions that her voices were genuine and came from God. She maintained that her clothing had been sanctioned by divine instruction. She answered questions with the precision and unexpectedness that had characterized her at Poitiers, though the context was now reversed entirely. At Poitiers, the examination had been conducted by people looking for a reason to believe. At Rouen, it was conducted by people who had already decided on the conclusion and were constructing a path to support it. In late May, after months of questioning and threatened with immediate burning at the stake, Joan signed a document of abjuration, acknowledging in its stated terms that her voices had been false and agreeing to submit entirely to the Church's authority. The precise document she signed and the document that was read aloud to the assembled court may not have been identical. This was testified to by witnesses during the rehabilitation trial, who stated that the document read to the crowd was substantially longer than the one placed before Joan. A few days later, she withdrew the abjuration. She said her voices had told her she had done wrong by denying them. She returned to wearing men's clothing, a direct violation of the terms she had agreed to, which some historians read as a deliberate choice to force a conclusion she had come to see as unavoidable. Her judges condemned her as a relapsed heretic. On May 30th, 1431, Joan of Arc was brought to the old market square in Rouen, tied to a stake over a pile of firewood, and burned. She was 19 years old. Contemporary accounts of her death describe her asking for a cross to be held where she could see it throughout. An English soldier made a small cross from 2 sticks and passed it up to her. A larger crucifix was brought from a nearby church and held before her by a priest named Isambard de la Pierre, who provided testimony about what he witnessed that day when asked during the rehabilitation proceedings decades later. Multiple accounts describe her calling out the name of Jesus. They describe members of the crowd weeping. They describe the weight of what they were watching settling over the market square in a way that nobody present seemed to know how to carry. The English Cardinal Henry Beaufort, who was present, reportedly said afterward that they had burned a saint. It may have been the most honest assessment offered in Rouen that entire morning. Her ashes were thrown into the Seine. The story did not end in the market square of Rouen. It rarely does, with history's more consequential figures, though the forms that continuation takes are almost never predictable from the moment of ending. 20 years after Joan's execution, Charles VII had consolidated his position sufficiently to commission a formal examination of the original trial. The 100 Years' War was moving toward its conclusion, the English being methodically pressed out of French territory through a combination of military effort and the gradual collapse of the political alliances that had sustained their occupation. By the time Charles retook Rouen in 1449, the city where Joan had been tried and killed was French again, which was one of those geographic coincidences that history occasionally produces with quiet and perfect precision. The rehabilitation trial, conducted between 1455 and 1456, examined the original proceedings in systematic detail. Witnesses who had been present at Rouen in 1431 were located and questioned. The judges who had run the original trial were, for the most part, dead by then. Those who remained and testified did not offer robust defences of what they had participated in. The trial records were examined by canon law experts who identified multiple procedural violations. The original verdict was formally overturned. Joan was declared innocent of all charges and recognised as a martyr. The rehabilitation verdict arrived too late to mean anything to Joan herself, which is the most straightforward observation that can be made about it. It arrived in time to mean something to her family. Her mother, Isabelle Romy, had travelled to Paris to petition for the rehabilitation and lived to hear the verdict read aloud. The trial records include an account of her petition and her presence in those records, still fighting for her daughter more than 20 years after her death, is one of the more quietly devastating details in the entire documentary history of Joan's life. The verdict also meant something to the soldiers who had fought alongside Joan, and whose own honour had been implicitly called into question by the original condemnation. It meant something to the ongoing national story of France, which was in the process of reconstructing itself from a long catastrophe, and which needed, in the way that countries sometimes need these things, a figure whose meaning could be shared across different factions and different political positions. Joan was available for this purpose in a way that most historical figures are not, partly because she had operated independently enough of any single faction that no one group could claim exclusive ownership of her legacy. The centuries that followed her rehabilitation produced a remarkable variety of uses for her story. She appeared in chronicles and in poems, in stage productions, in the work of major writers across several centuries and several countries. She appeared in the work of Shakespeare, not flatteringly, his Joan being drawn as a sorceress and a fraud, which reflects the political context of late 16th century England more accurately than it reflects any honest engagement with the historical record. She appeared in the work of Voltaire, also not flatteringly, for different reasons and with a different kind of distortion. She appeared as a symbol of French national identity during the Revolution, and again during the Napoleonic period, and again during the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. She appeared during the German occupation of France in the 20th century, in one of history's more striking examples of simultaneous appropriation. Her image and her story were invoked both by the French resistance, which drew on her defiance of occupying foreign powers, and by the Vichy government, which drew on her piety and her obedience to established authority. Joan herself would almost certainly have found this parallelism bewildering, and historians who have written about it have found it illuminating in ways that say less about Joan than about how completely a historical figure can be separated from their original context once enough centuries have passed. The formal process of sainthood began remarkably late, relative to the depth and breadth of her popular veneration. The Catholic Church opened her beatification cause in 1894 following centuries of a local and unofficial honour that had outrun institutional recognition by a considerable margin. She was beatified in 1909. She was canonised in 1920, 489 years after her death, by Pope Benedict XV in a ceremony in Rome on May 16th of that year. Her feast day was set for May 30th, the anniversary of her execution. The historical record surrounding Joan is, by the standards of 15th century figures, unusually rich. The trial transcripts survive in several copies, translated from French into Latin and later back, the process introducing some distortions but leaving the core content intact enough to have supported generations of scholarly analysis. The rehabilitation trial testimony provides a second documentary layer. People who had known her speaking about her in enough detail that something genuine of her actual personality comes through. The chronicles of Christine de Pizan, who wrote in praise of Joan during Joan's own lifetime, and who is one of the rare contemporaries to have recognised what was happening in real time, add another perspective on how the world of 1429 perceived what Joan was doing while she was still alive to be perceived. What comes through the trial transcripts, if you read them with sustained attention, is a person whose clarity of purpose was so complete that it operated independently of the categories available to the people questioning her. They asked about God, and about institutional authority, and about the relationship between divine instruction and the Church's right to interpret it. She gave answers that did not fit neatly into any of the positions the questioners had prepared for. She said her voices were genuine, and she was not prepared to say otherwise because they were. She said the Church had authority in its proper domain, and she was not prepared to dispute that either. She said both things were simultaneously true, and declined to be argued out of either position by people who insisted they were contradictory. This quality of thought, direct and steady and genuinely difficult to corner, appears throughout her documented words across every context in which those words were recorded. It was not the argument of someone trained in theology. It was the argument of someone who had spent years listening carefully to something she believed was true, and had reached, through that listening, a certainty that formal training could not have given her, and formal training could not take away. The writers who have tried to account for her across 5 centuries have reached for different frameworks and found all of them slightly inadequate. She resists being made purely into a symbol because the trial records keep showing you an actual person, specific and particular, and occasionally impatient with the question at hand. She resists being reduced to a psychological case study because the external events of her story are too consequential and too well documented to be explained as the product of inner experience alone. She changed the outcome of a war. That happened. The voices may have started it, but the battles of Orlan and Patay and the march to Reims were real, and the consequences of them were real. What she remains, across all the attempts to contain her in a single meaning, is the story of someone who was given an impossible task and treated it as a reasonable one. Someone who looked at the distance between where she was and where she was supposed to go, and did not experience it as discouraging. Someone who understood that certainty, offered consistently and without apology, can function as a kind of compass for people who have lost their own. France itself eventually came through the 100 Years' War and became something recognisable as a unified country. The English left formally in 1453 when the Battle of Castillon ended the last major English military campaign on the continent, the war that had defined the entire world of Joan's childhood, that had been present in the background of every prayer her mother said, concluded without Joan surviving to see it. But the trajectory that led to its conclusion ran through Orleans, and through the Loire campaign, and through Reims, and through the particular moment when a 17-year-old from a village beside the Meuse walked through a crowded hall at Chinon and found, without apparent difficulty, the man who was not yet a king but who needed to become one. Domremy still exists. The village is called Domremy-la-Pucelle now, a change to a place name that takes roughly 500 years to earn. The house where Joan grew up has been preserved, its stone walls still standing that once held the sound of her mother's prayers, that absorbed the light of evenings when the family gathered, while the world outside was cold and uncertain. You can visit it. You can stand in the room where a girl grew up who could not read, could not write, had never held a weapon or commanded a soldier, or sat in any court more significant than her father's kitchen, and who changed the political direction of a country because she was convinced she was supposed to and could not find a reason convincing enough to make her stop. The window of that house looks out toward the same river that she looked out toward as a child. The Meuse is still there, still moving in the same direction, still making the same sound it made in 1412 and 1425 and 1429. The meadow beyond it is still green in the right season. The oak trees at the edge of the woods are different trees now, obviously 5.5 centuries of trees having come and gone in the same spot, but the woods are still there at the same edge of the same field, and on quiet mornings the light on the grass is probably not very different from what it was when Joan walked through it. History keeps what it keeps. It does not always explain why it keeps some things and loses others, why one girl from one village in one particular year became the kind of story that gets told for 600 years, while most of the people who lived in similar villages in similar years left no trace at all. The explanation probably has something to do with the choices she made, and something to do with the particular moment those choices intersected with, and something to do with the fact that the trial in Rouen preserved her words with a thoroughness that her enemy is intended as condemnation, and that turned out to be something closer to an inadvertent archive. She spoke clearly. They wrote it down. The rest is what it is. Tonight, you have followed her from that meadow beside the Meuse, through the fields where the voices first arrived, along the winter road to Vaucouleurs, through the examination halls at Chinon, through the burning weeks at Orléans, up the long road to Reims, through the cold prison at Rouen, and into the long, bright, contested permanence of what she became in the centuries after. There is no tidy conclusion to offer. There rarely is with someone like Joan. What there is instead is the image of a girl standing in a garden on an ordinary summer afternoon, hearing something she could not account for and deciding, without drama and without any particular announcement, that she was going to take it seriously. The sheep were still in the field behind her father's house. The Meuse was still moving past the village as it always had. The oak tree at the edge of the woods was probably full of birds, indifferent to everything, doing exactly what oak trees do on summer afternoons, and the world, quiet for just that moment, had no way of knowing what was coming. Let it be enough tonight to know that she did. Rest well, my tired wanderers. If this story settled something in you, consider sharing it with someone else who might need the company of a long, quiet night. I will be here when you come back. You wake in darkness, though dawn isn't far off. The year is 1720, and you're in a modest house on the outskirts of London, where the city's smoke hasn't yet reached the countryside proper. Your bedroom is cold. Winter never truly leaves these stone walls, but you know that downstairs, someone has already been awake for an hour, building the fire that will warm the kitchen and heat the first kettle of the day. The concept of morning tea is still relatively new to English households. Your grandmother never drank it. She woke to small beer or watered wine, the same breakfast beverages that had sustained English people for centuries. But you've developed a taste for this strange leaf that arrived from China, and now your mornings feel incomplete without it. You pull on your dressing gown and make your way downstairs, where the kitchen glows with firelight. The kettle sits on its iron hook, steam beginning to curl from its spout. You've learned that timing matters. Too soon, and the water hasn't reached the temperature needed to properly open the leaves. Too late, and it boils too vigorously, making the tea taste sharp and unpleasant. The tea itself lives in a locked wooden caddy on the shelf. This might seem excessive to future generations, but tea costs more than most people earn in a week. Some households keep it locked away as carefully as they guard their silver. You measure out a careful spoonful of black leaves, their twisted shapes reminding you of tiny scrolls of parchment. When you lift them close, they smell faintly of smoke and earth, and something else you can't quite name. Perhaps the scent of distance itself, of mountains you'll never see. The ritual of brewing is simple but requires attention. You warm the pot first, swirling hot water inside to heat the ceramic before discarding it. Then the leaves go in, and the water pours over them with a sound like gentle rain on stone. Some people insist on exactly 3 minutes of steeping. Others claim 5 is necessary. You've settled on 4, which seems to extract the flavour without the bitterness that makes your mouth pucker. While you wait, you prepare the accompaniments. Sugar comes in a hard cone that requires cutting with special nippers, and you chip off a small piece to dissolve in your cup. Milk is more controversial. Some insist it should go in first to prevent the hot tea from cracking delicate porcelain. Others claim this ruins the flavour, that milk should be added only after tasting the tea's strength. You've noticed that people defend their chosen method with surprising passion, as if the order of milk and tea reveals something essential about character. The first sip is always the best. The warmth spreads through your chest, pushing back the morning chill. The flavour is complex, slightly astringent, faintly sweet, with undertones that change depending on the particular batch. Sometimes you detect notes of honey or smoke. Other times it tastes of nothing so much as the colour brown, rich and deep and somehow comforting. Morning tea serves a practical purpose. It sharpens your mind for the day ahead and clears the fog of sleep. But it's also become a moment of peace before the household fully wakes, before the demands of the day begin in earnest. You sit by the kitchen fire, cradling the warm cup, watching the sky lighten beyond the window. Outside, a bird begins its morning song, and you think how strange it is that such small rituals, hot water, dried leaves, a few minutes of quiet, can make the difference between a day that feels manageable and one that feels overwhelming from the start. Your morning cup rarely lasts long. There's too much to do, too many responsibilities waiting. But in these few minutes, you exist in a pocket of calm, a small ceremony that marks the boundary between night and day, sleep and waking, and the private self and the public one you'll present to the world. To understand how tea became essential to English life, you need to travel back further, to a time when England had never heard of such a beverage. Picture yourself in 1650, in a London that would seem both familiar and alien to modern eyes. The city is smaller, dirtier, and far more dangerous than you imagine. The Great Fire hasn't happened yet, so the streets are still a maze of medieval timber buildings leaning over narrow lanes. Coffee has just arrived in England, brought by traders returning from Ottoman territories. The first coffee house opened 2 years ago, and already these establishments are changing the social fabric of the city. Men gather to discuss politics, business, and philosophy while sipping the bitter black drink. But tea hasn't appeared yet. Another 8 years will pass before anyone in England tastes it. When tea finally arrives, it comes through the same trade routes as porcelain, silk, and spices. The long maritime journey from China to Europe. The Dutch East India Company brings the first shipments, and for several years tea remains a Dutch specialty, available only in Amsterdam. English traders watch this new market with interest, recognising profit when they see it. The earliest English tea is green, not black. It comes compressed into bricks or twisted into small pellets, and the instructions for preparation are vague at best. Some people boil the leaves like vegetables, others steep them in spirits rather than water. A few enterprising souls even try eating the leaves directly, spreading them on bread with butter. These experiments taste terrible, and it takes time for the proper brewing method to become common knowledge. Initially, tea is marketed as medicine rather than refreshment. Advertisements claim it cures headaches, drowsiness, and something mysteriously called the vapours. One enthusiastic merchant insists it makes the body active and lusty. The medical establishment remains sceptical, but this doesn't prevent curious Londoners from trying it. Catherine of Braganza deserves credit for making tea fashionable. When she marries Charles II in 1662, she brings Portuguese tea-drinking habits to the English court. The new queen requests tea at public occasions, and suddenly, everyone who matters wants to drink what royalty drinks. Fashion has always been a powerful force, and tea rides the wave of royal approval from exotic curiosity to status symbol. The price remains astronomical. A pound of tea costs more than most working people earn in a month, which means only the wealthy can afford to drink it regularly. This exclusivity adds to its appeal. Tea becomes a way to display prosperity, and the implements surrounding it, the pots, cups, and caddies, grow increasingly elaborate and expensive. As demand increases, the East India Company takes over the trade, establishing direct routes to China and eventually India. Ships designed specifically for the tea trade begin making the dangerous journey around the Cape of Good Hope, carrying tons of dried leaves in their holds. The voyage takes months, and many ships are lost to storms, pirates, or simply the vastness of the ocean. Each successful arrival drives the market, and gradually the price begins to drop. By 1700, tea drinking had spread beyond the aristocracy to the growing middle class. Merchants, lawyers, and successful tradespeople can afford the occasional pound, and tea gardens open in London where respectable citizens can pay an entrance fee to walk in pleasant surroundings while drinking tea served at outdoor tables. These gardens become popular meeting places, especially for women, who have few other public venues where they can gather without impropriety. The government quickly recognises a revenue opportunity. Tea taxes are introduced, then increased again. By the mid-17th century, the tax on tea is so high that smuggling becomes rampant. Ships land on quiet beaches at night, and contraband tea makes its way inland along secret routes, hidden in everything from coffins to milk churns. Nearly half the tea consumed in England arrives through illegal channels, and everyone knows it, though polite society pretends otherwise. Despite the cost and the taxes and the illegal trade, tea continues its steady conquest of English habits. It's not just a drink anymore, it's becoming woven into the fabric of daily life, marking moments both ordinary and significant. People are beginning to discover that tea adapts to any occasion: morning alertness, afternoon society, and evening comfort. The ritual is flexible enough to fit anywhere, yet structured enough to feel meaningful. You can see the change in the architecture of houses being built in this era. New homes include rooms specifically designed for tea drinking, with large windows to let in afternoon light and built-in cupboards for storing the precious leaves and expensive porcelain. The beverage is literally reshaping the English home. By 1780, you've been drinking tea for most of your life, but you're still learning its subtleties. The art of proper brewing has developed into something approaching ritual, with rules and preferences passed down through families like precious recipes. Water quality matters more than most people realise. Hard water, heavy with minerals, makes tea taste flat and dull. Soft water brings out the leaves' complexity, revealing flavours that hard water simply masks. In your household, you've learned which local wells produce the best water for tea. Some neighbours actually transport water from specific springs, believing this makes all the difference. The temperature of the water is equally crucial, though measuring it precisely is impossible without modern thermometers. You've learned to judge by observation. When the first small bubbles appear at the bottom of the kettle, the water is too cool. When it's in a rolling boil with large bubbles breaking the surface, it's too hot. The perfect moment comes just as the water begins to shudder, just before the full boil begins. This timing requires attention and practice, but the results justify the effort. Different teas demand different treatments. Green tea, less common now than it was in your grandmother's time, needs cooler water and shorter steeping. Black tea, which has become the English preference, can withstand hotter water and longer brewing. Some of the new blended teas mixed by merchants to create consistent flavours come with specific instructions that seem to change with each shipment. The teapot itself influences the final result. Porcelain pots are beautiful but fragile and expensive. Earthenware pots are sturdy but can retain flavours from previous brewings, which some people consider advantageous and others find unacceptable. Silver pots are fashionable in wealthy households, though they conduct heat so efficiently that the tea grows cold quickly unless you keep it near the fire. You've developed personal techniques over the years. You never use the same pot for different types of tea, believing each pot should be seasoned with a single variety. You warm not just the pot but also the cups, because cold porcelain lowers the tea's temperature too quickly. You've learned that the first cup poured is weaker than the second, so you pour a small amount, return it to the pot, then pour all the cups at once to ensure equal strength. The question of additives sparks endless debate. Purists insist tea should be drunk plain, without milk or sugar, to appreciate its natural flavour. Pragmatists point out that much of the tea available in England is fairly harsh and benefits from softening. Regional preferences are emerging. People in the north seem to prefer their tea stronger and darker than southerners, though everyone claims their way is the only correct method. Milk quality varies dramatically depending on the season. Summer milk, rich from cows grazing on lush grass, creates a different flavour than winter milk from hay-fed animals. Some households keep a special dairy arrangement with local farms, requesting milk from specific cows believed to produce the best tea accompaniment. Sugar remains expensive enough that its use signals prosperity. The amount you add is carefully calibrated. Too little suggests poverty or stinginess, and too much seems vulgar and wasteful. 1 lump is genteel, 2 is generous, and 3 is extravagant. You've noticed that the quantity people use often correlates exactly with their income, as if they're advertising their financial status with each spoonful. Timing the drinking matters as much as timing the brewing. Tea should be consumed hot but not scalding, at a temperature that allows you to taste the full range of flavours without burning your tongue. This creates a narrow window. The tea must be brewed, poured, prepared with milk and sugar if desired, and then drunk within a few minutes before it cools too much. This urgency is part of the ritual's appeal. Tea demands attention. It can't be ignored or left waiting while you attend to other tasks. The leaves themselves tell stories if you know how to read them. Quality leaves are whole or broken into large pieces, never powdered or dusty. The colour should be consistent throughout without too many stems or twigs mixed in. Fresh tea has a subtle sheen, while old tea looks dull and lifeless. When you open a new caddy, the scent should be immediately apparent. If you have to search for the aroma, the tea is likely past its prime. Storage has become a minor science. Tea absorbs odours from its surroundings with alarming efficiency, so it must be kept away from spices, coffee, or anything with a strong smell. The caddy should be airtight, and many people wrap the tea in paper within the caddy for additional protection. Some swear by keeping a small piece of charcoal in the caddy to absorb moisture and preserve freshness. You've learned to judge the strength by colour, watching the liquid darken from pale amber to deep reddish brown. The perfect shade varies by preference and occasion. Lighter for afternoon social drinking, darker for morning energy or evening comfort. This visual assessment becomes second nature over time, as automatic as knowing when bread is properly baked or a sauce has reached the right consistency. The china itself has become almost as important as the tea it holds. You remember when your mother received her first full tea set, a wedding gift that the family guarded like treasure. The cups were so thin you could see light through them, decorated with intricate blue and white patterns that seemed impossibly delicate. That set still exists, carefully preserved for special occasions, each piece handled with reverence. English porcelain production began because of tea. For decades, all fine china came from China itself, carried in ship holds wrapped in silk and straw for the months-long journey. Many pieces arrived broken, which only increased the value of those that survived. The prices were staggering. A single teacup could cost as much as a working man's annual wage. Then English potters began experimenting, trying to recreate the formula that made Chinese porcelain so uniquely translucent and strong. The efforts produced some interesting failures, beautiful ceramics that were nonetheless too thick, too porous, or too fragile to be truly useful. But gradually, through trial and error and probably some industrial espionage, English manufacturers cracked the secret. Now, by 1790, England produces its own porcelain, and the industry has transformed the landscape of places like Staffordshire. Entire towns exist to serve the tea trade, with hundreds of workers painting delicate designs on cups and saucers, firing kilns and developing new shapes and patterns. The work is exacting and often dangerous. The lead in the glazes, the heat of the kilns, the fine dust that coats everything, but it provides employment for thousands. Your own tea set is modest compared to what wealthy families display, but you're proud of it nonetheless. The pieces match, which wasn't always possible for people of your station. The pattern shows willows and bridges in blue, a style that has become enormously popular. Each cup sits in its own saucer, and you have a separate slop bowl for the used leaves, a cream jug, and a sugar bowl with a lid and tiny spoon. The arrangement of these pieces on the table follows unwritten but well understood rules. The teapot commands the centre, usually on a small stand to protect the tablecloth from heat. The cups and saucers are distributed according to the number of guests, each precisely placed. The sugar bowl and cream jug flank the teapot within easy reach but not crowding it. The slop bowl sits slightly apart, positioned where used leaves can be discreetly disposed of without drawing excessive attention to the process. Tablecloths for tea are different from those used for meals. They're lighter, often white or cream, and sometimes embroidered with simple patterns. The fabric must be fine enough to show the quality of the table beneath, yet sturdy enough to withstand repeated use and washing. Stains are disasters. Tea leaves permanent marks on fabric, and a spotted tablecloth suggests carelessness or, worse, poverty. The spoons deserve their own consideration. Teaspoons are smaller than tablespoons, sized specifically for stirring sugar into a teacup without splashing. Silver is preferred, but even modest households usually manage at least silver-plated spoons for tea service. The spoons are displayed in their own holder or sometimes laid beside each cup, handles aligned with mathematical precision. Serving tea to guests has become a performance, one that displays your skill and refinement. You begin by asking each person their preference: milk and sugar, just milk, just sugar, or neither. This seems simple, but remembering everyone's choice and preparing each cup correctly requires concentration, especially when serving a larger group. The order of additions matters. Some insist milk must go in first, claiming this prevents the hot tea from shocking the porcelain and causing hairline cracks. Others argue tea should go in first, allowing you to judge its strength before adding milk. You've adopted the tea first method, believing it gives better control over the final colour and taste. Passing the cups requires grace. You hand each one to its recipient with both hands, making sure the handle is positioned for easy grasping. The saucer stays with the cup. Separating them during service would mark you as hopelessly provincial. Small plates for cake or bread and butter are distributed separately, along with napkins folded into simple triangles. The conversations that happen around these carefully arranged tables range from trivial gossip to serious discussion of politics and philosophy. Tea service has created a space where people gather, where the ritual itself provides structure for social interaction. The pouring and passing, the asking and answering about preferences, the small pauses for sipping, all of this creates a rhythm that makes conversation easier, especially with people you don't know well. You've noticed how tea settings reflect changes in society. 30 years ago, tea was drunk from handleless bowls, and people held the hot porcelain carefully by the rim. Then someone invented the handle, and suddenly the old bowls looked primitive. Now everyone uses handled cups, and the earlier style has nearly disappeared except among the very old or very eccentric. The patterns on the china tell their own story. Chinoiserie, designs featuring Chinese scenes and motifs, dominated for decades as a way of bringing the exotic into English homes. But lately, English subjects are becoming popular. Country scenes, flowers, and even images of local landmarks. It's as if tea, having been fully absorbed into English life, no longer needs to advertise its foreign origins. The afternoon has its own tea ceremony, quite different from the simple morning cup. By 1840, you've witnessed the emergence of afternoon tea as a distinct social institution, complete with its own etiquette and expectations. The timing is specific, around 4 o'clock, that peculiar dead zone between lunch and dinner, when energy flags and hunger begins to gnaw. The Duchess of Bedford is credited with inventing this meal, complaining of a sinking feeling in the late afternoon and requesting tea and small cakes be brought to her private rooms. The practice caught on among her friends, then spread through society like ripples in a pond. Afternoon tea is lighter than the working-class high tea served later in the day, which is really more of a supper. This afternoon version features delicate foods designed to sustain without overwhelming. Thin sandwiches with the crusts cut off, small cakes, and scones with jam and clotted cream. The portions are deliberately modest. Eating too much would suggest poor breeding, or worse, genuine hunger. The sandwiches are miniature works of art. Cucumber slices so thin they're nearly transparent, arranged on butter spread with mathematical precision. Egg and cress mixed with just enough mayonnaise to bind. Smoked salmon on brown bread. The crusts are always removed, transforming the sandwiches into neat squares or triangles that sit on plates in carefully composed arrangements. Scones arrive warm from the oven, their tops golden and slightly cracked. The proper way to eat them sparks debate. Some split them horizontally with a knife, while others insist you must break them apart with your hands to preserve the texture. The jam goes on first, then the cream, or perhaps the cream first and then the jam. This choice apparently reveals something profound about your character, though you've never quite understood what. The cream itself is a luxury. Clotted cream, thick enough to hold its shape, comes from Devon or Cornwall, where dairy farms have perfected its production. It's yellowish white, and so rich it coats your mouth, making each bite of scone feel indulgent. In less wealthy households, regular cream or even butter serves as a substitute, though everyone pretends not to notice the difference. Cakes for afternoon tea are smaller than dessert cakes, designed to be eaten in 2 or 3 bites without requiring a fork. Victoria sponge, filled with jam and dusted with sugar, lemon drizzle, glazed and tart, small iced cakes in pastel colours. The variety displayed on a cake stand demonstrates the household's resources and the cook's skill. The conversation during afternoon tea tends toward the pleasant and uncontroversial. This isn't the time for serious political debate or difficult personal disclosures. Instead, you discuss the weather, recent social events, or perhaps a new book or play. The talk flows around the tea service, accommodating the natural pauses created by sipping and eating. Women dominate afternoon tea in a way that isn't true for other meals. Men occasionally attend, but this is primarily female territory, a space where women can gather and talk without male oversight. This makes afternoon tea subtly subversive, a socially acceptable excuse for female independence and friendship. The ritual has become so standardized that deviations feel almost shocking. Serving coffee instead of tea would confuse your guests. Offering large sandwiches or heavy foods would miss the point entirely. Even the timing is fixed. Arrive too early and you'll find your hostess unprepared. Arrive too late and you've missed the event entirely. Your role as hostess during afternoon tea requires constant attention. You must keep the conversation moving without dominating it, ensure everyone's cup stays filled, and notice when someone needs their plate refreshed. You monitor the food supply, signalling the maid to bring more sandwiches or remove empty plates. You observe without seeming to observe, attuned to your guests' comfort and enjoyment. The china used for afternoon tea is often the finest the household owns. This is when you bring out the good porcelain, the set saved for company. The pieces are displayed as much as used, their quality reflecting on your taste and prosperity. A beautiful tea service becomes a conversation piece, admired and complimented, sometimes envied. Outside the windows, the afternoon light shifts from bright to golden, creating a warm glow in the room. This particular quality of light seems designed for tea, softening everything it touches. You've deliberately positioned your tea table near the window to take advantage of this natural illumination, which makes the porcelain seem to glow and the tea itself look like liquid amber. The pause that afternoon tea creates in the day's rhythm has become essential. It marks time, dividing the afternoon from the evening, creating a moment of deliberate rest in lives that are otherwise quite busy. Even on days when you have no guests, you maintain the ritual, taking time to sit properly, to use good china, and to make the afternoon feel somehow significant rather than simply letting it slip past unnoticed. The experience of tea drinking varies dramatically depending on where you live. In your rural cottage in Yorkshire, tea arrives along with other supplies from the market town, brought by a carrier who makes the journey twice weekly. The selection is limited compared to what you remember from visiting London. Perhaps 3 or 4 varieties if you're lucky, and you take what's available rather than choosing from dozens of options. Country tea has a practical quality that urban tea lacks. You drink it in the kitchen rather than a separate drawing room, often still wearing your work clothes, hands scrubbed clean but showing evidence of the day's labour. The ceremony is abbreviated, you still warm the pot and measure carefully, but you skip the elaborate table settings and delicate sandwiches. Instead, you might have thick slices of bread with butter and jam or cold meat left from dinner. The timing in the countryside follows agricultural rhythms rather than social conventions. Morning tea happens whenever you've finished the essential early chores, feeding animals, collecting eggs, and setting bread to rise. Afternoon tea might be taken into the fields during harvest, carried in a tin pot that keeps it reasonably warm, and poured into thick cups that won't break if dropped. Evening tea happens after supper, a moment of rest before the final check of livestock and locking up for the night. Water quality in the countryside is generally excellent. Your well draws from deep underground, producing water so clear and cold it's almost a shame to heat it. This makes your tea taste cleaner somehow than city tea, though you lack the variety and refinement of urban offerings. You've heard that London water, drawn from the Thames, needs extensive filtering and still tastes faintly of the river. In London, by contrast, tea has become a theatre of social complexity. Your cousin who lives in Bloomsbury describes tea parties that involve written invitations, specific dress codes, and elaborate rules about calling cards and departure times. The tea itself is only part of the performance. What matters is being seen drinking it, in the right company, from the right china, in the proper setting. City dwellers have access to specialty tea merchants who blend custom mixtures and sell exotic varieties you've never heard of. They can choose between China Black, Indian Black, green tea, oolong, and countless blended varieties with names like Afternoon Delight or Earl Grey's Mixture. Each type comes with recommendations about brewing time, temperature, and accompaniments. The tea shops themselves are destinations. Your cousin describes walking past window displays featuring pyramids of tea caddies, porcelain sets arranged to catch the light, and hand-painted signs advertising the latest arrivals from India or Ceylon. Inside, the shops smell of all their products at once, tea and coffee and spices mingling in a scent cloud that's simultaneously overwhelming and enticing. Urban tea gardens provide entertainment along with refreshment. At Vauxhall or Ranelagh, you can pay an admission fee to walk among illuminated paths, listen to musical performances, and drink tea served at outdoor tables. These gardens are less respectable than afternoon tea in private homes. They attract a more diverse crowd, including people whose status is questionable, but whose money is good. Country tea is cheaper overall. You buy in smaller quantities, but you also pay less per pound because you're not supporting the overhead of fancy shops and fashionable addresses. Your tea comes in plain paper wrapping rather than decorated caddies, and you store it in a simple tin rather than a locked wooden box. It tastes essentially the same as city tea, but it lacks the symbolic weight. The social meaning of tea varies between city and country. In rural areas, offering tea is simple hospitality, expected and unremarkable. In London, tea invitations are strategic, carrying implications about social status, availability, and relationship quality. Accepting an invitation commits you to reciprocating. Declining requires careful excuse-making. The whole business is exhausting from your perspective, though your cousin seems to thrive on it. Village tea drinking retains a communal quality that city tea has lost. When illness strikes a household, neighbours arrive with pots of tea and whatever food can be spared. After church on Sunday, The congregation often gathers for tea before dispersing to their homes. The tea itself is less important than the gathering, the checking in on each other, and the maintenance of community bonds. City isolation makes tea more of a lifeline. Your cousin describes feeling desperately lonely despite being surrounded by thousands of people, and her afternoon tea invitations are attempts to create connection in a place where simply living near someone doesn't automatically make them a neighbour. The formality of city tea might seem excessive to you, but it serves a purpose. It provides structure for building relationships when natural community doesn't exist. The countryside changes with seasons, and tea adapts accordingly. Summer tea might be drunk cold, a novelty that seems slightly shocking but wonderfully refreshing after hot field work. Winter tea stays close to the fire, drunk from thick pottery that holds heat well. Spring and autumn occupy the middle ground, with tea temperature varying based on the day's weather rather than following a fixed rule. London tea, meanwhile, maintains constant elegance regardless of season. The fires are always lit in drawing rooms, the porcelain is always fine, and the rituals are always observed. This consistency is part of the appeal. In a city that's chaotic and unpredictable, tea provides reliable structure. Tea has reshaped the interior landscape of English homes, creating new furniture, new rooms, and new domestic routines. Your current house, built in 1830, includes features that didn't exist in earlier homes, all designed to accommodate tea drinking. The tea table stands in the drawing room, positioned to catch afternoon light. It's smaller than a dining table, but larger than a side table, the perfect size for displaying a tea service and accommodating plates of food. The wood is mahogany, polished to a high sheen that reflects the china arranged on its surface. Someone invented the tea table as a specific furniture category, and now every moderately prosperous house has one. Near the tea table stands a tea caddy on its own small stand. This caddy is locked, as tea caddies have been for a century, though the price has dropped enough that locking it is more habit than necessity. The caddy interior is divided into compartments, one for black tea, one for green tea, and a centre section for mixing or for storing the sugar bowl. The key hangs on your chatelaine, the ring of household keys that marks your position as mistress of the house. The tea tray has evolved into a specialised object. It's large enough to carry a full tea service but light enough to be easily portable. The handles are positioned for balanced carrying, and the surface has a low rim to prevent cups from sliding during transport. You own 2 trays, an everyday one of simple wood and a fancier papier-mâché tray painted with flowers and inlaid with mother of pearl for when company comes. A tea kettle sits perpetually ready near the kitchen fire. In wealthier homes, a spirit burner in the drawing room allows the hostess to heat water without leaving the room, maintaining the illusion that tea simply appears without any labour. You find this affectation slightly ridiculous. Everyone knows that water must be heated, leaves must be steeped, and dishes must be washed. Pretending otherwise seems dishonest. The daily rhythm of home life now organises around tea times. Morning tea provides the day's first structure, separating night from day. Afternoon tea marks the transition from work to evening. Evening tea before bed creates closure, a signal that the day has ended. These 3 points anchor the day, giving it shape and predictability. Children learn tea manners almost before they learn to speak. Your youngest daughter, only 4 years old, already knows to hold her cup with both hands, to sip quietly without slurping, and to say please and thank you at appropriate moments. These lessons are gentle but persistent. Proper tea behaviour is considered essential to growing up respectable. The work of tea largely falls to women. You oversee the tea supply, deciding when to order more and what variety to purchase. You train the maids in proper preparation and service. You preside at the tea table when guests arrive. Your husband drinks the tea and enjoys the social occasions, but the logistics are your domain, part of the invisible labour that makes the household function smoothly. Washing the tea things is more challenging than you'd expect. The porcelain must be handled carefully to prevent chips and cracks. Tea stains require special attention. They'll set permanently if not removed immediately. The inside of the teapot develops a dark coating over time, and opinions differ about whether this patina improves the flavour or should be scrubbed away. You've settled on a gentle cleaning routine that seems to preserve both the pot and the taste. Storage space for tea equipment has become substantial. You need room for multiple teapots, sets of cups and saucers, cream jugs, sugar bowls, slop bowls, tea caddies, trays, and all the small implements that accumulate around the ritual. A sideboard in your drawing room is dedicated entirely to tea storage, with additional pieces kept in the kitchen for everyday use. The cost of maintaining a proper tea household is significant, but no longer prohibitive for middle-class families. Between the tea itself, the sugar, the milk, the fuel to heat water, the replacement of broken dishes, and the occasional purchase of new pieces to expand your collection, you spend several pounds annually just on tea-related expenses. Your mother would have considered this extravagant, but it's become normal in your generation. Tea has influenced architectural design in ways that aren't immediately obvious. The drawing room's large windows aren't just for light, they're specifically for afternoon tea light, creating the right atmosphere for social tea drinking. The distance between the kitchen and drawing room in newer houses is calculated to allow servants enough time to prepare a tray, without making the journey so long that tea cools during transport. Some very wealthy families have installed speaking tubes that connect the drawing room to the kitchen, allowing the mistress to order tea without standing or ringing a bell. You find this innovation excessive. Surely walking to the kitchen or ringing a bell isn't such a hardship, but you understand the appeal of appearing effortlessly served. The ritual of tea has created its own vocabulary within the household. Tea things refers to all the equipment collectively. The tea hour means mid-afternoon, even when no tea is actually consumed. Taking tea means visiting someone, even if coffee is ultimately served. The language has expanded to accommodate the practice. Your personal relationship with tea has become complicated. You genuinely enjoy it, the taste, the ritual, the social connections it facilitates. But you're also aware of its demands on your time, money, and attention. Some mornings, you long for the simplicity your grandmother described, when breakfast meant bread and beer, and nothing required such careful preparation. Then you take that first sip of properly brewed tea, feel its warmth spread through you, and remember why the effort seems worthwhile. The evening cup carries a different character than morning or afternoon tea. By 1850, you've settled into a routine that feels both comforting and slightly melancholy. The day ending, the house growing quiet, the final tasks completed. Evening tea happens after supper's been cleared and the household has shifted into its nighttime mode. The children are in bed, the servants have finished most of their work, and you finally have time to sit without feeling you should be doing something else. This is when tea becomes less about society and more about personal restoration. You brew the evening pot with care equal to the morning's but different in intention. Morning tea must energize and prepare you for the day. Evening tea should soothe and settle, creating the right mental state for sleep. Some people claim certain teas are better suited for evening, varieties that are less stimulating and gentler on the system. You're not sure this is true, but you've adopted the practice anyway, choosing lighter blends as night approaches. The evening cup is often drunk in near silence. Your husband reads his newspaper by the fire, turning pages with slow deliberation. You might have mending or correspondence, but often you simply sit, holding the warm cup, letting your mind wander through the day's events. The tea provides occupation for your hands and a focal point for your attention without demanding much of either. Winter evenings are particularly suited to tea. The darkness outside seems absolute, pressing against the windows, but inside the fire glows and the tea steams and the room holds warmth like a secret. You've noticed how tea drinking makes cold nights tolerable, even pleasant. The ritual creates coziness and transforms what could be bleak into something almost magical. In summer, evening tea is lighter, sometimes drunk barely warm, and more refreshing than hot. The later sunset means you might take your tea outside, sitting in the garden while light lingers in the sky. The flavour seems different outdoors. You taste the air along with the tea, and somehow the combination is perfect. The evening pot is rarely shared with guests. This is private time, family time, the gentle unwinding after the day's performance. If someone calls in the evening, you offer tea out of politeness, but there's a slight resentment at the intrusion. Evening tea belongs to the household, not to society. Your evening tea includes reflection on the day's conversations. Afternoon tea with guests often surfaces memories in the evening. Something someone said, a bit of gossip shared, or a concern expressed. You turn these fragments over in your mind while sipping, processing the day's social information in the quiet space tea creates. The dishes used for evening tea are often different from afternoon's fine china. You might use thicker cups, less elegant but more practical for the relaxed atmosphere. Or sometimes you use the good china precisely because there's no one to impress, enjoying it purely for your own pleasure rather than for display. Evening tea marks the transition from the public self to the private one. During the day, you maintain certain standards of appearance and behaviour. As evening deepens, you allow yourself to relax. Your posture softens, and your expression becomes less guarded. The tea witnesses this transformation, this shedding of the day's necessary masks. Children, when they're still awake, sometimes join evening tea. They're quieter at this hour, tired from their own day's activities. You let them have weak tea with extra milk and sugar, training them in the ritual while they're sleepy and docile. These evening sessions teach them that tea time can be peaceful, not just social. The last cup of the day is drunk slowly. You're in no hurry to finish it, and anyway, bed will come soon enough. The tea has cooled to barely warm, but you finish it anyway, not wanting to waste it. The final sip tastes different from the first, less vibrant, more familiar and comforting in its ordinariness. Banking the fire for the night happens after tea is done. The coals are covered with ash, damped down to hold heat until morning. The tea things are collected and carried to the kitchen, where they'll be washed first thing tomorrow. The drawing room gradually cools as you extinguish lamps and candles, leaving only what's needed to find your way upstairs. In bed, you sometimes still taste the tea, a phantom flavour lingering on your tongue. Your thoughts drift and settle like the tea leaves at the bottom of the pot. Sleep comes gradually, peacefully. The day's tensions dissolved like sugar in hot water. Tomorrow you'll wake and begin again with morning tea, the cycle continuing, each day bookended by the same gentle ritual. Spring tea has arrived with the crocuses and longer days. By March, you've tired of winter's heavy foods and dark afternoons, and you crave something lighter and fresher. The tea itself might be the same variety you drank all winter, but you serve it differently, in thinner cups, with less sugar, accompanied by the first strawberries from the greenhouse, or delicate lemon biscuits that taste of sunshine. The spring cleaning ritual includes the tea things. You empty the tea caddy completely, wipe it clean inside and out, and check for any dampness or musty smells. The porcelain comes down from the shelves, each piece washed carefully in warm water, inspected for chips or cracks, and dried with soft cloths. This annual cleaning feels like renewal, preparing your tea equipment for another year of service. As the weather warms, you begin taking tea outdoors. The garden table is brought out of storage, wiped down and positioned under the apple tree, where dappled shade keeps the sun from being too intense. Drinking tea in the garden feels slightly daring, as if you're breaking an unspoken rule about tea belonging indoors. But the pleasure is undeniable, the fresh air, the bird song, and the scent of growing things mixing with the tea's aroma. Summer tea evolves into something almost entirely different from winter's version. You experiment with serving it cold, pouring hot tea over ice made from the ice house. The result tastes strange at first. Tea should be hot, your mind insists, but the refreshment is remarkable. Cold tea on a hot July afternoon becomes a revelation, though you're not sure you'd admit to drinking it this way in front of company. The summer abundance affects tea accompaniments. Thin cucumber sandwiches make perfect sense when cucumbers are fresh from the garden. Fruit tarts feature whatever has just ripened. Currants, raspberries, or gooseberries. You make less cake in summer. The oven's heat makes the kitchen unbearable, and anyway, lighter foods suit the season better. August tea happens later in the day as you wait for temperatures to become bearable. The afternoon tea hour shifts from 4 o'clock to 5 or even 6, catching the cooler evening air. The ritual adjusts to the season, proving more flexible than you'd expected. Tea accommodates itself to life rather than demanding life accommodate it. Autumn brings back the pleasure of hot tea after months of drinking it barely warm. The first truly cold morning, when you can see your breath in the bedroom, makes the morning cup taste especially good. The warmth spreads through you, chasing away the chill, reminding you of tea's fundamental purpose, comfort. Harvest season disrupts normal tea routines. The work is too pressing to pause for afternoon tea, so you drink it quickly in the kitchen, standing rather than sitting, before returning to the fields. The elaborate social ritual falls away, leaving only the essential function: warmth, energy, brief respite. You remember that tea served working people before it became a drawing room entertainment. November fog makes tea taste somehow richer. You can't explain this logically, but you've noticed it year after year. Perhaps it's the dampness in the air, or the way firelight looks through fog-dimmed windows, or simply the seasonal association between tea and cosy interiors when the weather outside is miserable. Whatever the cause, foggy day tea feels like being embraced. December brings social tea to its peak. The visiting season demands constant readiness. Your tea caddy is always full, your best china always clean, and your pantry stocked with cake and biscuits for unexpected guests. You pour more tea in December than any other month, your wrist actually growing tired from lifting the pot. Christmas tea includes special editions. Spiced biscuits flavoured with ginger and cinnamon appear on the tea table. The sugar bowl holds shaped sugar instead of the usual lumps. You might add a cinnamon stick to the pot itself, creating a flavoured tea that tastes like the season. These small variations mark the time as special without requiring elaborate effort. The darkest days of winter make evening tea essential. By 4 o'clock it's nearly dark and the long evening stretches ahead. Tea punctuates this darkness, creating islands of light and warmth to hold on to. You drink more tea in winter than summer, your body craving both the warmth and the ritual's reassuring familiarity. New Year tea carries a contemplative quality. The year has turned, and you sit with your cup considering what's past and what might come. Tea doesn't change with the calendar, but your relationship to it shifts slightly. You notice it more consciously, appreciating the continuity it provides across years and seasons. February is the hardest month, when winter feels endless and spring seems impossibly distant. Tea doesn't fix this, but it helps. The morning cup is a promise that the day has begun, and will therefore eventually end. The evening cup is a small reward for surviving another day. The ritual carries you through when motivation fails. Each season teaches you something new about tea, though you've been drinking it for decades. Spring teaches freshness, summer teaches flexibility, autumn teaches gratitude, and winter teaches endurance. The cycle repeats annually, and tea is there for all of it, adapting and persisting as reliable as the changing seasons themselves. By 1875, tea had become so thoroughly English that its foreign origins seemed almost impossible to believe. You've watched 3 generations adopt and adapt this ritual, each making it their own while maintaining its essential character. What began as exotic curiosity has become a daily necessity, woven into the fabric of life so completely that imagining England without tea feels absurd. The democratization of tea represents one of the century's quiet revolutions. Your grandmother paid a fortune for tea and locked it away like jewellery. Your mother paid less but still considered it a luxury. You pay prices that make tea accessible for ordinary consumption, and your daughter will likely pay even less. This price decline has transformed tea from a symbol of wealth into something available to nearly everyone. The ritual persists even as its trappings change. Porcelain has become cheaper and more available, but tea is still poured with care. The ceremony has simplified in some households while growing more elaborate in others, but the essential act, hot water, tea leaves, a moment of pause, remains constant. Tea has proven remarkably adaptable, fitting into diverse lives and circumstances while retaining its character. You've noticed how tea marks life's significant moments. Births are celebrated with tea parties, funerals include tea afterward, the bereaved gather to drink and remember, weddings feature tea receptions, illnesses are nursed with cups of tea brought to bedsides. The beverage has become inseparable from the full range of human experience. Tea creates community in ways both obvious and subtle. The shared ritual provides common ground between strangers. The knowledge of how to brew, serve and drink tea is a language everyone speaks, regardless of class or region. Differences exist, urban versus rural, working class versus aristocracy, but the basic grammar is universal. The health claims surrounding tea have mostly been forgotten or disproven. It doesn't cure headaches or prevent plague or make the body lusty, despite what early merchants promised. But it does provide comfort, create moments of rest, and encourage social connection. These benefits, less dramatic than medical cures, are perhaps more valuable for being real and reliable. Your own tea drinking has evolved over the decades. You've developed preferences you didn't have in youth, a particular strength of brew, a specific cup you favour, and times of day when tea tastes better. These personal refinements are part of tea's appeal. The ritual is shared, but within it, infinite individual variation is possible. The future of tea seems secure. India and Ceylon now produce vast quantities, ensuring supply will meet demand. Tea plantations employ thousands, creating an entire industry around English appetites. The price continues to drop as production increases. Tea has moved from luxury to staple, joining bread and milk as something ordinary people expect to have regularly. Looking at the tea things arranged on your table, the pot, the cups, the sugar bowl and the cream jug, you think about all the hands that touched these objects before they reached you. Workers who picked the leaves in distant fields, sailors who transported the cargo across oceans, merchants who sold the tea, porcelain and sugar separately. The connections span the globe, yet here they converge in your drawing room, reduced to a simple domestic ritual. Tea has taught you patience. The leaves won't steep faster because you're in a hurry. The water must reach proper temperature regardless of your schedule. The ritual demands its own time, and this insistence on unhurried care has shaped how you approach other aspects of life. Some things can't and shouldn't be rushed. The sensory memory of tea will likely be among your last to fade. The aroma of leaves in the caddy, the sound of water poured into the pot, the warmth of the cup in your hands, the taste of that first sip. These experiences have repeated thousands of times, creating deep grooves in memory. In old age, you suspect you'll still know how to make tea even if you forget other things. Tea's greatest gift might be the permission it grants for rest. In a world that increasingly values productivity and efficiency, tea time remains defiantly unproductive. You sit, you drink, you talk or think or simply exist. This deliberate pause has become necessary for maintaining sanity in a modernising world that might otherwise consume you completely. As evening approaches and shadows lengthen across the drawing room floor, you prepare one more pot. The ritual is exactly as it's always been. Warming the pot, measuring the leaves, pouring the water, and waiting the correct number of minutes. Your hands perform these actions without conscious thought, the motions as natural as breathing. The tea is ready. You pour a cup, add milk and sugar in the proportions you prefer, and lift it to your lips. The taste is familiar, yet somehow always slightly new, like meeting an old friend and discovering there are still things you don't know about them. The warmth spreads through you, and for this moment everything feels manageable, peaceful, and enough. Outside, the world continues its relentless change. Inside, the tea steeps and the fire glows and the day draws gently toward its close. You sit with your cup, grateful for this small ritual that has carried you through decades, that will carry your children and their children forward through whatever changes come. Tea endures, and in its endurance it offers a kind of comfort that transcends the beverage itself, the reassurance that some good things last, that tradition has value, and that taking time to sit with a cup of tea is never time wasted. The light fades, the tea cools. You finish the last sip and set the cup down with a soft click against the saucer. Tomorrow you'll do this again, and the day after that, and the day after that. The ritual will continue season after season, year after year, connecting you to the past and to the future through this simple, essential act. And for now, in this quiet moment, that's enough. Picture yourself stepping off a time machine into ancient Rome, circa 100 AD. The first thing that hits you isn't the grandeur of the Colosseum or the marble majesty of the Forum. It's the smell. That peculiar cocktail of unwashed bodies, fermented fish sauce, and something you can't quite identify but suspect involves bodily functions, mingles with incense and olive oil in ways that would make a modern nose surrender immediately. You'd think a civilization that built aqueducts spanning hundreds of miles and invented concrete that still puzzles engineers today would have figured out basic hygiene. Well, they did. Sort of. The Romans had their own ideas about cleanliness, and some of them would make you grateful for antibacterial soap and indoor plumbing. Take their approach to bathing, for instance. The Romans not only bathed, but also transformed it into a social gathering that could rival any local book club. The public baths, or thermae, weren't just places to get clean. They were community centres, gossip hubs, business meeting spots, and occasionally places where you might actually encounter water and soap. Think of them as ancient shopping malls, except instead of Orange Julius, you had pools of varying temperatures, and instead of Spencer's, you had rooms where people scraped oil and dirt off each other with metal tools. But here's where it becomes interesting. Romans believed that hot water opened your pores to let the bad spirits out, while cold water snapped them shut to keep the good spirits in. This wasn't just folklore, it was medical theory endorsed by their most respected physicians. So your typical Roman bath experience involved a carefully choreographed dance between the caldarium, hot room, tepidarium, warm room, and frigidarium, cold room, like some ancient version of a Swedish sauna routine designed by committee. The wealthy Romans had their private baths at home, complete with hypocaust heating systems that channeled hot air through the walls and floors. Imagine having heated floors in 100 AD while most of the world was still figuring out how to make fire reliably. Yet these same innovative people thought that sharing bath water with dozens of strangers was perfectly hygienic. The water in public baths was changed infrequently, sometimes only once a day, sometimes less. By afternoon, You weren't so much bathing as marinating in a human soup that would horrify any modern health inspector. And then there were the slaves whose job it was to help with the bathing process. These weren't just attendants handing out towels. They were skilled craftspeople of cleanliness, wielding strigils, curved metal scrapers that removed the oil, dirt and dead skin that accumulated on Roman bodies. The wealthy would coat themselves in olive oil, then have slaves scrape it all off, taking the grime with it. It was effective, sure, but imagine explaining to your modern dermatologist that your skincare routine involves having someone scrape you down with what amounts to a medieval back scratcher. The Romans also had some fascinating ideas about dental hygiene. They brushed their teeth with twigs. Specifically, they chewed on aromatic twigs until one end frayed into a brush-like texture, then used that to clean their teeth. The good news is that the technique actually worked reasonably well. The troubling news is that their favourite toothpaste was made from powdered mouse brains, crushed bones, and sometimes human urine. Portuguese urine was considered particularly effective, which raises all sorts of questions about ancient trade routes and quality control standards. But perhaps most puzzling of all was their relationship with perfume. Romans doused themselves in scented oils and perfumes with the enthusiasm of teenagers discovering body spray for the first time. They had different scents for their hair, arms and feet. Walking through ancient Rome must have been like navigating a cosmetic section in a department store, except with more togas and considerably more creative interpretations of what constituted pleasant fragrance. Now let's talk about something that every Roman had to deal with, but no one particularly wanted to discuss at dinner parties: using the bathroom. If you found Roman bathing habits to be communal, you might be interested in learning about their approach to toilets. Roman public latrines combined engineering marvels with social awkwardness. Picture a long marble bench with round holes cut into it, positioned over flowing water that carried waste away. So far, so good. It's basically an ancient sewage system. But here's the catch. There were no dividers, no doors, and no privacy screens. There was just a row of holes where Romans would sit side by side, conducting business, and presumably discussing the weather or the latest gladiator match. The arrangement wasn't considered strange or embarrassing. In fact, it was another social activity. Romans would chat, conduct business deals, and catch up on gossip while attending to their bodily needs. Imagine trying to negotiate a grain shipment contract while sitting on a communal toilet with your neighbour. It puts a whole new spin on the phrase, getting down to business. The most interesting part is that they used something other than toilet paper, which was invented a millennium later. Romans used a communal sponge on a stick called a xylospongium. Yes, you read that correctly, a shared sponge. After use, it was rinsed in the flowing water channel that ran in front of the toilets, then left for the next person. This system worked well enough from a hygiene standpoint, since the flowing water kept things relatively clean, but the social implications are staggering. You had to time your bathroom visits not just based on your needs, but on when you could psychologically handle using the community sponge. Wealthy Romans had their own private toilets, often beautifully decorated affairs with mosaics and frescoes. Some featured images of Fortuna, the goddess of luck, because apparently even bathroom humour was a thing in ancient Rome. These private facilities usually emptied into the same sewer system as the public ones, flowing eventually into the Cloaca Maxima, the Great Sewer, which was one of Rome's genuine engineering marvels and still functions today. But Romans had some peculiar superstitions about bathroom activities. They believed that evil spirits lurked in sewers and might emerge through toilet holes to cause mischief. To ward them off, many Romans wore amulets or muttered protective charms before sitting down. There's something endearing about a civilization that conquered most of the known world, but still worried about sewer demons sneaking up on them during vulnerable moments. The really wealthy took bathroom security seriously. Some installed elaborate wind chimes and bells near their toilets, believing the noise would frighten away any supernatural toilet lurkers. Others hired slaves whose job was essentially to be professional bathroom attendants, not just for cleanliness, but for spiritual protection. Imagine having toilet bodyguard on your ancient Roman resume. Personal hygiene after using the facilities was handled with scented oils and perfumes. Romans would clean themselves and then apply various aromatic substances to mask any lingering odours. These practices led to some interesting combinations. You might encounter someone who smelled like a mixture of rose oil, myrrh, and whatever had happened in the latrine 20 minutes earlier. Ancient Rome captivated the senses, often in unexpected ways. The Romans also had public urinals called foracae, positioned throughout the city. These were simple stone or ceramic vessels where men could relieve themselves. The urine wasn't wasted, it was collected and sold to fullers, dry ancient cleaners, who used it to clean clothing and whiten togas. Urine contains ammonia, which is actually quite effective for cleaning, so the collection wasn't just gross recycling, it was practical chemistry. Still, imagine the job interview process for becoming a professional urine collector. Women had their own challenges with Roman bathroom culture. They were generally excluded from public toilets and had to rely on private facilities or chamber pots at home. This meant that Roman women rarely ventured far from home without carefully planning their routes around available bathroom facilities. It was an early form of urban planning that took biological needs into account, though not equally for all citizens. Roman society was built on rigid class distinctions, and nowhere was this more apparent than in their hygiene practices. Your cleanliness level wasn't just about personal preference, it was an advertisement of your social status, broadcast through scent, skin condition, and the quality of oil glistening on your freshly scraped body. At the top of the hygiene pyramid sat the wealthy patricians, who treated cleanliness like a competitive sport. These folks didn't just bathe, they orchestrated elaborate cleansing rituals that would make modern spa treatments look like a quick rinse in the garden sprinkler. A wealthy Roman's day might begin with slaves applying various oils and unguents, followed by a leisurely trip to their private baths, then more oils, a visit to the public baths for socializing, then even more oils and perfumes for the evening's entertainment. The oils themselves were a hierarchy of their own. The cheapest bath oil was made from olives, functional but hardly luxurious. Moving up the social ladder, you'd find oils infused with roses, violets, or other flowers. At the very top were exotic imported oils from India and the Far East, scented with spices that cost more than most Romans earned in a year. These premium oils weren't just applied randomly. Wealthy Romans had personal cosmete, slaves who specialized in the application of cosmetics and scented oils with the precision of ancient perfumers. But here's where Roman hygiene becomes really interesting. They believed that different scents could affect your personality and health. Lavender oil was thought to promote wisdom, while rose oil enhanced beauty and charm. Myrrh was considered especially powerful for warding off diseases, which led to some Romans smelling like they'd been embalmed. The really paranoid wealthy would layer multiple protective scents, creating personal aromatic signatures that you could smell coming from 3 blocks away. Middle-class Romans, the plebeians with decent jobs, had their hygiene strategies. They couldn't afford the exotic oils, but they made do with olive oil and local herbs. Many grew their own aromatic plants specifically for bathing. Mint, rosemary and thyme were popular choices. These Romans typically visited public baths several times a week, timing their visits for the hours when the water was freshest and the crowds were thinnest. They developed their own social codes around bath etiquette, including elaborate systems for sharing the limited supply of strigils and determining who got to use the best spots in each room. The working poor had the most creative approaches to hygiene. Many couldn't afford regular trips to the public baths, so they developed alternatives that ranged from clever to desperate. Some would collect rainwater for washing, heating it over small fires in their cramped apartments. Others would visit the baths during the cheapest hours, usually late in the day when the water was questionable but the prices were reduced. Many simply made do with quick washes at public fountains, using whatever soap they could afford or make themselves from animal fat and ash. Slaves occupied the most complex position in the Roman hygiene hierarchy. The house slaves of wealthy families often had better access to bathing facilities than free Romans of lower classes, but only because cleanliness was part of their job requirements. Nobody wanted a smelly slave serving dinner or handling expensive clothing. These slaves often knew more about cosmetics and hygiene techniques than their masters, having learned through daily practice. Some earned their freedom by becoming professional bath attendants or cosmeti, turning their enforced expertise into economic opportunity. The military had its own hygiene culture. Roman soldiers were required to maintain certain cleanliness standards, not just for health, but for discipline. Military camps included bathing facilities and latrine systems that were often more advanced than those found in civilian settlements. Soldiers developed efficient group bathing techniques and shared resources for soap and oil. But they also had to adapt to campaign conditions where proper bathing might be impossible for weeks at a time. Military hygiene was about functionality over luxury. though successful generals often celebrated victories with elaborate communal baths for their troops. Even gladiators had their place in the hygiene hierarchy. These professional fighters were valuable property, so their owners invested in keeping them clean and healthy. Gladiator schools included sophisticated bathing facilities, and gladiators often had access to medical care and specialized oils for treating training injuries. But the irony wasn't lost on Romans. Here were slaves and criminals who had better hygiene facilities than many free citizens, simply because they were profitable entertainment. Roman medical theory regarding hygiene was a fascinating blend of practical observation, philosophical speculation, and what can only be described as enthusiastic guesswork. Roman physicians, trained in Greek traditions but adding their own cultural interpretations, developed hygiene practices that were simultaneously advanced and utterly baffling. The foundation of Roman medical hygiene rested on the theory of humours, the belief that human health depended on balancing 4 bodily fluids: blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. According to this system, different types of dirt and contamination could upset your humoral balance, leading to illness, madness, or worse. This meant that how you cleaned yourself wasn't just about removing grime, it was about maintaining cosmic harmony within your body. Roman doctors prescribed specific bathing temperatures for different ailments and personality types. If you were naturally choleric, hot-tempered, you needed cool baths to balance your excess yellow bile. Melancholic people required hot baths to counteract their cold, dry nature. But here's where it gets complicated. The same doctor might prescribe hot baths in the morning and cold baths in the evening, depending on the phase of the moon, the season, and what you'd eaten for lunch. Roman bath prescriptions could be more complex than modern chemotherapy protocols. The medical establishment also had strong opinions about sweating. Roman physicians believed that sweat carried away harmful vapours and corrupted humours, making it essential for health. This perspective led to some interesting treatments. Patients with certain conditions were prescribed sessions in the hottest rooms of the baths, sometimes for hours at a time, sweating out their illness. Others were given exercises designed to produce specific types of sweat: gentle perspiration for delicate constitutions, vigorous sweating for robust patients. There were even specialists who claimed they could diagnose diseases by examining and smelling a patient's sweat patterns. Oil played a central role in Roman medical hygiene theory. Different oils were thought to have specific therapeutic properties that went beyond mere cleanliness. Olive oil was considered warming and moistening, beneficial for dry skin conditions and cold humours. Rose oil was cooling and beautifying, prescribed for hot-natured individuals and skin inflammations. But the real medical stars were the exotic imported oils. Balsam from Judea was believed to cure headaches and promote wisdom. Nard from India was prescribed for depression and anxiety. These weren't just pleasant scents. They were considered legitimate medicines. Roman doctors also had elaborate theories about when and how to bathe for optimal health. Most believed that bathing immediately after eating was dangerous, as it could disrupt digestion and cause the food to corrupt in your stomach. The recommended waiting period varied from 2 to 4 hours, depending on what you'd eaten and your constitutional type. Some physicians prescribed pre-bath exercises to open the pores properly, while others recommended specific breathing techniques during bathing to ensure proper circulation of vital spirits. The relationship between diet and hygiene was considered crucial. Roman medical texts are full of warnings about foods that could make your sweat smell foul or cause your skin to break out. Garlic and onions were thought to produce corrupt humour that emerged through the skin. Fish sauce, beloved by Romans but notorious for its pungent smell, was believed to cause marine humours that required special cleansing techniques involving sea salt and specific aromatic herbs. Women's hygiene was subject to especially complex medical theories. Roman physicians believed that women's monthly cycles created special cleansing needs and opportunities. Certain herbs and oils were prescribed specifically for female patients, often with the goal of regulating their supposedly unstable humoral balance. Pregnancy brought its own set of hygiene rules, with detailed prescriptions for bathing temperatures, oil applications, and cleansing schedules designed to ensure healthy babies and safe deliveries. Perhaps most fascinating were the Roman medical beliefs about mental illness and hygiene. Doctors genuinely believed that certain types of madness were caused by corrupted vapours rising from unclean bodies to affect the brain. This led to hygiene-based treatments for depression, anxiety, and what we might now recognise as psychological conditions. Patients were prescribed elaborate bathing regimens, specific oil treatments, and sometimes even therapeutic massages with aromatic substances designed to restore mental balance. The wealthy could afford personal physicians who would create customized hygiene protocols based on detailed examinations of their patients' constitutions, lifestyles, and health histories. These medical hygiene plans were very detailed, specifying when and how to bathe, what to think about, what prayers to recite, and how to breathe during cleansing rituals. Money talks in any civilization, and in ancient Rome, it spoke with a distinctly soapy accent. The hygiene industry, employing thousands of people in jobs ranging from respectable to eyebrow-raising, created economic opportunities that would not resurface until the emergence of the modern beauty industry. Let's start with the public baths themselves, which were massive commercial enterprises. A typical Roman bathhouse employed dozens of workers, furnace operators who kept the hypocaust heating systems running, water managers who maintained the complex plumbing, attendants who helped customers navigate the facilities, masseurs who worked out the kinks in Roman muscles, and security personnel who kept order among naked, relaxed, and sometimes intoxicated patrons. The larger thermae were like ancient shopping malls, with vendors selling everything from snacks to jewellery to good luck charms designed to protect you from sewer demons. The oil trade was particularly lucrative. Olive oil was the foundation of the Roman hygiene industry, and controlling olive groves could make you wealthy beyond imagination. But the real money was in specialty oils and perfumes. A single amphora of high-quality rose oil from Egypt could cost more than a skilled craftsman earned in 6 months. The perfume merchants who dealt in these luxury goods often became powerful political figures, using their wealth to buy influence and status. Import businesses thrived on Roman hygiene obsessions. Exotic ingredients came from across the empire and beyond: frankincense from Arabia, cinnamon from India, amber from the Baltic regions, and silk for the finest bathing towels from China. The logistics of getting these materials to Roman consumers created entire industries of traders, shippers, and middlemen. Some merchants specialized in nothing but hygiene-related imports, building fortunes on Roman desires to smell better than their neighbors. The soap-making industry was sophisticated. While Romans didn't use soap the way we do, they did manufacture various cleansing compounds from animal fats, plant ashes, and mineral salts. The best soap makers were closely guarded trade secrets, passed down through generations of craftsmen. Some soap-making families became wealthy enough to own their own bathhouses, creating vertically integrated hygiene empires that controlled everything from soap production to the final bathing experience. Slavery was, unfortunately, central to the Roman hygiene economy. Thousands of slaves worked in bathhouses, oil production, and personal hygiene services. Some specialized in specific skills. There were slaves who could identify the best oils by smell alone, others who were experts at using strigils without causing injury, and still others who memorized complex recipes for custom perfume blends. The most skilled hygiene slaves could earn enough money through tips and side businesses to eventually buy their freedom, though this path to manumission required years of scraping other people's backs and memorizing their scent preferences. The construction industry also benefited from Roman hygiene culture. Building a proper Roman bath required specialists in hypocaust heating systems, waterproof concrete, decorative mosaics, and complex plumbing. The techniques developed for bathhouse construction were later applied to other buildings, making Roman hygiene culture a driver of architectural innovation. Some construction families became wealthy by specializing in bath-related projects, traveling throughout the empire to build facilities for wealthy Romans in distant provinces. Then there were the support industries that emerged around hygiene culture. Laundry services cleaned the towels and clothing used in baths. Pottery makers produced the countless vessels needed for oils, perfumes, and bathing accessories. Metal workers crafted strigils, mirrors, and bathing jewellery. Even the food industry got involved, as many Romans liked to eat and drink while bathing, creating demand for waterproof serving vessels and special bath-appropriate snacks. The medical side of hygiene created its own economic opportunities. Physicians who specialised in hygiene-related treatments could charge premium fees, especially if they claimed expertise in exotic foreign bathing techniques. Massage therapists, aromatherapy specialists, and even professional bath consultants emerged as profitable professions. Some enterprising Romans made careers out of advising wealthy clients on optimal bathing schedules and customized oil blends. Regional variations in hygiene preferences created niche markets throughout the empire. Romans in Britain developed cold-weather bathing techniques that required different oils and heating systems. Romans in North Africa adapted their hygiene practices to desert conditions, creating demand for specialized sun protection oils and sand-resistant clothing. These regional specializations often became export industries, with local hygiene innovations spreading throughout the empire. The government also profited from Roman cleanliness obsessions through taxes and regulations. Bathhouses paid licensing fees, imported hygiene products faced tariffs, and luxury perfumes were subject to special taxes that helped fund public works projects. Some historians argue that Roman expansion was partly motivated by the desire to secure reliable sources of hygiene-related raw materials, making cleanliness a factor in imperial policy. Roman hygiene wasn't just about getting clean. It was about navigating a complex spiritual landscape, where supernatural forces lurked in every bathing facility, and evil spirits had strong opinions about your personal grooming choices. The Romans had managed to turn basic human cleanliness into a mystical adventure that required careful planning, protective charms, and occasionally professional supernatural consultation. The timing of your bath wasn't just a matter of personal convenience, it was a cosmic decision that could affect your luck, health, and spiritual well-being. Romans consulted calendars that indicated favourable and unfavourable bathing days, based on lunar phases, religious festivals, and the movements of various gods through the celestial sphere. Some wealthy Romans employed personal astrologers whose job included calculating optimal bathing schedules. Imagine having to verify your horoscope before deciding whether to take a shower. Water itself was considered to have spiritual properties that varied depending on its source and treatment. Spring water was thought to carry the blessings of water nymphs, while rainwater collected during thunderstorms was believed to have purifying powers that could wash away curses and negative luck. The Romans went to extraordinary lengths to obtain water with the right spiritual qualities for important bathing rituals. Some wealthy families maintained private springs specifically for ceremonial bathing, hiring priests to bless the water sources regularly. The direction you faced while bathing was considered crucial. Most Romans believed you should face east while entering the bath to welcome the blessings of the rising sun, then turn to face west while leaving to ensure that any evil influences washed away with the setting sun. More superstitious bathers would rotate through all 4 cardinal directions during their bathing session, creating a kind of mystical water dance that must have been entertaining to watch. Protective amulets for bathing were big business in ancient Rome. These weren't just decorative jewellery. They were considered essential safety equipment for anyone venturing into the spiritually dangerous environment of a public bath. Popular designs included images of Hercules for strength, Mercury for protection during travel, including spiritual journeys undertaken while bathing, and various household gods who specialized in bathroom-related protection. Some amulets were designed to be worn while wet, using special materials and construction techniques that modern jewelers would find fascinating. The Romans had elaborate rituals for entering and leaving baths that would make modern spa protocols look casual. Many would pause at the threshold to recite protective prayers, asking the gods to guard them from evil spirits, prevent accidents, and ensure that their bathing experience would be beneficial rather than harmful. Some would leave small offerings, coins, flowers, or drops of expensive oil, at shrine niches built into bathhouse walls specifically for this purpose. Shared bathing created its own set of spiritual concerns. Romans worried about picking up not just physical dirt from other bathers, but spiritual contamination from people with bad luck, evil intentions, or supernatural enemies. This led to complex etiquette systems designed to minimize spiritual risk while maintaining social politeness. You couldn't just ignore someone in the baths that might offend them and invite retaliation from their personal gods. But you also couldn't become too friendly with strangers whose spiritual status was unknown. The oil and perfume application process was ritualized to an almost ceremonial degree. Wealthy Romans would recite specific prayers, while different oils were applied to different parts of their bodies. Rose oil might be blessed to Venus while being applied to the face, while olive oil could be dedicated to Minerva while being used on arms and legs. The goal was to invoke divine protection for each body part while also ensuring that the gods approved of your grooming choices. Dreams about bathing were considered prophetic and required professional interpretation. Romans who dreamed about dirty bathwater might consult priests about impending spiritual danger, while dreams of crystal clear pools were considered signs of divine favour. Some Romans kept dream journals specifically to track bathing-related dreams and their outcomes, creating a kind of ancient database of supernatural bath predictions. The Romans even had superstitions about soap and cleansing materials. Some believed that using soap made from animals that had died violently could transfer aggressive spirits to the user. Others thought that cleaning tools used by people who later suffered misfortune were cursed and should be avoided. Such beliefs led to complex systems for tracking the history and spiritual pedigree of bathing accessories, with some wealthy Romans employing servants whose job was to maintain detailed records of where their strigils, sponges and oils had come from. Seasonal bathing rituals aligned with the Roman religious calendar created additional layers of complexity. During certain festivals, bathing was considered either especially beneficial or particularly dangerous, depending on which gods were being honoured. The spring festival of Anna Perenna included ritual bathing that was supposed to ensure health for the coming year, while bathing during the Lemuria, when restless spirits roamed the earth, required special protective measures. As you settle back into your modern bathroom, surrounded by antibacterial soap dispensers and privacy walls, it's worth reflecting on what the Romans actually got right about hygiene, and what we might have learned from their more colourful mistakes. Their approach to cleanliness reveals something profound about human nature. Our eternal struggle to balance individual needs with social expectations, practical health concerns with cultural beliefs, and the desire to be clean with the reality of what that actually means. The Romans understood something that we sometimes forget in our modern, individualistic bathing culture. Cleanliness was inherently social. Their communal baths weren't just about getting clean. They were about maintaining the social fabric that held their civilization together. In an age before television, the internet, or even widespread literacy, the baths served as information networks, business centres, and community gathering places. Romans didn't just wash their bodies, they washed themselves back into society each day. Modern hygiene science has validated many Roman practices while debunking others. Their emphasis on regular bathing, the use of oils to protect skin, and even their practice of scraping away dead skin cells were remarkably sound from a dermatological standpoint. The Romans understood that healthy skin required both cleansing and moisturising, though they achieved it through olive oil and metal scrapers rather than lotions and exfoliating scrubs. Their recognition that mental health and physical cleanliness were connected wasn't wrong. It was just expressed through theories about humours and evil spirits rather than modern psychology. The Roman approach to dental hygiene, while involving some questionable ingredients, was actually more advanced than what most Europeans would practice for the next 1,000 years. Chewing on aromatic twigs did clean teeth effectively, and some of their herbal mouth rinses contained ingredients that modern dentistry recognises as beneficial. The fact that they cared about dental hygiene at all put them ahead of many later civilizations that considered tooth care vanity rather than health maintenance. Perhaps most importantly, the Romans demonstrated that public health infrastructure could transform civilization. Their aqueducts, sewers and public baths created living conditions that wouldn't be matched in European cities until the 19th century. The decline of Roman bathing culture after the fall of the empire coincided with centuries of reduced lifespans, increased disease, and general scruffiness that historians now recognise as preventable consequences of abandoning public hygiene infrastructure. The economic lessons of Roman hygiene culture are equally relevant today. They understood that cleanliness could be an industry, creating jobs and driving innovation in ways that benefited entire societies. Their willingness to invest public money in bathing facilities and sanitation systems paid dividends in public health and social stability that lasted for centuries. Modern cities still struggle with the same basic challenge: how to balance individual desires for cleanliness and privacy with the collective benefits of shared infrastructure and social bathing spaces. The Roman mistake of mixing hygiene with superstition offers its lessons. When cleanliness becomes too ritualized or culturally loaded, it can become a source of anxiety rather than health. Modern Western culture occasionally succumbs to similar pitfalls, transforming personal hygiene into competitive displays of status or moral superiority, rather than a means of maintaining practical health. The Romans remind us that it's possible to take cleanliness too seriously, investing it with meanings and expectations that have nothing to do with actually being clean. As you drift off to sleep tonight, clean and comfortable in ways that would amaze any ancient Roman, remember that hygiene is always a work in progress. The Romans thought they had figured it out, just as we think we have figured it out. just as people 1,000 years from now will probably shake their heads at our primitive understanding of cleanliness and health. The pursuit of perfect hygiene is like the pursuit of perfect happiness, an admirable goal that reveals more about human nature than it does about soap and water. The Romans gave us the foundation for contemplating cleanliness as both a personal responsibility and a social virtue. They showed us that being clean could be pleasant, social, and even luxurious rather than just a grim necessity. Most importantly, they demonstrated that a civilization's approach to hygiene reflects its values, priorities, and understanding of what it means to live well together. So the next time you step into your private shower, with your individually chosen soap and your perfectly heated water, spare a thought for those long-dead Romans sitting naked on their communal toilets, sharing their communal sponges, and somehow managing to build an empire that lasted 1,000 years. They may not have understood germs or bacteria, but they understood something equally important, that taking care of your body and sharing that experience with your community was one of the things that made life worth living, despite the fact that it necessitated more public nudity and dubious medical theories than the majority of us would favour.